Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sue Higginson. I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Sharpe and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of climate change, energy, the environment, heritage. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister Sharpe, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn in. You have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And we'll please begin with the first witness to my left, which is Ms. Fishburn.
Not the bottom. I've already sworn, but it's been on an alternative committee. Should I swear again?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Kirsten Emma Fishburn. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Planning and Environment. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
James Hay, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Hay, could you state your position as well?
Chief Executive, Energy Corporation, New South Wales.
Thank you.
Andrew Lewis, Acting Deputy Secretary, Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability in the Office of Energy and Climate Change, New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Atticus Fleming, Acting Coordinator General, Environment and Heritage Group within the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Tony Chappell, Chief Executive Officer of the Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Samuel Kidman, Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Brendan Bruce, Deputy Secretary, Biodiversity, Conservation and Science, Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Erin Giuliani, Chief Executive Officer, Biodiversity Conservation Trust. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Naomi Stevens, Acting Deputy Secretary, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 until 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only. Then 15 minutes is allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m., 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. And so we will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Welcome, Minister. Congratulations. And thank you to you and all your officials for coming along today. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
My microphone wasn't working yesterday. Great. Thank you very much. Minister, I want to ask about renewable energy zones.
Yes.
Minister, you'd accept, wouldn't you, that if there are delays in building renewable generation, then consumers will pay higher bills. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
I'd agree that as we manage the exit of coal out of our energy generation mix in New South Wales, that we need to get renewables in as quickly as possible, that any delays does have cost and emissions implications.
And that would translate, presumably, higher cost to higher consumer bills, essentially.
Quite possibly. It depends on what else is going on. Obviously, the pricing of electricity in the market is as a result of a variety of different things, but there's no doubt that the sooner we get renewable energy into the ground, the lower prices will be over the long term.
Thank you. So you'd accept that if you don't build new generation before the existing generation closes, that there is a risk to reliability in the state. That's a fair.
Well, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, we've been working through that since being elected. We obviously inherited the roadmap, which, you know, pleasingly in New South Wales we have a bipartisan approach to the need to exit coal from the system and put renewables energy into the ground. The work that we've been doing since being elected really is about how do we ensure that we stick to the timeframes that we have, how do we minimise the risks in that space, whether it's supply chain, workforce, planning, and just generally getting those projects done. So the point is that, yes, we need to make sure that to keep prices low over time, that we manage that as quickly as possible. That is challenging. We did inherit, the roadmap, I think, is a really important piece of architecture for how we deliver this, but it was over time and over budget, and a lot of the work that I've been doing and my agencies have been doing since being elected is to get that on track.
Thank you. And I think you said your words, to build renewables as quickly as possible, so yes. Thank you for that. Minister, it's correct, isn't it, that Central West Orana, the access tender, was delayed from Q2 this year, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So what conversations did you have with the CEO of the Consumer Trustee or the Chair Consumer Trustee regarding the delays to the CWO access rights?
Look, I talk to both the Consumer Trustee and Energy Co on a very regular basis around how all of these issues are rolling out. Yes, there has been a delay. I'm more interested in making sure that we get this right. The access rights are... I'd say that they're complicated as a result of the way in which the roadmap is established, and I think those issues are working through that. I know that Energy Co and the Consumer Trustee continue to talk about that, and we would hope that we'd have a landing on that sooner rather than later.
You said, thank you, I think the CEO, and you're working through it. Are you working through it directly, or is the CEO working through it?
Sorry, the CEO of...
Sorry, I think you said that they were working through it. I'm interested in what representations you have.
Sorry, so the Consumer Trustee and Energy Co meet regularly and are working through these issues. I also meet with them separately where they provide me with information.
Good. Okay, thank you. So what conversations did you have with the CEO of the Consumer Trustee or the Chair about the delays to the CWO access rights? CWO access rights.
Look, I've been updated in relation to these matters, and I'm assured that we're working through them. It's taking longer than I would like. There's no doubt about that. But that's the nature of the conversations. I'm not going to go into the details of all of that. But the point that I would make is that I every day get up and ask the question about how can we make this go faster? How do we remove the barriers to delivery? What are the changes we need to make across government to make that happen? And I keep myself pretty closely abreast of what is going on and any delays, but more importantly, focusing on what do we need to do to actually land these issues.
Yep, thank you. And so have they raised any issues with you about what's causing the delays?
There's obviously discussions about, look, access rights are not included in the tender in the timeframe that they should be, but there is a process being undertaken to resolve those, and I hope that they'll be done sooner rather than later.
Okay, so have they raised that as an issue?
Well, of course, given that they actually
Among other
have
things?
not, I mean, look, there's a range of different
It's
issues that we're
delayed.
talking about, and that it is delayed. So yes, of course, they've raised that as an issue. Yes.
Among other things, or is that the main one?
Well, as I've said, I'm not going to go into chapter and verse in relation to the discussions that I have with these key agencies, but suffice to say that myself and my office keep a very close eye on how these things are travelling. We're concerned by any delays, and we continue to talk to all of the relevant agencies about how they're going to be resolved.
Okay, so what steps did you take between Q2 and the Q4 auctions to ensure that the CWO access rights could be put out to tender as quickly as possible?
Well, ongoing updates in relation to how it's travelling, asking the questions, as you would imagine, as a minister that you do, about how that is being resolved, understanding the issues around data requirements and the modelling that needs to go in there. Those are conversations that we have. There are briefings that I receive, and we work through those.
Okay, so they're updates and conversations and getting the data. I guess that leads to the obvious question of what are you doing to resolve those issues that are causing the delays?
I'm working with the agencies that are responsible to work through those issues, to understand why they're not being sorted out, but also to have conversations around what other things do we need in relation to resourcing and staffing, which we have provided additional resources for Energy Co in the budget to help with all of those issues.
Okay, thank you. Do you or did you meet on a regular basis with the chairperson of ASL?
I have met with him on a couple of occasions, yes.
Okay, and do you ask for regular briefings on the progress?
My office
on him?
receives regular briefings. I have discussions with both the chair and the CEO on a regular basis, yes.
All right, so we've got ongoing updates, data, modelling, working with the agencies, but what concrete steps or concrete action have you taken to try and get around these delays?
They're exactly as I've just stated, understanding what they are, working out whether there's additional resourcing that's needed, bringing people to have together around conversations about that. That's what the role of the minister is to ensure that we're trying to keep it on track, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So there's a lot of conversations, and I'm not meaning this in a pejorative way, but there's
briefings, conversations,
and
yes.
Okay. Just in fairness, any other concrete steps that you've taken other than updates?
I believe these are
briefings?
concrete steps. The other point that I would make is the energy checkup that we had Cameron O'Reilly do was about kicking the tyres on all of our energy policy that we'd inherited. As I said before, I think that it's actually the architecture of that design is quite good. I would say that I think it is complicated, and I do think that the translation from 2020 when it went through to the Parliament to now 2023 as we're really getting into implementation, that's where the challenges are and where those issues need to be resolved. Some of those I think were never contemplated, and that's what we're dealing with as we work through these issues.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether you want me to be personally doing the modelling in relation to this, which I'm not. I rely on my agencies to provide that information, but I take very seriously asking the questions and getting the answers, and also what else we can do from government in supporting the rollout of this.
Okay. You mentioned Cameron O'Reilly. I will say a Labor-aligned person for the record.
Can I just be clear? Look, can we just address this issue?
I just don't have a lot of time.
Well, no, we need to address this. I really am very concerned about the way in which people have traduced his reputation. Cameron O'Reilly worked for Laurie Brereton almost 30 years ago. Since then, he has been a CEO of the Energy Users Association. He was also a lead advisor under Minister Matt Keane when we were designing, when the roadmap was being designed. I think it is incredibly unfair to just talk about something that happened 30 years ago as someone who is very professional, who does this work all of the time, and who has worked very assiduously to assist the government and the previous government in relation to energy policy.
I'm sure he has. I'm not being pejorative. I'm just saying there is a Labor alignment. But
sure,
I'll move
30
on.
years
I'll move
ago,
on.
sure.
He said that the CWO res needed to be the focus of your government and Energy Co. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you would accept, wouldn't you, that CWO access rights were due to be tendered as part of the Q4 auction?
Yes.
So you'd accept that the deadline's been missed and the commitment deed for CWO has not been signed.
My understanding is that the commitment deed is close to signing, and I'm sure you can ask more questions about that, but the point around the access rights is yes, it has been delayed.
So it hasn't been signed. So you would accept that these delays had happened because essentially it could be taken to be seen that you're more focused on extending coal, on the coal issue, and extending the need for coal and delaying this transition.
I think that's a pretty cheap shot, actually. I inherited a roadmap that was 2 years late and billions of dollars over budget. That's what we've been focused on doing. We're also now dealing with the challenges of previous delays in relation to reliability risks that have been identified both by AEMO and by Cameron O'Reilly. No one thinks that this is a good thing, but we have to deal with the reality. I've got one job in New South Wales that's one of the most important things I'll do, which is to make sure that households and businesses and industry have the energy that they need as we accelerate a transition that we must make as a result of the need to reduce greenhouse gases. It's a very serious task. It's a very complicated task. But to suggest that there's sort of some split in relation to focus would be utterly wrong. The singular focus that I have is delivering the roadmap that the previous government put in place as quickly as possible, getting renewables into the ground as quickly as possible, while we manage the risks that are emerging as a result of a whole range of things, whether it be supply chain, workforce, challenges in the planning system, which myself and Minister Scully are working very closely on as well.
Thank you. If it is billions over budget then, and it's a fair question to ask given they are issues at the moment, I'm not trying to take a cheap shot, but I'm trying to get to the crux of this dilemma that we're facing as a state and you are dealing with, understandably, and we're on the same page about the need for it. But if it is billions over budget, why is so much money being put into these coal stations and not into the roadmap?
Well, there's not money going into coal stations. There's obviously a discussion in relation to Eraring and its future, and as has been canvassed, I think, with both the Treasurer and perhaps the Premier, there's not money going into these coal stations to extend their life at the moment at all.
Not at all.
No, there is money that's been provided to stations in relation to the coal cap arrangements, which was something that was done as the emergency in December last year under the previous government that we have been dealing with. But I'm not quite sure of the question. If the question is how much money we're providing to Eraring to extend its life at the moment, zero.
And that's not going to change?
Well, you'd be well aware that we're having a conversation in relation to Eraring. I'm not going to be canvassing it here in relation to how much or how long, but the point that I have continually made is not a day longer and not a cent more than is required. We're having preliminary discussions with Eraring in terms of what their intentions are. They have, as you would be aware, foreshadowed that they may close in 2025.
Okay, so, but the question is, there's obviously funding available, limited funding available, and the question is about how much is going to renewables, how much is going into coal
Well, going into renewables, can I tell you in the last budget, an extra $1.8 million going into renewables to actually accelerate the delivery. Through the Energy Security Corporation, there's $1 billion. There's $800 million extra dollars going into the Transmission Acceleration Fund.
And I can see that
We've
from the
also
budget.
got
But
a
my
lot of,
question
but
is-
also there's a lot of money on things like EVs as well. We're expending a lot
I'll get
of
to
money.
those. Okay, thank you. But there is, it seems, the opportunity and the challenge to divert that money from potentially coal, given those pending discussions with Eraring.
No money is being diverted to coal at all. That's just a fault. That's a false, and I just completely reject that.
You're here to answer. Okay.
Sure.
So, is it correct that you don't really know at this stage how much money is going to go to Eraring?
Well, I'm hoping that it's zero. As we've said before, people would be aware that there's a complicated arrangements. The point that I'd make up front here is that all of this has been made harder because of the privatisation that the previous government undertook in relation to the energy sector. Queensland does not have to deal with this. They own their coal-fired power stations. They can actually manage their exit in a much more orderly way.
Sure.
What the choices that the
We
previous
don't want to
government
follow
made,
Queensland.
well, the choices that the previous government made in relation to privatisation have made all of this harder and have exposed the public and taxpayers to literally a lot more money that may have to go into them as we manage the exit.
So
the
can I
point
just
that
focus
the
on
point that I would say is, again, I don't want a cent to go to them to be extended. There's also obviously the transaction that's occurring in relation to Origin and potentially Brookfield. That is again something that this government has zero impact over, and that will play out over the next 6 months.
So
as
it's
well.
your expectation there'll be no funding for Oraring? There's no funding in the budget at the moment for
My
Oraring?
expectation is that we will have a conversation to ensure reliability and price spikes don't occur for consumers in New South Wales or for businesses, and that we will work through the challenge of the transition as quickly as possible. And then if we have to have an extension, then perhaps we will do that. But the cost of that to taxpayers, I would hope, would be zero. Made very much harder because we're working in a privatised situation that your government delivered.
So the roadmap is not there. There's no money put aside for Oraring. There's no...
Sorry, the roadmap for what?
Well, we'll get to how that's not been... Well, I'll get to that.
Okay.
You'd accept, it's correct, isn't it, that the reason you are walking away from the 70% emissions reduction target is because you've repealed financial incentives for EVs. You mentioned EVs, but there's actually been a repeal of incentives.
Can I just say I'm pretty disappointed about this question, because I've spoken to some of your members and former ministers in relation to our intentions on the interim target. This government is really taking the aspiration of the previous government, for which I congratulate Matt Keane and the rest of the team for actually stepping up and deciding that we need to take action on climate change.
But it's delayed,
that New
isn't
South
it?
Wales, just wait, that New South Wales needs to actually have those emissions targets. Those emissions targets are there. We're moving through our net zero bill and through the net zero commission to make those
But Minister,
real.
as it stands
Let me finish.
Well, I'm running
and
out of time.
tangible. No, well, the point that I'd say, if you want to get to the interim targets, we are not repealing the interim targets. We are not legislating them through this bill, but they stay in place as we seek the advice of the Net Zero Commission.
But there's
Any
no-
suggestion that we are winding back targets is just false.
Well, that's not the case. The funds aren't there. It's
Sorry,
been
the
driven
funds-
down. But let's
Sorry,
get
the
back to a
funds
list
for what?
Well,
You're talking about legislating targets isn't dependent on the amount of money that's going in. I would again point out 1.8 extra $1 million, $263 million for EVs, and a lot of work going in. There's not,
Well, why won't
you don't draw the amount of money that is being put in as an equivalent to somehow lack of action. That's just not actually factually right.
well, I'm not sure we will agree on that, but that's okay. We'll
We
just
can
have
agree to
leave
disagree,
that
that's
there.
okay.
Yeah, we're going to have to. Just back on Oraring, do you expect to have ongoing OPEX requirements for Oraring? Will the government need to spend... You'll need to spend money on the station, right?
Well, it's a private business. They'll
Yeah.
have to spend money on it.
Yeah.
And
But
as
that
I said
translates to
you-
the government to do so if you're to
Not
keep prices down.
necessarily. Not necessarily. As I said,
No
I'm not
OPEX.
going to be. I'm not. We are having a discussion that we are forced to have as a result of privatisation and the challenges that we have with the delayed rollout of the roadmap. We're working through those really carefully. My responsibility is very straightforward. We need to tackle climate change. We need to ensure that we decarbonise our energy system, which is what we're doing as quickly as possible. And we have to keep the lights on for businesses and,
Yep.
and households. And
We're
we're
agreed
doing
on that.
all of that at the same time.
Will you disclose any cost to the taxpayer for Oraring? Will you commit to doing that and being open and transparent about the cost?
I'll commit to being open and transparent and providing the information that we're able to provide. As no decisions have been made, we'll have to report back.
But isn't essentially keeping coal stations open in contrast to our net zero requirements? They're fundamentally...
It's totally undesirable. I would prefer that wasn't the case.
Okay.
But
When do
we
you
have
expect-
we have a range. We have a range. I mean, I'm a bit confused actually about what the coalition's position is on this.
No, that's
because,
not what we're here for,
well,
Minister,
I think
and
I'm a bit
respectfully, I'll
confused. If you could sort of
redirect.
tell
No,
me
no,
whether
I'll
you think we
redirect.
should be keeping it open.
Okay,
whether
well, when
you
do you
think we
expect to
shouldn't
make
be
an
doing anything. Matt
announcement?
Keane said one thing, the Nats say another.
Minister, I have
It's a bit
1
unclear.
minute. I'd just like to
Okay,
redirect you if I may.
sure.
When do you expect to make an announcement about Oraring?
As soon as we can.
Do you accept that it will likely require a capital expenditure and ongoing operating expenditure allocation? Do you accept
We'll
that?
report what we can when those discussions are finalised.
It's fundamentally obvious, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So we don't know if you'll disclose it. We don't know if you'll commit to one way or the
No,
other.
just to
You're
be
just having
clear,
a
I'll
conversation.
disclose the things that I can. I think that you would know that I have a
that's why you
preference for as much information in the public domain as we can. I would contrast that to the previous minister who hid a lot of negotiations that were previously undertaken and subsequently has gone out into the public and thrown around a whole lot of numbers that are unverified and unhelpful if you're actually talking about the public interest and protecting that.
Can you guarantee that any extension of Eraring won't create market uncertainty and serious impediments to private sector investment in renewable energy in New South Wales?
The key to ensuring that we don't have market impediments, we actually have a managed process, is that there is clarity around closure times and the way that that operates. I'd point to the exit of Liddell. There was a 7-year process in relation to that
There's
allowed the
going to be
market to
an
deal with
impediment.
that.
Okay.
So
can I
of
just
course,
ask-
yes, of course there's an impact, but the point here is certainty, and that's what we're going for, because there's a great deal of uncertainty
But there is
caused as a
uncertainty.
result of privatisation.
But you're cutting EV subsidies, you're extending coal, you're delaying the roadmap. You just can't meet the target, can you?
We'll be meeting the target, and we hope that the coalition helps us to do that.
But it's not feasible.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Just on Eraring, I've just got a couple of extra points there. In terms of the transparency, you're committing here and now that if you do negotiate an agreement with Origin, you will make as public as possible all parts of that agreement that you possibly can.
Yes, look, some of that is obviously subject to Cabinet, and I will take on notice exactly, the parameters of that. But from where I sit in relation to these issues is that I want as much transparency as we can provide. There are reasons why some material is not in the public domain, and I am subject to Cabinet conventions as well. So as far as I can, yes. But in terms of what that ends up being, depending on where we land, is not something that I can commit to today.
Can you commit to, before signing any agreement with Origin, that you will commit to testing the market for alternative proposals to supply the needed capacity?
Oh, look, we're already doing that. I mean, this is the whole point around the reliability challenge, is that we are looking at all of the other options. We're working really closely with the Commonwealth on the capacity investment scheme, which has meant that we've been able to almost double the last tender in relation to firming. We are working through the Waratah Super Battery. Again, congratulations to the previous government in relation to taking the action, which was off the back of the announcement of Eraring. I mean, that is 9 months through the planning stage. I've actually visited it. It's going into the ground up at Lake Munmora. It will be I think it will be the biggest battery in the world. So. And it's more than a battery. It's actually a whole stabilising system for the grid. It's going to be incredibly important.
We're super excited.
Yeah, we are. But to go to your point is that we are looking at all of that. We're working really hard on, again, the people power of renewable energy through the uptake of solar energy and the work that we're doing on community batteries, all of that.
Yes.
I mean, I suppose I say this all of the time. We're doing all of the things at the same time because we have not a moment to waste.
Absolutely. And so on the 2030 climate target, have you been briefed at this point of what keeping Eraring open, the possibility, because we're looking at that possibility, what that would mean to the 2030 target? Have you had that brief?
There will be an impact, of course, but the target itself is, there's many different moving parts, and part of the idea, and again, why I keep saying I don't want them open a minute longer. The original target that was put in place actually had Eraring out to 2032. So we need to understand where we've come from in terms of the modelling. That didn't at that time impact on Eraring being out in 2025. Yes, there will be an impact, but the whole point of the work that we're doing and in establishing the Net Zero Commission is to have an independent, oversight, transparent process that will be tracking how our emissions reductions are going over time. That, to me, is absolutely essential. We can say that we've got these targets and we're committed. That's great. Legislating them gives them certainty. But importantly, the Net Zero Commission is the fierce monitor and advocate for how we are going, and will put up advice to the Parliament and to government about what are the choices that we have to make. If we're extending Eraring, there's an impact. Where are we going to find the other emissions reductions that we have to do? It is not easy, but that's why it's so important.
Can I just pull you up on one point in relation to the 2035 target? And I accept that this is currently under discussion and the subject of advice, but can I just put, for the purpose of this hearing and this record, it is not clear, and it's not a certain position, that the 2035 target lives in the event the government's new bill comes into effect. That is currently subject to advice and question, and I just want to make that clear. If that's
Sure,
okay.
and look, I accept that. And I think it's a reasonable question. But I do think there's been, I'm not saying from you, but perhaps from others, some mischief making in relation to this. Let's just be clear: the 2035 target to reduce to at least 70% was put in place as a regulation through the Energy and Utilities Administration Regulation Act. That is not in the Climate Change Bill, but I want to make it very clear that we are not repealing that regulation, it stays in place.
But Minister, the point that is at large at this moment is that the moment the board is decommissioned, there is no work for that interim target.
Information. I'm really happy to provide more information to the committee
Well,
on that.
we're getting advice on that.
But it's also, I'm really pleased that we're having the inquiry. This is the way that this is the point of the inquiry. It's actually parliamentary upper house committees as at their best, which is we get all of those issues on the table. So the point that I would make is that through regulation in relation to the board, we can keep them in place. I just want to put on record too, that board, again, really top outstanding people who have been great sources of advice to me and will continue to do so as we roll out the changes in relation to the Net Zero
So
Commission.
on that board, have you received an update from the Net Zero Emissions Board about how we're tracking with the emissions reduction pathway?
Yes, but not so the way that, to be very upfront, I mean, I have gone to a couple of their meetings. They provide a summary of their meetings to my office that we work through, but also I have longer discussions with them and they're extremely valuable.
And are we on track for 2030?
Well, I think we are, but again, I think we need more work. At the moment, if you look at it, I think we've only reduced by about 18% from 2005 as we sit here today in relation to the modelling that we have. This is a big task and we need to make sure that we keep on with it. But the board's provided really good information. And look, the other thing that they've really given me advice about, and I think this is important, is that we can't deal with climate change just through me as the minister. This is a whole of government requirement, and that's one of the focuses that I've got about how we drive across government all of the emissions reductions, both that we're responsible for, but also through the various sectors that we all interact with.
And
that's the only way we're going to get there.
This was my absolute next question.
Right.
Did you, with the climate bill that you have, did you talk with Treasury, Primary Industries Planning, the Premier? And are all of those other ministers and the Premier, are they open to further amendments that may be required for that bill in the coming weeks?
Yeah, well, I think 2 points. Obviously, there's been a cabinet process in relation to the development of the bill. So all of the agencies have input in relation to that. I obviously can't go into the detail of all of those things, but it's very clear that this is a clear priority. The Premier made it a priority from opposition into government as well. So the short answer is yes, they have all had input and they have ongoing input. I obviously speak to my colleagues a lot about these issues. But the second point is that there's a parliamentary inquiry we'll be working through. We are in a minority status. We will work through amendments in the usual way. What I'm really hoping, though, is that we have as much support that we had for the roadmap and the infrastructure plan for renewables as we do for actually really setting up this architecture for not just me as the minister or the current government, but the governments heading into 2050 who will be held to account for their emissions reductions.
Thank you. Just still back on Eraring, are you considering, and is the government considering the carbon and health costs of keeping Eraring open as part of the assessment?
Those are taken into account through the normal course of events, through the way the regulations that the EPA undertakes, and through the planning and development consents in relation to operations and licences. So that would be the same. So the short answer is yes, in the way that we ordinarily do. I wouldn't say that there's a special focus on it. Again, I would revert back to the point, not a day longer than need to be there.
Can I just, in the last 2 minutes I have with you on this session, can I just quickly flip to the biodiversity offset scheme?
Yes.
So the New South Wales government, you've committed to contributing to the federal government's plan of being nature positive by 2030. What are you doing to achieve this?
Well, we're really working through the excellent work that was done by Ken Henry in relation to the statutory review of the Biodiversity Conservation Act. I was also with you in the previous Parliament in relation on biodiversity offsets, and we had a very good inquiry, which I think was essential to be feeding into how we need to fix this very complicated scheme. To go to the issue in terms of the federal government, obviously they haven't finalised all of their arrangements, and all of my agencies work with them in relation to that. I have conversations with Minister Plibersek in relation to those things. I would hope that we have alignment, but we've got a big piece of work that's currently being undertaken off the back of the BCA review, and that's the way that we're pursuing that.
So how do we, and what's your plan in terms of that fundamental recommendation of the Henry Review that biodiversity conservation actually needs to have paramount importance if we are to do something about the failing regulatory system? The fact that the LLS Land Management Act, none of that comes into the proper scope of protecting biodiversity. Are you going to take that head on as the champion for what Ken Henry is saying we need to do?
Well, look, I think we are, but I think you need to understand the way in which the government is responding to both those two reviews. So there's the LLS review and there's the Ken Henry review. I would make the point that there was a commitment that we should have had a review into the BCA laws 3 years in that never eventuated, so we were a long way in. But we're doing a whole of government response. The departments are working together. We will respond to those jointly because we see the need for these things to be seen across government. So that is the approach that we're going to do. I don't want to preempt what's in or out, but suffice to say, Ken Henry and the team who did that review have really rung the bell and the alarm bell on the current laws not working, and we can't stand here and just pretend that they are. The point that I would make though too is that I've already started to meet with a range of stakeholders on this, including farmers, including developers, including environmentalists and scientists. We need to get this right. We can't unscramble the egg that we've been left, but we need to then work on how that's going to be landed to really address biodiversity conservation, because there is no doubt that the current system is not working.
Thank you. I'll come back to biodiversity. Mr Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for joining us, Minister.
Thank
Now,
you.
there's a media report this morning which I'd just like to quote from briefly. It says, Jim Chalmers, the Federal Treasurer, has warned Australia cannot meet its net zero emissions target without a more robust interventions from government, paving the way for a new hands-on industry policy with bigger subsidies for companies helping fuel the green energy revolution, end quote. So for 15 years we've been told that the renewable energy industry is going to be able to self-fund itself, it's going to deliver us cheaper energy. All we've got is more expensive energy. There's no end in sight for that, going up exponentially. And now we've got the federal government saying that they've got a whole new round of spending on the renewable energy industry. Can you give us does New South Wales have any plans to do something similar, a whole new round of giving more money to private businesses from the taxpayers to fund this so-called revolution?
Thanks, Mr Ruddock. Thank you for the question. I am not surprised by these questions, and I congratulate you on standing up for the reasons that you came into Parliament, which is the use of taxpayers' dollars and whether they're being spent adequately. The point that I would make is, look, the New South Wales Government's already putting in additional funding in relation to the transition, because this is what we need to do. I've already outlined that we've got the $1 billion for the Energy Security Corporation and the $800 million that was in the budget to bring forward undertakings in relation to Central West Arana, the Central West Arana and the rest of the reses. I have seen the report this morning, only in what I read in the paper. I think you'd be unsurprised to hear from me that state governments are always very happy if the federal government is going to provide more assistance for us to tackle this challenge. I'd look forward to what the federal government is doing. I know that's something that you wouldn't support, but I've got to say, from where I sit, additional assistance is going to be required when I look at the challenges that we're facing. Some of the things that we're doing in this space is we're getting significant private investment in relation to the renewable energy zones, but there's a timing issues in terms of when companies are making decisions, when they're able to, the risk profile in relation to these projects and being able to balance that so that we can do this quickly. That's entirely the process that we're working through in New South Wales, which requires money to be upfronted. There is money into the future that will actually be repaid through those processes, through the Transmission Acceleration Fund, and I think that's actually quite a good vehicle for managing that and ensuring that taxpayers aren't putting more money in. But it's a complex environment, and yes, there needs to be more investment. If Jim Chalmers is going to provide some more, I'm not going to be saying no to that.
Okay. Now, if you mentioned about the timing, and it sounds like you expect that this will go on for some time, that the taxpayer is going to have to keep funding private businesses, the private businesses, of course, that comply with all the regulations. But do you think, at what point do you think we will get at what time frame do you think we'll get to the point where the government will not need to put any more money into the net zero carbon industrial complex?
Look, I think it's a really good question. I just have no way of being able to answer that. Obviously, Treasury are looking some of these issues in the sort of long way out, but I wouldn't even pretend to be able to answer that question. The point that I would make again is that energy is an essential service that our entire prosperity and actual well-being will be required to deal with over the next decades as we tackle climate change. If we don't decarbonise our energy sector, we're not going to be able to meet our greenhouse gas targets. All of the advice, and I know you've got a slightly different view in relation to climate change and what's going on here, but the point that I would make is that if we are serious about a planet that we can hand in better shape than it's currently in to future generations, failure to take action on climate change will end up with an unhealthy and way more public money going into mitigation and rebuilding in relation to the impacts of whether it's higher sea level, whether it's the wilder weather that we're already experiencing. You'd be surprised to know that my media, every day I get the media summaries of the issues in my portfolio. I don't think anyone could look at the various reports that I get given every single day on the impact that climate change is already having on the planet and pretend that we can go on as it is.
Okay, well, we do disagree on that point, but moving right along. So I think the Parliament will soon be debating a bill to have a 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, not that far away,
No.
and then 100% by 2050. So has the government sort of factored in what the overall cost of the budget will be about attempting to at least achieve these, what I consider incredible forecasts?
Yeah, look, the point that I'd make is we're obviously talking about net zero reduction, and while I would make the point that net zero, we need to be looking beyond that in terms of actual reduction in emissions over time. And obviously the cost out to 2050, again, I'd probably say to you, I can't give you all of that. I'm not pretending that it's not going to be substantial. It will be, but that is part of the responsibility of the existential threat that globally governments and industry and communities are trying to tackle.
Okay, my final question is, if let's just imagine, hypothetically, that the scientific consensus evolved to the point where we no longer believe that man-made carbon dioxide was the Earth's temperature control switch. So then that would be good news, obviously. We'd all agree that would be good news that we're not facing an apocalypse.
I don't think it's happening anytime soon, but yeah, that would be terrific if that consensus emerges, sure.
Terrific. I'm pleased to hear that you consider it terrific, because a lot of people who are in this industry, they don't really care about the real world. They love the gravy train. But look, if we got to that point where the scientific consensus does move around from time to time, and I think it's quite possible that we could get to that point where we realise that this has actually been a folly. And we agree that would be good news. So if we could then shut down all these efforts, all this taxpayer money spent on trying to have the Parliament reduce the temperature outside, what do you think the annual savings would be to the taxpayers of New South Wales if we got to that point?
I like the ambition of the question. It's a massive hypothetical that I can't answer.
Okay.
The point that I would make, though, is that climate change is real. The consensus tells us that. The evidence shows that we're already living with the impact of that. No government can stand by and not take action. We're part of a global race to deal with this. The window for action gets smaller and smaller as we progress. In terms of this government and my priorities as the Minister for Climate Change, we are going to tackle this head on. We are going to make sure that we take our responsibility for whatever I'm in this chair or this government's in the chair, that we will be able to say to our kids and to our grandkids that we took action and we took it seriously. If you speak to any young person, at the moment, I do a lot, including my own children, they are terrified of what's coming down. They are asking us, in fact, demanding us to take action and to not turn away. They see what they're going to inherit, and it's none of their fault, and they believe that we should take action. If you talk to young people, if you meet with Pacific Islander communities, that I do, and I did recently with Minister Bowen, this is real for them. They are losing their land. There are actually plans being made for them to have to move from their homelands because they are no longer livable. The idea that taking action is something that we can continue to delay, or is that a waste of money, fundamentally misunderstands the challenge that we face and the need for everybody to step up and do what they can do as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to take the last opportunity with Mr Ruddock's time. I'd also remind Mr Ruddock of the cost of inaction, where that has actually been
I didn't get to that. I'm happy to talk about that too.
It has been costed.
Can I have the time?
Minister, are you aware of a proposal, a fantastic proposal, a very recent proposal dated October 2023 from the North East Forest Alliance about protecting the southern Richmond and the forests of the southern Richmond area? It's very recent.
Yes, so the short answer is no. It's possible that my office is, and I could try to get you some extra information, but off the top of my head, no.
All right, I'm going to table that report here.
Sure. And
can I just draw to your attention, Minister, that it is a very, very sound proposal. It's a proposal that I am aware personally of the area, because it is in the area that I've spent most of my life.
So what does it seek to do? What is
It seeks to expand the protected area network,
Right.
and it does so in a very sound way based on some excellent conservation
Great.
status, some data, and particularly unreserved forest types of New South Wales. So based on going back to the 1992 forest reserve criteria, and this proposal actually would assist the government in complying with those obligations if it were to look at this proposal with open eyes, open mind, and a conservation imperative to actually adhere to our international obligations of protecting 15% of forest types in New South Wales.
Where's the question?
I'm asking the Minister to consider it.
Of course I'll consider it. I mean, I have actually been in the forests with some of the members of the North East Forest Alliance in the past. I've been to Cherry Tree, I've been to Royal Camp. Some of the others I have been to, but I can't recall exactly. But the point is, of course, we'll look at all of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Minister. And just while I'm providing these papers for tabling, I've got 7 copies. I'll ask the Secretariat to provide a copy to you, and there's some copies for the members and the Secretariat themselves.
Oh,
Minister,
you've learnt from Daniel Mookie. Excellent.
Doesn't have a folder.
I think Daniel learned from me, Minister.
I hope these are well tabbed.
they're numbered anyway. Look,
Very
I'm scant resources in opposition. Minister, on the 6th of June 2018, in relation to the iconic Brumbies, you were recorded on Hansard as saying, we ruled out aerial culling.
What day?
Sorry, on the 6th of June in 2018, you're on Hansard saying we ruled out aerial culling. When prior to the election, did you indicate to the electorate you would change that position when you got to government?
Well, I didn't indicate that because our preference at the time would be that the horse management plan that was put in place as a result of your former colleague, Mr. Barilaro's wild horse bill, required that one, there was an acceptance that there needs to be a reduction of the number of horses in the park, and 2, that would be done through the horse management plan. That horse management plan is a legislative requirement to get to 3,000 by 2027. So I had always hoped that we would be able to do that. I know that I raised questions previously about whether we were meeting that, and I know that some of my agency officials had me on the other side of the desk asking questions about this. But the point is that I did not go to the election saying that we were going to introduce aerial shooting, because that had not been my intention at that time.
Now, Minister, I've only got 10 minutes before I have to hand back to my colleague, so I just want to cover off things quite quickly. So,
Sure.
I'm just confirming you did not make any commitment to aerial culling or considering even aerial culling prior to the election. There was no mention of it.
I don't believe so, no.
No. Minister, when did you make the decision that to consider and recommence aerial culling?
Well, you'd be aware, you've been watching this pretty closely. When I came into this role, I received a number of briefings from my agency around, on a range of different issues. How horse management was being undertaken in Kosciuszko was one of those. I visited the park and was very fortunate to be taken over the park. I was genuinely shocked at the impact that I saw in relation to the horse. Well,
Can I just ask what that date was that you visited the park?
I'd have to check. We can come back to you. It was early on.
Okay.
I'm sure that someone could probably provide that to me, but it was quite early on because I wanted to see for myself what the impact of the horses were. I was aware that the numbers had included.
Yep.
I obviously then asked the department about what we needed to do in terms of how we were travelling to meet the 3,000 requirement by 2027. I was provided with information around all of that. And it was at that point that my office started to contemplate whether we would, what we needed to do. The decision that was made was that we would need to go onto public exhibition, a change to the draft management plan. I directed the department to undertake that. That occurred during August and September. You'd be aware that there's been over 11,000 submissions to that.
Yep.
Those that talked about aerial shooting, 82%
Yep.
of them in favour of this change of method.
Yep.
So we've had just.
I need to do
you're
redirect
asking me
because
about the
I'm running
process.
short of time, Minister, and I'm sure you appreciate what it's like to be on this side. So I just want to confirm that you're indicating to the committee that the work only started around the consideration of aerial culling around August, September. Is that what you're...
No, what I'm saying is that the consideration of how we deliver the reduction of horse numbers happened from almost after I was elected and the early visits. I've been to the
Okay.
park twice.
Minister, so you're indicating that you instigated the consideration of aerial culling?
I gave a direction to the department, yes.
Okay, so it's your direction to the department to investigate and consider aerial culling.
Well, to start the process of how we would amend the plan.
Yes.
Look, I can tell you, my date to my first visit to Kosciuszko was the 14th of April.
14th of April. Thank you, Minister. Minister, so who brought up the issue of aerial culling first? Because obviously you've had a conversation with the department around the management of wild horse numbers. There's obviously a commitment that you made in 2018 that aerial culling was off the table from the Labor Party.
Yes.
From the Labor Party.
Yes.
Was it that you asked the department how are we going to manage the horses, and they came back to you and suggested aerial culling, or did you proactively ask the department to investigate aerial culling?
No. I have said to the department how we were tracking in relation to the numbers of horses that were in that park. As I said, I went on the 14th of April, which was very early on.
Yes.
Don't forget the election was at the end of March.
Yep.
It was the first national park that I visited.
Yes.
I was shocked by what I saw.
Yes.
I obviously spent time talking
Minister,
to staff on the ground who are
we're now
deeply
covering ground that
concerned.
you've already given evidence
Okay,
on.
so what are you actually asking? I don't understand what you're asking me.
The question that I'm asking is that who raised aerial culling? Now, given that you've asked...
Many people have
Minister,
raised aerial...
Minister, I haven't finished the question.
Do you want me to answer the question?
No,
or
I haven't
not?
finished the question yet, Minister.
Okay. All right.
Now, Minister, in relation to this issue, did you ask the department for advice on how to manage the horse numbers first? Or did you say, I want evidence and support for aerial culling? Because I imagine that you've asked for how do I manage the horse numbers, and then the department must have come back to you with options, of which you've then selected aerial culling, or did you go to the department and say, I want to instigate aerial culling because that's the most efficient way of reducing horse numbers?
I think that it is a broad discussion. If we go back to my visit on the 14th of April, there was, obviously spending a day in the park with staff, speaking to them about how it was going, seeing the impact of the horses in the park, led me to ask a lot of questions, which is, do you have the tools that you need to reduce the horse numbers as you're required to do? That's the start of a conversation.
It is.
Just let me finish.
No, I understand that, but I've only got limited time left.
Sure, but I understand. Have you got a document that you want to take me to?
Well, yes, I'm about to get to that.
Why don't we get there? You're going to run out of time.
Well, I mean, look, I've only got 3 minutes left, and I want to cover off some issues before I get to the documents.
Sure.
Minister, did you investigate any other solutions prior to asking for the information that I've provided in relation to the aerial culling?
All of the solutions have been undertaken under the current horse plan. So that is the rehoming options. That is obviously the trial of a range of different tools that were allowed under the horse plan,
Minister,
developed by your government.
Did you look at increasing the intensity of those other solutions prior to calling for the aerial culling?
We examined the current proposal.
Because I'm now not clear as to the timeline here, because I don't think you've actually provided me.
Well, why don't you take me to the
responses on.
documents?
Okay, I'm going to take you to the documents.
Right.
Obviously, I've got documents 1 and 2, which is the ministerial overview for you, number 1. Number 2,
which is dated when?
Is dated the 3rd of August.
Yep.
On the 7th of August. This is.
So are we looking at document 1?
Well, I'm just going to take you through the documents because I only have 2 minutes left, Minister.
You're the one who's been talking a lot. Off you go. Yep.
Well, Minister, I don't think that's very helpful given the long answers and the repeating that you've obviously been using to waste my time. But anyway, number 2 is the briefing of the the media release drafts to you.
So what page?
And number 3, I'm getting to those. Number 3 has the issues around the media release. Now, I want to take you to document number 5, given that I've now got
document
time.
5. Is this the ones that are mentioned here? Is this what we're looking at?
Sorry, it's got MO comment at the top, number 5 in the top right-hand corner.
MO comments, yep, gotcha.
Now, there's no date on this document. This was part of the SO52 return. All these documents were part of the SO52 returns, right?
Yep.
Document 5, difficult questions, Nat and Greg to do, mid-July on the last page.
Yep.
So this process has been well in train, well before.
Yes.
Well before.
I would say from the 14th of April, I would say.
Your first visit was the 14th of April.
Yes.
I don't know what the date of this document is, but the last point on this document from the MO comments.
The page numbers aren't on there.
No, I know, Minister, and unfortunately I only have limited resources, so I've only been able to photocopy
Couldn't you have marked
these.
them up? But anyway, that's fine. Which page are we talking about?
We're talking about the last page of document 5.
Of document 5, right. Okay. Yep.
The last point that needs to be covered off is mid-July. So between the mid-April and mid-July, you've investigated all the other options, you've spoken with your department, you've sought advice as to all the other options that you've got on the table, and you've still come to the conclusion that you're going to create a whole plan around aerial culling sometime before mid-July. I'm guessing at least early July. That's 6 weeks that you've determined that aerial culling needs to be instigated by your department.
I think that's 3 months. I think it's probably 12 weeks, but sure, yes.
So, Minister...
Where's the gotcha here?
Well, unfortunately, my time's up.
I'm sure you'll be given more time, so we can come back to this later.
We will come back to this later, Minister.
What the question was.
Sorry. Well,
what he's talking.
Are you happy if I continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Minister, I'm seeking to understand who made the decision that aerial culling was to be implemented. Who was it? Was it the department that was the instigator that made a recommendation to you that aerial culling was the best way to manage this, or was it a decision from your office to the department that aerial culling should be investigated? Because it appears from these documents that the decision came from your office.
The decision rests with me, as I've said. I've been concerned about the health of Kosciuszko National Park for a very long time.
Yes.
One of the first visits, the first national park that I visited
Yes.
upon becoming Environment Minister was to Kosciuszko National Park.
Yes.
I was shocked by
Yes.
the impact that I saw in
I
relation to
appreciate
houses.
it, Minister.
And
You're
as a
covering
result
off the
of that-
same.
that
You're
the-
covering off the same
No,
answers
but I'm
you've
taking
given
you
to me
through the
earlier.
timeline. You seem
I
to
know,
think
and
there's
you're
some
trying to
tricky
burn up the
timeline here.
time.
No,
and
really not.
So
Yes, I'm responsible. Yes, it was my decision based on the advice that I received
Who
from my
provided you that
department
advice?
and my department.
And what alternate advice did they provide you?
They've provided me with all of the advice around how we were going to meet the legislative target of reducing the number of horses in the park to 3,000 by 2027.
Did they provide you any alternate
They talked about
solutions?
all of the other options, which is rehoming, which is trapping, which is ground shooting,
And did they
all
say
of
that
which are
these would
being
not reach?
undertaken.
These would not allow us to reach the targets.
Correct.
And
By
the aerial
2020
shooting. And the
by
aerial shooting was the
2027.
only option.
No, the options, there's those ones, and in terms of the other options, there's really two other options. One is reproductive control, and the advice around that is that with the numbers that are currently there, that's not possible. I'm really
Minister-
hoping, and I really hope, I'm sure that Ms Hurst will ask me about this a bit later. I really want us to get into this, but the issue around reproductive control is that the number of horses is too large. So the point is, in terms of reducing the number of horses in the park, is that the current methods that we had weren't there. Reproductive control not possible at this point in time with that population. Aerial shooting, which is a very common practice in relation to animal control
Minister,
across the
why
state.
does
I
the
would
shooting
note that
have to
around
start next week?
22,000.
Why does the shooting have to start next week?
I don't believe that that's the case. I'll seek advice on that, but I'm not aware of that.
Well,
there are
that's my
signs up in the park.
understanding.
Well, I'm not sure how you know that because that's not my understanding, but
Well,
I'm happy to check and
We
provide
will,
more
and
information
I will
for
check
you in
with
the
the
future.
bureaucrats later. I'll come back to this. I'll pass now
They're
to my
public
colleague.
servants.
Thank you. Have limited time. Thank you, Minister.
Sure.
I just want to return to emissions. Minister,
Yep.
you're committed to transparency in government, aren't you?
Yes.
You're also committed to ensuring that the public has accurate information available to it on
Yes.
important matters of policy or portfolio. That's correct, isn't it?
As much as we can within the limitations around cabinet and the operations with which government undertakes, which you as a
Sure.
former minister totally understand as well.
Sure, thank you. You accept that your department's scientifically qualified to provide advice on the state's emissions?
Yes, I think that there's a bit of a changing nature in relation to that. But yes,
You publish
we've
it.
got very good scientists doing very good work.
Yep.
I've got no reason to doubt them. Sure.
Yep. And you'd accept that your department publishes emissions data online. That's correct, isn't it?
They do. I would say that I am pretty concerned having someone who's tackled it from opposition around understanding that and
Yep.
I suppose the
Okay.
way in which it's well understood probably
Thank you.
needs improvement.
Thank you. And I appreciate the brevity of your answers, given what I've got to get through, so thank you. And you'd accept that the data published shows that New South Wales is on track on its current projections to reduce its emissions by 70% on 2005 levels by 2035. That's what the website says.
Yes.
Thank you. Then why is it that you're trying to repeal the state's legally enshrined 70% emissions reduction target by 2035?
I go back to my previous answer. No, I'm not repealing it. We're putting in place a new legislative regime that guarantees the legislature to the targets to net zero, which currently are not in legislation, that I would point out, and the 50% by 2030 are not in legislation, and we're establishing that. So I'm not going to go for a long time, but it is just incorrect to say that we're repealing that.
All right.
We're working through the process. They will remain in place
Can I step
until we get
through
further information.
that then,
Sure.
just to put these, it's only fair to put it to you if that's your evidence, because can you share, I'm sure you're familiar with it, but Schedule 2, Part 2 of the bill allows the net zero board to be abolished. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it does allow them to be abolished once the Commission is ready to commence its operations, but we'd be seeking to keep the targets listed and work through those issues in regulation. I think the argument here is whether in the bill that's coming before the Parliament we should be legislating 70% by 2035.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a transition
Will you?
arrangement. We were really clear in the election.
Will
We're
you?
fulfilling our election commitments, yes, around 50% by 2030 and net zero
Yep.
by 2050 into legislation. The
But-
point of the Commission is to provide advice on interim targets. I suspect we'll end up with a
Well-
range of interim targets, but in the meantime, there's no suggestion that what is currently there is going to be repealed, because it's not.
Can I go to the specifics though? And Schedule 2, Part 2 of that bill does allow the net zero board to be abolished. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, but it's a matter under regulation when we've done that. I've met with the board. They will stay in place until the Commission is established and ready to go. As I said, I greatly value their work. They have a role to play that is ongoing that I don't want to be disrupted as we set up the new system.
Is it correct that the 2035 target is in the regulation only as a function of that board?
I'd need to take the detail of that on notice, but the point that I would make is there's no attempt to repeal that, and that in relation to the board, we will manage that through the transition process.
All right,
so
well, but
I'm not quite sure what you're trying to.
I'll get to that. Doesn't abolishing the board mean that you abolish the target?
Not necessarily, because we can change the arrangements in relation to regulations, and we'll be looking at. I mean, I think that's the conversation that's coming out of the inquiry, and I welcome it.
Well, isn't it correct that the reason you're walking away from the state's 70% emissions target, reduction
Well, I just
target,
reject that. I would make the point. I would make the point that currently, on that basis, the 70% is there, but there's no net zero legislated target in New South Wales. So I think that we can play semantics around this issue, but the point that I would just make is that.
It's only fair that I put it to you, though.
No, but it's also one of the things that I'm so pleased about the New South Wales Liberals in terms of standing up on the need for action on climate change. At a time when coalition governments across Australia were failing to take it on, and even there was client denialism, Matt Keane and others stood up and said, we need to take action.
And Minister, we all
I'm really
in
pleased
here.
about that. So there's a great deal of bipartisanship in relation to this.
Sorry, I have 2 minutes.
I think,
thank you. Yep, thank you.
We'll
And I was
do
just
that,
going
but
to add
I just
to that.
reject this idea that somehow we're weakening it. We're seeking to strengthen it, and I really hope that the coalition will support us in
And I
doing
know we
that.
all stayed in here for 30 hours straight with hundreds of amendments to get that done, so we stand with you on that. But if you say the bill doesn't abandon the 2035 target, will you accept an amendment to insert that target explicitly in the bill?
Let's get to the end of the inquiry. Let's work through it. I'm open to conversations. Obviously, work really clearly with people. I would just.
Will you support an amendment to explicitly put that target in the bill?
Well, let's wait and see.
So I'll take that as a no.
There's a parliamentary inquiry which I initiated, which I welcome the input from, that we'll consider once it's finalised.
Are you aware? Sorry, and just to be clear, are those targets flexible or are they locked in?
Sorry, which targets?
Are the targets
net zero? But those two are, yes, because they're in the bill. They're also our election commitment.
Are you aware of the Premier's priorities?
Yes, depends which Premier's priorities you're talking about.
All right, your own energy checkup report, I'll get to the specifics.
Yes, whole of government priority,
Yeah, says that implementation of the former government energy roadmap will be added to the list of Premier's priorities for the state of New South Wales. You've accepted the recommendation, but there doesn't seem to be confirmation of whether there is a Premier's priorities.
So I think this is important because it's So when Cameron O'Reilly did that announcement, that was when there were Premier's priorities. That were the previous Premier's priorities, both Dom Perrottet's and Gladys Berejiklian's. The approach and the way that we've accepted that as the concept, but what we have said is this is a whole of government priority. We're working through both Cabinet and through the Secretary's Board and through Premier's Department around how we deliver the roadmap across government. That for me is one of the most important things that we'll do. Again, I would go, Energy Co have to deliver the infrastructure, but we have to. There's a whole lot that wraps around that to make that happen,
Minister,
and that's what the focus is.
Thank you. All right, in your own words, and I quote, the energy transition in New South Wales must occur faster than anywhere else in Australia. Quote, they're your words, you accepted recommendation 42. Quote, that the standard landholder agreement templates be available on the Department of Planning website. Quote, do you know if these have been uploaded to the website yet?
I'd need to check with the Minister for Planning, but I know that the Secretary is here. But the point is that I'd need to take that on notice. I don't know the answer to that.
All right, I'll come back to that, but it's reasonably simple to upload. Even I can do that, so it might be something you could check.
But the point that I would make is that we're also, through the planning system, myself and Minister Scully are working really hard on how we can improve it. So whether the standard templates are adequate and needed work is a slightly different matter, but you can take that up with Ms.
Maybe
Fishburn
someone
later
could let
this
us know
afternoon.
today.
She'll be able to tell you.
Thank you.
Ms Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair,
hello.
and good morning, Minister. I wanted to start by asking you a little bit about the transition. Do you accept that the privatisation of our energy assets was a mistake?
Yes.
Can you explain, I guess, your view of why it was a mistake? What are the sort of the main elements of the privatisation that's caused issues?
Those that have been following me for a long time would probably be aware that I've never been an advocate for privatisation. I came a cropper in our own previous Labor government in relation to my views on this. I disagreed with the previous Labor government when they went down the path of privatisation. My view is pretty straightforward, that a lot of money ends up going into private hands, and when you're dealing with particularly matters such as the electricity, I think it's been proven that it's more expensive, it's more difficult to manage, and there's a lot of liabilities that end up back with the public sector because private capital walks away. So probably no surprises in that answer, Miss Boyd.
Yep.
But the point would be, no, not a fan of privatisation, and I would just reiterate, the entire process that we've inherited and that we're trying to tackle is made harder as a result of privatisation.
So it ties our hands with managing energy transition.
It's more expensive.
And it's also increasing electricity prices.
Yes.
Why is there no money in this budget for publicly owned renewable energy?
Well, I think that's not quite correct. Obviously, there's the $1 billion for the Energy Security Corporation. Now, and I'm happy to unpack that because it's not, I agree with you, it's not that this is going to be publicly owned infrastructure. We're actually looking at how we can partner with, the structure of that's coming together. For those that are interested in the timelines, it will be next year when we need to finalise that. My advice is we probably have to legislate that, and I'm working closely with the Treasurer on all of that. But that's not the model that we've inherited. The roadmap, look, for better or for worse, again, I'd reiterate, was really important in terms of just accepting that we've got to get this done as quickly as possible and in a planned manner. It does rest on a lot of private investment and the way in which that operates. And then there's the sort of the role of government within that in terms of using the levers that we have to deliver that through Energy Co and across government. But it is the case that there's not... Some money will be used for public use. I'd probably point to EV charging, choices around taking subsidies from private individuals and putting that into public charging networks and making sure, the role of government is to ensure that no one's left behind and that we're able to manage that. I think that's where we're focusing it on. Just one more thing in terms of public money though, really pleased that the federal government's putting money into energy efficiency, particularly in social housing.
Yep.
I'm working with Minister Jackson on that. We will be supporting some of that work as well.
And appreciate all of that, but at the end of the day, and I also appreciate you've inherited what you've inherited, and we're now in a massive urgency. But at the end of the day, at the end of this transition, we will still be left with 100% privately owned energy generation, will we not?
I think the transition's got a fair way to go, but I think you're right, the majority of it will be
On the
privately
current
owned. Yes.
trajectory.
Yes.
Do you have any intention of following your Victorian colleagues' lead in terms of introducing a public, at least a publicly owned electricity retailer or some other sort of method to try and get the public back into energy in New South Wales?
That's not our current plans, but I'm not going to rule out in the future as we develop the kind of structure of our Energy Security Corporation. I don't want to rule anything out. My view about, we're doing this so quickly and we've never done it before, and our systems have never really contemplated the kind of complexity of what we're dealing with here. So I wouldn't rule it out, but I also don't want to lead you down the garden path. That's not what we're contemplating.
Another, I guess, massive headache you've been left with is in relation to the coal-fired power stations, and in particular, and you'll know my passion for this area, the coal ash dams. Labor was party to the inquiry that we ran in relation to the rehabilitation of those coal ash dams, and I think that we had cross-party support when it came to sort of everyone being pretty shocked at the state of those coal ash dams and the impact on health and environment that, and the risks that they pose. A number of recommendations were made in that report, which in my view didn't go far enough. But I guess my question is, given how shocking the findings from that inquiry were, what have you done since getting in to try and make sure that we have some plans in relation to those?
Look, I'm aware of the report, and we're following through on the recommendations of that report. I probably would defer, and you probably don't have time now, but I would encourage you to ask my agencies this afternoon in terms of the detail of how that is progressing. With my, energy, with my environment hat on, though, I would say that the other things that I'm very keen on is looking for alternative uses for coal ash in relation to recycled materials, and that's something that we are focusing on as part of the whole suite of how do we increase recycled content over time. I'm sure Mr. Chappell will be able to talk to you about that at length. I can put him to you now, but
I will come back to him in the
won't.
afternoon.
But the point is, look, I welcome your advocacy in this issue. It is not something that we can turn away from. It's a long problem that's taken a long time to develop, but is very critical in terms of how we fix it. I don't have any great answers for you about how we're going to solve it, but we are focused on it and we are aware of it, and my agencies are working through it.
One of the aspects that's been pushed by advocates in this area based on what we've seen overseas is for each power station to be required to have a rehabilitation closure and post-closure plan, which of course requires a lot of work to be done beforehand in terms of monitoring and working out what needs to be done. But also the levels of regulation in Australia are quite poor when it comes to ash dams. Would you be looking to, I guess, put out a new coal ash order that talks about the management of coal ash and increases the stringency of the rehabilitation requirements?
It's not something that I have actively contemplated. Mr. Chappell, I don't know where we've gotten to in relation to that specific requirement, but my view is always open to suggestions around that and having a look at it, but I don't know. So.
And again, I will come back and after. I don't have very much time.
You can come back to it, but look, I accept that there is a problem. I accept that we need to do more than that's been happening before. Happy to look at all the suggestions. I'm just not across the detail. The EPA has those discussions all the time.
One of the other sort of concerning aspects of this is, and again, this is a legacy issue, but because of the privatised transactions, we now have a situation where New South Wales is liable for some of the cleanup of that coal ash once these coal-fired power stations close. Would you accept that there is inherent conflict of interest when it comes to the liability of the New South Wales government being increased by stricter rehabilitation requirements, and also the need, I guess, to ensure that we are working as hard as we can to make that rehabilitation process safe for environment and people?
I don't think I've thought about it in that frame. It's an interesting proposition, but my view is that the government's responsibility and liability is to the health and well-being of the people of New South Wales and managing that. I would again express frustration, refer to your first question. Privatisation's made this more expensive. It actually makes a greater burden on taxpayers, which I am very unhappy about. But we have a range of responsibilities that we need to work through, and the complexity of where the risk lies and who pays is one that's sort of not resolved.
Given the complexities and what I at least see as potential for conflict of interest, would you be in favour of giving responsibility over that sort of coal ash regulation and clean-up process to an independent transitional authority when they are established?
I don't think that's really their role. The EPA is independent. I have full faith in their ability to manage that in terms of the independence and the requirement. I don't believe that they've got a very singular remit, which is about environmental protection and the health and well-being and the impacts on human health is part of their remit. I don't necessarily accept that they have a conflict of interest.
No.
I understand that the broader questions around decision making and investment are things that I suppose the best I can do for you at this point is go, I'll have a think about it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just a final question in my last 18 seconds. The state of Lake Macquarie, which again...
Which bit?
Well, all of it. So again, we have these two coal-fired power stations which have been polluting the lake for some time. We had some massive fish kills, which I was pleased to see the EPA finally take action on. Is Lake Macquarie going to be an area of focus for you in terms of cleaning it up in the context of that transition?
Look, clean-up and restoration of harmed ecosystems and environments is just core business in relation to what government should be doing. Whether it's Lake Macquarie, whether it's any of the other coastal lakes that we're dealing with, I think all of it is important. I do accept that there are particular impacts as a result of the coal-fired power stations being there for so long. So the short answer is that it's core business and yes.
Thank you.
Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Could we just confirm, do you have a date on when you're planning to commence the aerial shooting of horses at Kosciuszko National Park?
No, I don't have a date. You would be aware that with my agreement to change the plan of management, that there will be, I suppose, what you'd call a test or pilot programs to put in place the arrangements and ensure that they are operating properly and safely and humanely. There's input from vets and independent vets and the RSPCA in relation to that, but no, I don't have a date.
I noticed that on the NPWS website indicated that parts of Kosciuszko will be closed from the 6th of November. Is that for the pilot?
I'll confirm this. I don't believe so necessarily. The point is that there's all of the closures of the park in relation to operations are done well in advance. There are also operations for other animals that are undertaken.
Yes. Could I get you to take that on notice,
Yeah,
please, in
happy to take
regards
it.
to
Yeah,
whether the pilot will be part of that 6th
Yep,
of November
sure.
date?
Happy to do
Thank
that.
you. I note that the plan of management also had a proposal to remove the requirement that the park is closed during future shooting operations. Can I get you to confirm that the park will be closed to the public for all future shooting operations?
The park will be closed for all aerial shooting operations if and when they start to roll out. There is an issue around ground shooting, and the park is closed on a case-by-case basis in relation to those. There are some areas, and I'm sure that Mr Fleming will confirm this if I get this wrong, where it's potentially the case that the park wouldn't be closed, but can I say that my expectation is that it will be if there's operations occurring.
Thank you. On the 6th of August, an email, this is part of an SO52,
Yep.
An email from your Director of Communications wrote an email to the Chief of Staff in the Premier's team in regards to media around Brumbies.
Yes.
I'm keen to talk to you about a plan for Hadley.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what was meant by that?
Well, you'd be aware that Ray Hadley has a long and abiding interest in relation to this matter. He and I disagree about the way in which we go forward. I'm happy to share with you my Director of Communications actually used to work at 2GB, and she knows all of the presenters there. Her view and her advice to me is that we should keep Mr Hadley in the loop around what we're doing, even though we're not going to be agreeing. I believe that I can't speak for what was in her mind in relation to that, but to give you the context, I'm not surprised.
That's what you were briefed on, that the plan for Ray Hadley would be to keep him informed.
I wasn't briefed on that. I made a decision in discussion with my Director of Communications that we would provide him with information that we thought he should know. For example, I contacted Mr Hadley before I did the original press conference announcing the consultation period for the change to the draft management.
Thank you. I know your department met with Claire Galea, who is an expert statistician, and others, and I was also in that meeting.
Yes.
Ms Galea suggested a methodology for counting Brumbies using strategies used by the Parks Department in Victoria, but the department said that those strategies wouldn't be used because they believed that they were flawed. Do you support the claims that the Victorian counting methodology is flawed?
I believe that the counting methodology that New South Wales uses is the best that's available. I understand that there's contention in relation to that, and I was really pleased that yourself and Mr Roberts and Ms Galea sat down with my department and provided input into what is the very complicated nature and the statistics in relation to counting of animals. We, as a result of that, as you're aware, had 4 different people have a look at that and provide feedback.
I just want to go back to...
Sure.
Sorry, Minister.
Sure.
I just want to go back to the Victorian counting methodology and the concerns that you have specifically with the viability of the Victorian counting methodology and why
So
they would be
I'm not
rejected.
criticising. The Victorians can do the counts the way that they do. My understanding is that the Victorian methodology, and can I just be clear, this is not something that I know a lot about, but my understanding is that Victoria is a much smaller area compared to Kosciuszko, which of course is a very large park. But look, it's a matter for the Victorians in the way that they do their count. I am very confident and I support the methodology in relation to New South Wales. I want to have ongoing discussions about the improvement of that. Technology is changing over time, but the count that we have got is being replicated over a period of time. It's the standard and best available in relation to many of the counting of animals.
Minister, the other suggestion that was made by Ms. Galea was to ensure that the process was open and transparent. That suggestion was also rejected.
What do you mean by open and transparent?
So she was talking about having an independent person in the helicopter that was also involved in the count, so that there could be some sort of oversight by an external person outside of the department. My understanding that was also rejected.
Can I just give you an update on in relation to that? That is a safety. There are issues with that, which is that in an operating environment with the doors open on helicopters, that there need to be accredited people doing in relation to that. There are CASA requirements around that.
But couldn't somebody who is suitable but independent from the department be?
Well, my understanding, and we can get you more information on this, but my understanding is that the CASA regs wouldn't allow someone who's not trained to be in an operating environment where the doors of the helicopters are open.
But if someone
and are
was
being
trained,
counted.
that was independent,
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I guess my question is, I guess the other point of that was that the photos be taken and that an independent person could also look at photos. So it wouldn't necessarily require somebody in a helicopter. That was one aspect of openness and transparency that was rejected. And the other one was to have somebody else in the helicopter. But, I mean, I'm assuming if someone was trained to be able to be in an open helicopter...
I'll take that on notice. I'm not across the detail of the CASA regs, but sure, I'm happy to take that on notice.
And are those regulations, are they able to be amended by you at all, or not within
CASA
your remit?
regulations, no.
Minister, have you ever met with the Australian Consulate to New York or any other Australian consulate office regarding the New South Wales kangaroo industry?
No.
Do you have any plans to meet with them?
I don't. I would check with my office about whether we've had a request, but I'm not aware of a request, and without a request, I wouldn't necessarily be having done that. The one thing that I would just advise the committee is that since being elected, I've had over 1,500 requests for meetings. I don't believe that's one of them. But if they asked, I'm happy to talk to people. That's fine.
That's all right. Could I ask you to take on notice whether or not they've reached out to your office for a meeting?
Yes, we'll try and clarify that. I'm not aware of it, but as I said, there's been 1,500 requests, and sometimes they come in from different points. So I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not aware of it. And yes, I'll take on notice whether that's happened.
There's ongoing concerns around the killing of joeys in the commercial kangaroo industry, and the fact that the Commercial Code of Practice actually instructs shooters to kill in-pouch young by a concussive blow to the head. Have you been in any discussions for a national change to this code?
To date, no, but I am aware of the issue because I was on the kangaroo inquiry, and obviously we canvassed that a great deal.
Is that something that you are willing to look at in regards to a national change, or advocate in regards to New South Wales for a national change?
I'm always willing to look at improvements when it comes to animal welfare. And so the short answer is yes. The longer answer is about where I am able to do that, and I suppose where in the decision-making process I sit, I'd have to take on notice.
I understand from reviewing SO52 documents that MPWS has commenced consultation with the Wildlife Drone Hub into drone-based population survey trials and the use of AI data analysis, and was considering a drone trial of the kangaroo management plan. Where is this work up to?
I can hand over to my department about this, but can I just broadly say we are actually very excited with the opportunities that drones provide for us to improve the counts and identification of animals. Drones are currently being used in forests across New South Wales on a koala count and identifying greater gliders who are hard to find in tree hollows at night. There is a huge opportunity here for us to improve that. If you want to take it on this afternoon, I'll get them to do it, because it's exciting technology.
I'm just curious whether you're considering using that same technology for Brumby population counts as well.
Look, not at the moment, no. But my view would be because the technology is not right in terms of being able to be replicated over time. Part of the issue around data sets is that we can replicate the count in the same conditions over a period of time. My view around drones is that as they get better, and particularly if we can get AI to work properly with all of the protections that is required, that's a discussion for another day, that the opportunity to have improvements in count should be used wherever we can.
There's just 2 minutes before we go to the government. Minister, I just wanted to draw your attention to some evidence that was given by Mr Dunlop, who, as you would know, Ian Dunlop is a climate risk energy expert who is the former chair of the Coal Alliance. He said net zero by 2050 is essentially kicking the can down the road. We know that it was a political subterfuge to push off the challenge to the future and let future generations deal with it. We've done it time and time again over my experience over the last 50 years in trying to address climate change. The problem is, in relation to the 2050 target, that what it does is institutionalises failure. Is your government genuinely open to looking at net zero targets that are in line with the science, or are you genuinely committed only to the political commitment that you made before the election?
We are absolutely committed to getting to net zero by 2050. We're also committed to establishing the Net Zero Commission that will provide advice on targets into the future. Those two things can exist at the same time, and that's the way in which we're pursuing that.
All of the chief scientist, former chief scientist, gave evidence that 2050, we've probably blown our chances.
Sure, but let's understand that
the science is there.
Always very important and evolving. The point that I would make, though, is that net zero is the commitment, and it is actually the commitment internationally around a lot of these issues. There's a lot of push on, and as you know, the COPs are coming up in coming times, and there's an ongoing international conversation about this. I don't deny that we need to be urgently taking action, and if we can bring it forward, we should. But our commitment is what we took to the election. It's not out of step with where where the federal government it is and where others are. Part of the job of what I'm trying to do is align our work as much as possible so that we can be all moving together, because I believe that actually that will allow us to move faster. But the point is, these things can coexist at the same time, and I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can I ask you, I'm mindful of the debate on calculating numbers, but how many wild horses are currently in Kosciuszko National Park?
Well, my understanding is that there's between around 14,000 and 20,000 based on the methodology. Some people pick the number at the middle and 18,000 gets thrown around. I have deliberately not done that. I accept that the methodology is within a range. The point that I would make is that the 14,000 is too many and it's not helping us meet our legislative target, and the impact on the park is so significant. It's why I've actually had to take the difficult decision around opening up the opportunity and the need for aerial shooting. My understanding is that the count is currently being finalised, and the current numbers, so the numbers that I've quoted are from last year. The numbers that will be made available, I think, in coming weeks, as they were just going through the peer review process of the count, will be made available, and we'll go from there.
Can you tell us, if we don't take action on the wild horses, how many species are at risk?
Well, there's around 30 endangered species and ecological communities in the park. They obviously exist nowhere else on Earth. We have a great responsibility to look after them. National parks are the highest level of protection we provide for land so that the ecosystems can live and we can ensure their conservation into the future. There's around 12, I think, that the Threatened Species Committee and gave evidence to the Senate Committee in relation to that are directly impacted by horses. The point here is that there are no good options here. There's no simple options here. There's some pretty tough choices about what is important and the impact and how we manage that. And for me, as the Environment Minister, one of my primary responsibilities is to look after national parks because they are precious public assets that are intergenerational in their importance to the future of New South Wales. And the animals and plants that live within them are part of the remit of protection. The status quo at the moment will see a number of animals being forced into extinction as a result of the impact of the number of the horses. I want to be clear that the number of horses that we're talking, I'm not talking about eliminating all horses from the park. I think there's been an ongoing recognition that the importance of the horses to the community and to others is something that is actually recognised. You can't go through the Monero and not see the love for and the stories of Brumbies. But the point here is that there are too many of them in this environment, and the impact they're having not just on threatened species, but on soil and on water and on those very precious karst caves is something that no one can ignore. We've kicked this down the road for too long, and that's why the number of horses is too large, and it's something that we're going to very carefully manage in coming years.
You mentioned waterways. Can you elaborate on what the impact is on the waterways?
Well, hard-hooved animals. In Kosciuszko, the mountains and the streams there, and I really talked to some of the Aboriginal traditional owners about the stories. I've been very privileged for them to share some of this knowledge with me. The importance of the waterways relies on these mossy, sphagnum moss that exists around the edge of these waterways. It has a range of different purposes. Most importantly, in terms of water, is actually purifying the water that comes out of Kosciuszko and goes into the Murray. The headwaters of the Murray River exist within Kosciuszko National Park. We're actually dealing, if you just wanted to talk about water quality and how it ends up with farmers further down the Murray, what happens in Kosciuszko actually matters. The impact of that, the way in which that water travels, the way in which it's cleaned through the environment is extremely important. What horses do is they trample all over it, and if you go there, and I've seen the pictures, they trample all over that. They're destroying the riverbanks, they're destroying the way in which the water flows, they're impacting on threatened species like the Stochygalaxius, little fish. All of these things are having a huge impact. The other thing that the horses do around those areas is they trample over grasslands. I've been to areas where the grass should be about this high, but it's actually flat. So some people would have seen it's not a paddock. It looks like a paddock. It's really flattened. What that does is it destroys the habitat of things like some of the small marsupials, so like a broad-toothed rat and some of the other insects that actually, reptiles. When the snow. They basically protect these animals through the winter because the snow comes onto this grass, it lifts it up. They actually live underneath it. They stay warm during winter as a result of this habitat. The loss of this habitat as a result of the horses is the thing that's driving them to extinction.
Thank you.
Any more questions? All right. We will break a little bit early for morning tea. Thank you all.
More questions?
I do have a question about the Brumbies.
All right, you.
Yeah, just send me her.
Okay, welcome back all. Thank you. We will recommence and we will go straight to questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to return to where I was previously talking about the Brumbies. Minister, how are you planning on managing the carcass issue to ensure that you don't see an explosion of other species fuelled by the failure to remove a food source from the park?
Well, there's a lot of work going into this, as happens already. There is a carcass management plan, which I could take you through if you really want to, but I'm sure you can do with my officials later this afternoon. They can go into the detail of this. Of course, managing the carcasses is going to be very important. Horses are not small animals, and we'll have to work through that. But the point that there's, I suppose, a couple of things to be aware of. The general process as a result of culling of animals all across the park is to leave them in situ. The differences here will be whether that they're not left in waterways or in streams, and that will be removed from areas where there's sort of high people traffic in relation to that. That means that they'll be moved out of the way. The carcass management plan, in terms of any impacts on the environment, is being done in conjunction and with some advice from the EPA in relation to that. That's not required, but it's an important part of it.
Yep. So, Minister,
I didn't get to the other pests. Do you
no, it's all right. I'll come back to your request later. So, in relation to the numbers, let's say, I know you talked about 14 to 20,000. Let's take the midpoint, as you sort of said, 18,000. If we're going to go there.
That's not a number that I use.
No, I appreciate that. But I mean, I don't want to use the high side, I don't want to use the low side. So, there's an average number of about 18,000 according to your numbers, which I'm saying.
I'm not using that.
There's some dispute around the
14,000
methodology.
to 20,000, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go 14,000 then, just to save, to save any argument. Minister, how many are you planning to cull?
Well, we need to work at it over time. 3,000 is around the number that's within the horse plan that we believe can be sustainably managed in the park.
Yep.
So getting to that number is the way in which the operations will occur.
Yep. And obviously we're going to have some bursts, we're going to have some natural attrition, but let's just say, on average, that the numbers remain the same. Are you going to shoot 11,000 horses, at least?
Well,
11,000?
Well, it depends on how many there are, and the current count is being redone. I would indicate that there has been over...
That's the low side, Minister.
Yeah, I understand.
So you could be shooting upwards of about 20,000 horses.
Well, I don't know that because we haven't got the final numbers.
And that's the point that I think we were making, is that the numbers, the methodologies, there's some questions around that, which is why we had a parliamentary inquiry. Isn't that right?
Are you going to let me answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. A couple of things that I'd say about the numbers. Whether it's 14,000 or 20,000, 14,000 is too many, and it's not the legislative target that we need to get to sustainably manage horses in the park. The second point that I would make is that if over time, in relation to the breeding of the horses and the population that is there, the longer that we take to remove horses from the park, actually the more horses in the end will need to be culled. And I think that's something that's really important to understand.
But
So we are...
Sorry, we're assuming that these numbers are right, and there are between 14 and 20,000. So
Well, that's not usually the position you take, Mr. Fang.
Well, no, it's not. I think that the methodology is wrong, and I think that there's a reason why a number of members of the upper house were meeting with you to discuss the methodology, because there is questions around the methodology that's being employed. Minister, are you prepared to shoot upwards of 20,000 horses?
I'm prepared to work carefully with national parks for them to continue their programs, which includes rehoming, which includes ground shooting, which includes trapping, over time to reduce the number of horses. What we have done is we've allowed another method, another control method, which is aerial shooting, to be included as we reach the legislative targets of 3,000 by 2027.
So Minister, if we're to believe the numbers that you're presenting to us as the reason
you're presenting the numbers to me.
Minister, if we're believing the numbers that are presented as the reason why we have to employ aerial culling, you've indicated that the existing methods have already been in place, yet the numbers are increasing as per the published numbers from National Parks and Wildlife Service.
Yes, the animals are breeding.
Yes. So Minister, if your numbers are correct, you're going to have to shoot at least 20,000 horses, if not more, and yet the population is still going to see increases. Do you understand how many horses 20,000 horses would be if you were to pile them up?
These are your numbers. the point that I would make is I want to shoot. I want to reduce the number of the horses as quickly as possible so that actually we minimise the number of horses that need to be culled into the future. This is the point here. There's not, the longer we leave the population to continue to grow at the rate that it is, the more horses actually will need to be reduced over time. No one wants to be shooting horses, including myself. I don't want to be here and having to do this, but this is the difficult decision that we've had to make. This is the difficult conversation
Minister,
we've had with the community
I appreciate
in relation
those.
to
I'm
this.
going to have to redirect
the
you
numbers
because I've
that,
only got a short period of time.
The
and
point
I'm
that,
really
but to
sorry.
go to your issue around the numbers, they're your numbers, they're not
understand.
mine.
Well, they're the numbers that you've provided,
Well,
14
no,
to 20,000.
they're
14 to
not.
20,000. Well,
I've been very clear about the numbers.
You've indicated that we're between 14 and 20,000. Yes, there's a
and
count
no good
underway.
deed goes unpunished. If I was using the 18,000 number, you'd be saying that I'm lying about the numbers. I'm being very upfront
Well, Minister, I'm
about
using the numbers that you
counting
provided
and the
this
way
committee.
and the range
Minister,
that it
I'm
provides.
using the numbers you provided this committee. Minister, why have you authorised a aerial cull to start next week when there is a parliamentary inquiry underway to look at the questions around the methodology that you've employed for the numbers of the horses?
There's been a long discussion about the numbers of horses and the way in which they're controlled in Kosciuszko National Park. It started under Mr Barilaro and Mr Keane when we had the
I'm
wild
aware of the
horse
history,
plan.
Minister. We're
Yeah, very
both
good.
there in the Parliament. Why have you ignored the parliamentary process? Why have you ignored the fact that there is an inquiry underway? Why are you seeking to start the cull before the inquiry has even had its first hearing?
You can let me finish?
I'd like you to at least
Are you gonna
come
not
directly
interrupt
to
me?
the end. I don't need the history, I just need the answer.
Yeah. There's a parliamentary inquiry, and as a member of the upper house, you would know that I take all of those matters very seriously. The point that I would make in relation to this issue is that whether it was through the legislation, whether it was through the recent Senate inquiry that looked into this issue that had around 900 submissions, whether it was through the very open process that I undertook and in consultation with the community and having input directly into whether aerial shooting should be allowed in the park, we received 11,002 submissions. 82% of those that addressed the aerial shooting issue were in support of this option as a control
Have you
method.
published those
I really
submissions,
welcome.
Minister?
I always welcome the upper
Have you
house
published
having
the
a
submissions, the 11,000? Because I'd like to see where they came from and what the contents are.
We have provided a summary of submissions.
Yes, I would like to see. You and I both know, Minister, that when you have inquiries, you can have special interest groups that can hijack these things. You met with the Invasive Species Council the day after you visited Kosciuszko National Park. So there's been a lot of there's been a lot of hand in glove work here, Minister, between you and other stakeholders. Minister, I would like to see those submissions. I would like to see
So,
how
Mr.
those
Fang,
numbers
are you
are broken
suggesting
down.
that
I would like to
you
see
haven't
if there
been
are any
working with Brumby
Minister,
groups?
I would
Point
like
of
to
order.
see.
Look,
can I
I'm
hear the
reluctant to do so. The honourable member can ask as many questions as he wishes,
Well, I can't,
but he
because I've only
can't
got limited
answer them
time.
at the same time.
You've got to stop talking so you can
then
get an
seek to
answer.
redirect when the minister's trying to respond over his constant interjections. And I would simply ask, Chair, that you ask him to act courteously as per the...
Stop wasting my time, Peter.
Come on. I think there is a real point there. You have a line of inquiry.
Yes, Chair. Okay, I
Please let the
understand.
Minister
Yes.
respond, and courtesy is expected.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you and I both understand that in inquiries, when submissions are open, special interest groups can hijack that. Are you going to make those
Are you
submissions?
suggesting that
Minister,
the
I'm asking.
consultation,
No, Minister, I'm just-
consultation is somehow hijacked
Minister,
by special interest groups?
Minister, are you going to make those 11,000 plus submissions public so that the public can see who made what the submissions were made of, whether they were form submissions or whether they were actually individuals making individual submissions?
I'm happy to see how many of them we can publish. My understanding is that there was a number of form submissions which, rather than actually have to upload
So
11...
Are you
going to let me finish? Because I'm actually answering your question directly.
All right.
I'm keen for everyone to understand the community input that occurred as a result of this consultation. That's why we had it. Okay. There's already a summary of the submissions that are there. I'll talk to my department about making sure that we can make those available. There's nothing to hide here. There was a serious conversation with the community about the need to protect Kosciuszko National Park, and that's what we've done. I'm happy to look
Minister,
at it. But the point that I would make is I'm not making public servants load 11,000 form letters in their thousands.
I appreciate that, but I mean, you've used those numbers to defend your position. I want to see the validity behind those numbers. Minister, I'm going to move on. Minister, I'm going to move on now to my other favourite topic of transmission lines. Minister, when did the Premier tell you that he was planning to ignore the parliamentary process that was underway and override your oversight of the Humulink project? Did you advise the Premier that there was a parliamentary inquiry underway that was yet to report, which you yourself referred to the committee to investigate when he ruled out undergrounding?
The Premier is entitled to have a view about whatever he likes. He's the boss. That's why he's the Premier. The second point is that the discussion in relation to the need for speed in getting projects into the ground, of which transmission is becoming a challenging issue around the time frame that we need so that we can connect the renewables that we have to
Minister,
the grid.
that's not directly answering my question. I'd ask you just to stick to what it is I'm asking. I don't need the history, I understand all that. Did the Premier tell you before he went on 2GB and ruled out undergrounding that he was going to do that?
No.
No, so you learnt from 2GB interview that undergrounding was
No. You
off
can
the
look. You
table.
can try and verbal me in relation to this.
I'm not verballing you,
Premier
Minister.
and
I'm
I
literally
have
just trying to understand.
Well, you let me answer the question. I'm
Again.
trying to
Just
actually
let her.
answer the question very
Answer the
openly.
question.
I've got nothing to hide here. Absolutely nothing to hide here. The Premier and I, you'd be surprised to know, speak to each other quite a lot about a number
I've no
of
doubt.
issues. I have raised with him over a long period of time since being in this job the challenges that we face with the renewable energy transition, the real challenges around transmission and getting that right,
Yep.
and he's formed a view about that. He, of course, is absolutely aware of the parliamentary inquiry,
All right.
absolutely aware of my issues in relation to that. But I would go back to the beginning of this, which is he's the boss,
Yep.
he can do what he likes.
Okay, that's great, Minister. But you're the person that actually referred that inquiry
I
to
did,
the committee.
because I believe that
Is
these
there-
sort of consultations are very
Okay,
important.
so Minister, is there a reason that you chose the State Development Committee, which is instead of one of the other portfolio committees, or making a select committee? Is it because that Labor has the majority on that committee and that you could control the outcome of that inquiry
No.
because it was a Labor-dominated committee?
No, there's a number of committees. As you would be aware, there are many, many inquiries that are being undertaken. State and Regional Development Committee has actually been a traditional one that where these types of issues have been dealt with. It is actually mostly predominantly affecting the regions. That's why I chose it, and that's very standard.
So it had nothing to do with the fact that it was one of the few Labor-dominated committees where you could control the outcome of that report, Minister.
Well, I just remind you, Mr. Fang, that the changes to the upper house committee system actually were undertaken in the previous parliament, where Labor in opposition actually chose to provide much more input for crossbenchers and others in relation to the kind of committee inquiries that we undertake.
That is all fantastic history, but
Yes.
you're ignoring the part of the question.
I've answered the question, which is
You understand-
I
you-
chose
you-
that committee because they were the best people for the job,
Not
and I
because
want
it
to
was-
thank Emily Saval
not
as a
because-
new
Minister,
chair
I
for the
appreciate
excellent
that.
work that she did in that committee.
So you didn't choose that committee because it was Labor-dominated, and therefore you could control the outcome
chose
of that
the committee because they were the best people to do it.
Minister, are you aware that all the Labor members voted in unison to block all the amendments to the report?
Well, I'm not sure that you're supposed to tell me or actually
Well, no, it's
provide.
published in the back. It's published in the back
just
of
to
the.
be clear,
It's
so
published
if
in the back of
you're
the minutes.
revealing the deliberations that
It's in the
occurred
back- it's in
in
the
relation
minutes
to
of
the
the- it's in
committee,
the minutes
well,
of the report,
Well,
and
no,
which-
that part of it, no, but I'm not surprised. You'd be surprised to learn that Labor members actually share values and ideas in relation to these matters, and I'm not surprised at all. But
Well,
I
they
would
voted in
warn you
unison?
about revealing the deliberations of what happens
Well, no,
in committee meetings.
I am simply directing members to view the minutes of that are
Well,
contained
no, I'm
in
not
the report.
surprised.
No, you're
At
not
all.
surprised at all.
No.
Minister, how much? Are you aware how much that inquiry cost?
No.
You know, there were charter flights that were down to Wagga and then to Armidale.
Sorry,
and to
didn't you
Deniliquin.
actually ask for visits on site in relation to those inquiries, or are you saying that you didn't want
No.
them to go
You
and
committed
talk
to Dr. Joe
affected
McGurr that
committees?
you would visit Wagga, and that the Deniliquin one was promised to Helen
May I
Dalton
take a
by
point
your
of order?
office.
Yeah,
Sorry,
thank you.
I
might-
don't understand what the allegation
excuse
is
me,
here.
I might just hear the point of order. Thank you.
goes to the operations of the Legislative Council committee system. Now, that
If
is
the
a
minister
question
doesn't know,
that's
she can just
that-
answer
that's
that.
a question that's
wasting
appropriately
my time,
directed.
Anthony.
Excuse me. Please, Mr. Fang, we'll just hear the point of order. I think I can hear where we're going about the legislature.
That is a question appropriately directed
And I
at
will
the
ask the
clerk
question.
of the Legislative Council
And I will
or
ask
the
the
President
question
of the
next week.
Legislative Council in the appropriate estimates hearing.
Stop wasting my time.
When that occurs. And
Stop
I
wasting my
suggest
time.
That question
You're wasting
is
your own
therefore
time.
out of order and out of scope.
Well, I'm gonna ask-
Thank
you.
Go back to sensible.
I would ask the member
I asked-
if you could keep your questions
absolutely relevant to this inquiry, to this minister, to this set of hearings under this committee, which is budget estimates. And if you do have
Chair,
concerns
please
about the legislative process for the upper house inquiry.
I'm asking, Chair, I asked the Minister, was she aware? She said she didn't know, that's fine, that's the answer.
Thank
okay?
you.
So that
So
was, it was
moving
an
on.
appropriate question.
Moving on, Mr.
Then you
Fang.
tried to verbal and make a whole lot of other allegations, but that's a matter for you.
Well, no,
Moving
Minister,
on
I'm
now.
a-
Question.
Moving
Minister,
on.
I'm asking you, were you aware, do you appreciate how much work went into that inquiry?
Yes.
Yeah. So given that you already seem to have formed a view, the Premier was already ruling out undergrounding before the inquiry had even finished reporting, didn't you waste taxpayers' money by referring that committee to a Labor-dominated LC committee that then you already had the answer because the Premier was already indicating that undergrounding was ruled out, and you then blocked the amendments using your Labor numbers for that report?
Well,
Didn't
if
you waste
worry-
the taxpayers' money, Minister?
Tortuous.
If you're worried about taxpayers' money, I'm not sure why you've worked with the Greens to establish yet another committee to look into the same issue that was thoroughly canvassed in the first one.
Well, Minister, that probably is the point, isn't it? That we were so aggrieved as to how much of an abusive process that committee was that you've got two completely different groups uniting to actually re-establish the committee because it was such a sham. Are you aware of how much money you wasted in that committee process by referring it to a committee that you dominated so that you could have the outcome that you wanted?
Can I say?
And
I'm taking a
Yeah,
point of order.
point of order.
Like
Oh,
you
yeah.
just
Waiting for him to get to the
referred
question.
to a committee process of the Legislative Council as a sham. That's a direct criticism of that process and of the members who are involved in that inquiry.
We'll
And that's
move
not
on.
wasting
inappropriate.
time,
We'll move on.
Anthony. Honestly.
You're
Chair.
reflecting on the
Chair.
Parliament.
You're
Move on.
reflecting on the
Yeah,
Parliament
mate.
and reflecting on
Should
those
refer-
No, I'm
members.
reflecting on the
Privileges.
Minister and
That
the
is
wasting
not
of taxpayers'
appropriate.
money.
Okay,
for this
enough.
forum.
Thanks, everyone. We are moving on. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, just in the couple of minutes we have left, just a couple of things I want to come back to, Minister. Just in relation to privatisation, I think you had indicated earlier that you inherited some problems because of privatisation. But wouldn't you agree that the vast bulk of the generator privatisation was in fact undertaken under Labor's Gen Trader transaction? That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think I was pretty upfront with Ms Boyd when she asked me about this before.
But that's the case.
Some of it was undertaken, yes, but it was completed by your government
Sure.
who doubled down across all of it. I can take you through all of the privatisations
No, that's
if you
okay.
like.
Just the vast bulk
Okay.
was undertaken under you. We've only got a
And,
minute. The
and
energy checkup
and I would also point that
Sorry,
I've been
I've
very
got a minute.
upfront. All right, I'll let you go. You go.
Thank you. The energy checkup report, I just want to come back to that. We spoke about that earlier. I just want to clarify that that is in fact on your website, not on the planning department's website. So just if you I know you're going to come back with that information.
Yeah,
but
no,
that would
happy
be
to
helpful.
chase that up. Yep.
Okay. And do you agree that you don't have a 2035 target?
No, the New
Emissions
South Wales
reduction
government
target?
currently has one because there's a regulation in place.
Yes. And so you say your bill doesn't abandon the 2035 target,
Not at this point, no.
but you won't accept an amendment to insert that target explicitly in your bill. Am I correct in understanding
Well,
that?
let's just say that I've spoken to the shadow ministers in relation to this. I've spoken to the opposition. I've also spoken to the Greens in relation to this bill. There's a parliamentary inquiry that's being undertaken.
Yes or no? We
If people
accept
have
an
amendments that they want to put forward at the end of the parliamentary inquiry, I'm all ears and happy to
We're
work with
asking your
people.
position.
The thing that's most important for me
You're saying you
is
do
that we've
have
got this
one,
opportunity for bipartisanship and tripartisanship in
Which is what
relation to
we're
action
after.
of that. Yep. And I'm saying to you, the parliamentary inquiry is there. I'm liaising with the shadow ministers in relation to this, and I'm happy to do it. To
So
continue
you say
to
you've
do
got
so.
the target, you say it doesn't abandon it, but you're not prepared to commit today to explicitly including that.
I'm committing
in the
to
bill.
ongoing discussions. I'm committing to not repealing the reg, and I'm committed to actually getting this right.
We'll keep talking, thank you. Can I come to, and I have to come back to that, to this. Sorry, can I just clarify one more thing? If that amendment does get through, will you keep the bill,
look,
or will you dump the
anticipation.
bill?
Look, I probably would need to go to the anticipation rule in relation to Parliament. I'm happy
I
to
think it's a
talk on the
fairly
way
important
through.
point
No, it's
that's
fine,
followed.
and I understand the point that you're making. But I'm just saying we're working through those issues, and we'll continue to do so. I
Okay.
just can't foresee how this is going to go into the future. But I am committed, as I always have been, with working across the Parliament with people who want to take serious action on climate change and want to make sure that New South Wales is ambitious and that we meet our responsibilities to reduce greenhouse gases and to decarbonise our energy. I'm working with anyone who wants to do that.
We'll come back to the amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I've just got 27 seconds
Okay.
left, if I can just ask one.
Certainly, Mr. Payne.
Thank you. Minister, can I get a commitment from you that you'll ensure that Transgrid does not commence construction of HumeLink before the new parliamentary inquiry has been able to deliver its report?
No, I won't make that commitment because I'm not able to make that commitment because Transgrid was privatised under you.
Minister, are you saying you will not make representations
That's
to Transgrid to...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Minister, can I just turn to the issue of forests, the public forest estate and forestry regulation? How do you currently reconcile, as Minister for the Environment, protecting koala habitat within the Great Koala National Park with special measures and not protecting high-use koala areas elsewhere across the public native forest estate outside the Great Koala National Park?
I mean, look, I think we're going to have a long conversation about this and I welcome it. The point that I would make is obviously some of this issue is within my remit. I'm not responsible for state forests nor the direction of them. So if we can just start from that point of view.
Just on that, Minister,
Yeah.
I accept that's the starting point, but you are a minister with a joint signatory to the arrangements and to the... and you are the minister
And I
responsible
take them very
for
seriously. And I take them very
Thank you.
seriously. But
Yep.
just like Forestry Corp is not an
No,
organisation that I can
absolutely.
direct. So just to be clear about that.
Yeah.
Look, I think that the discussion around how we have a sustainable forestry industry has been one that's been going for decades, and that there are different views in relation to how sustainable that is or not. What I do know is that both under the previous governments and governments before and what we currently have is a set of rules that are in place around basically legally requiring close attention to the management of forests as they're being harvested and their impact on threatened species and
Can
others.
I just take you to the question, though,
Sure.
Minister?
Sure.
You have introduced, and we absolutely welcome the introduction of tighter regulation in certain areas of the public forest estate in relation to koalas. How do we reconcile the inconsistency within those areas to the rest? If koalas are worth protecting more in some areas, why not others on the public forest estate?
I'm sure you'll have a longer conversation with Mr Chappell this afternoon in relation to this. Look, our very clear commitment is around the Great Koala National Park. There's an intention to assess all of those areas as we go through the process of establishing the park. As you were well aware, there was a community concern around what is occurring in the park as we work through that process. That's been the priority of what we're doing.
And
There's ongoing discussions. There's ongoing discussions between the EPA and other agencies in relation to the management of forests and their impact, and that's the current policy settings. And they're the ones that I work with.
Outside of the Great Koala National Park as well? Thank you. Are you aware that the Natural Resources Commission wound back the koala prescriptions in 2018 during the remake of the Coastal Integrated Forestry Operations approval, and that was against the advice and the position of the EPA, and that the NRC came in to arbitrate the dispute between Forestry Corporation and the EPA and lent in favour of the Forestry Corporation to prioritise wood supply over the protection of koalas?
I'm aware of some of the detail of that. The NRC is obviously not one of my agencies, and this was in the previous parliament under the previous government, so I can't really speak to the ins and outs of that, nor would that be appropriate. The NRC has also done other work, as you and I are both well aware of, in terms of the impact of fires that the previous government just refused to publish, that we published through one of our inquiries. So the short answer is I'm not aware of the details. It was under the previous government. The point that I would make in terms of this government is my expectation that everyone follows the rules,
Is the
that
NRC...
that the EPA does its work, and that if people don't follow the rules, that there are consequences for that.
Is the NRC going to have a role in the creation of the Great Koala National Park?
I need to take on notice the detail of that in terms of exactly how they. I mean, we're setting. There's an interdepartmental committee and there's different works.
I would like
I'm
the
very
answer
happy to
about
share it.
the
We're really
NRC.
happy to share it with you. Yes.
Are you aware of how much contest there is by the EPA to the credibility, the reliability, and the use of the NRC's koala research work and the impacts of logging on koalas?
No, not the detail of that. Again, I'm aware of some of the things that you're talking about, but the actual ins and outs of that, I'm not aware of. No, but I'm happy to find out and provide you with more information.
Thank you. Because as you said earlier, Minister, in relation to the protected area network, these are very valuable public assets, and the public forest estate is part of the very valuable assets, and they are intergenerational assets.
Can I just pick you up on that? I mean, one of the other commitments that we've got that we're starting work on is the 30-year establishment plan for national parks into the future. This is something that the previous government, they did a draft of in 2017, then sort of sat on the shelf. This long-term work about how we knit together protected areas is something that is extremely important to me. We need to work, in the best will in the world, national parks are around 10% of the land mass. 70% is in private hands. We've obviously got the forestry estate and we've got the massive Crown lands. We've also got a significant amount of Aboriginal land. I think one of the great challenges for us as we're dealing with the biodiversity crisis is how we can use the levers of government to work across tenure to protect ecosystems through corridors and that kind of work. And it's something that I talk to my agencies a lot about as we're looking at the Biodiversity Conservation Act review. I mean, those are the kind of things that I really want us to test and be ambitious about how we can, those things all work in together. So I accept the premise of what you're saying about how important all of these issues are. We have to, in government, work through those. And I think things like the BCA review, the work that we're doing around the establishment plan for new protected areas, the work that we're working in hand in glove with the Commonwealth about around the international commitments, all of that comes together to try and turn around what we find ourselves with now.
It's very promising. I mean, I would put to you, Minister, that one quick thing we could do is literally protect the entire public forest estate and increase by at least 1.82% of the protected area network, and it would be beneficial. Can I just
give you an update on the NRC thing? Sorry, someone's just given me some good information. They're actually not on the interdepartmental committee.
Thank you.
They may be engaged at some point, but at this point, that I suppose the inputs that they've had to date will feed into the process.
All right. And can I suggest that you be very warned, Minister, that the NRC's work in relation to the koala studies and the impacts of logging on koala is challenged quite deeply by the EPA.
Yeah. And can I just also say on that though, and I do want to say this, over time I have benefited from the work of the NRC in terms of all of the work that they do.
No contest,
and I
Minister.
really just want to flag that sometimes they come up with things that people don't like. I would rather lean into the important work that they do across the whole body of their work and understand that sometimes they're going to agree and sometimes that they don't. But the rigour of their work is something that I wouldn't want the committee to think in any way is problematic. I think they do incredibly
Minister,
important
I strongly
work.
suggest that the documents that we have that are held by the Parliament and have been tabled strongly suggest that their work in relation to koalas on this matter is work that should be seriously questioned.
Sure.
And
sure.
that's my
point. But in
point
some way,
here.
sure. But I think the point.
But the work they did after the fires was exceptional, and we know that.
This is what I mean. Like,
Yep.
I just think we're just a bit.
Yep.
Like, I don't want. You can have concerns, and my agencies in the past have had concerns with that work. But that's sort of part of the process, and I think we shouldn't elevate that to being of strong criticism of the NRC. In my view, they do incredibly good
Minister,
work.
I think the issue is we're coming to that very thin edge of the contest of every single tree on the public forest estate right now between that will be logged and that will be the key to the survival and non-extinction of certain species. And that's why it's really important that we analyse with rigour every single thing the NRC does.
No quibbling from me about that.
Can I just ask, with the protection of the koala hubs that were excluded from logging now, under the new arrangements, what enforceable mechanism are we doing that? Did we amend the CIFOAs or did we change the protocols? Are they site-specific operating conditions or is it all voluntary?
I might get Mr Chappell to take you through that. So there's been directions.
I can do that with Mr Chappell later,
Yes.
but can I ask you, Minister?
So just to be clear, I mean, this is an incredibly important step forward. In those forests where those koalas are, where those very important koala hubs are, this is the first time that the government's taken strong action to ensure that harvesting is not undertaken in that process. That is a step forward. I understand that people wanted it to be wider and that they'd rather that we stopped it altogether. But the point that I'm making is that this is incredibly important. We can take you through the details of the mechanisms and the way in which the EPA is using it. But the point that I would say is there is no logging being undertaken in those areas, and nor should they be. They take up 5% of the assessment area.
4.7.
They cover. Yes, I understand that, and they cover 42% of a lot of the sightings. I understand that people want more than that, but it's an important
I think it's that
step
koalas
forward.
need more than that. I think that's the
there's no-
genuine consideration.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms Mahalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions in relation to the offshore wind zones, wind farms. I've already had some discussions with you in Parliament in regards to that. I just want to go back to, there was a rally on the 7th of October in Port Stephens. There was also a rally just on the weekend in Wollongong on the 29th. There are now two proposals, both up in the Port Stephens area, covering Swansea up to Port Stephens, over 1,800 square kilometre.
When you say two proposals, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, there's a second proposal in the Illawarra, so
Oh,
I'm
yes,
referring
sorry,
to,
yep.
my apologies, I'm referring to the Illawarra proposal as well.
Right,
So that,
okay.
the rally on
Yep.
Sunday was specifically in relation to that,
Yep.
residents opposing the Illawarra offshore wind zone.
Yep.
I'd like you to clarify, why is it that you or your department are not prepared to make a submission? You haven't made a submission in relation to the Hunter offshore wind zone. I'm interested to know, are you going to make a submission? It's been extended now, the due date, from the 16th of October to the 15th November. Will you make a submission on behalf of the people of New South Wales? In
My
respect to the
officials
Illawarra
my
offshore
officials
wind
might
zone?
my officials might step in
Well,
if
you
I
can
say the wrong
direct
thing.
them,
No,
you-
just to
yeah.
be clear. My understanding is that we're not planning on making a submission in relation to that. We're working through. We're obviously having conversations about that. I have spoken with Minister Bowen about these issues. Whether there's a formal submission or not, I don't believe we are planning.
Have
on
you
doing
done
that. I'm
any
just looking at
separate
my officials.
studies, Minister? Has there been?
Yeah.
Minister,
We're just
have you-
finding. Sorry, we're just finding out. Just to clarify,
Whether
but I
you've
don't
done a
believe
submission
so.
or not, is that what you're clarifying? Minister, yes, so while the gentleman's looking, my concern is that the South Australian government came out very strongly on the 29th of August, making it clear that they were going to oppose the proposal by Bowen for a Southern Ocean offshore wind zone along the South Australian border. They have made it clear what grounds. They've said they're concerned about the marine life, the ecosystems there, the animal life there, and the potential damage to the environment, and indeed to the fishery industry, the tourism industry, and indeed the commercial fishery industry specifically. So they've clearly made their own separate evaluation to reach that point. What evaluations or studies has your department undertaken with respect to the Hunter offshore wind zone, and now with respect to the Illawarra offshore wind
So
zone?
I can provide you with a little bit more information, which is that there was a submission made in November 2022, which is obviously prior to the election, around the initial...
That's not you.
No, that's right. No, but I'm just... Yeah, that's right. And there's a submission process for the applications for licences, which closes in November. I'm just getting clarity. I think that it might be the case that there is going to be a submission, but I don't want to mislead
South Australian
you.
government has undertaken their
That's
own
not the
separate
approach
studies.
that's taken. Yep.
But you've decided not to take any separate studies. You've got a whole department at your perusal, Minister, and you don't see the need to be clear in your mind that there won't be the type of damage.
Well, no, we're
South
working...
Australian government's clearly concerned about marine life damage and damage to environment there along the coast as a result of what's been proposed by Bowen. You're not equally concerned that there will be the same damage along the Illawarra coastline and Port Stephens?
I'm concerned about all environmental impact. I'm the Environment Minister as well as the Energy Minister and Climate Change Minister.
Absolutely.
I'm concerned about all of that. But we have different processes in different states. South Australia, again, can make their own decisions in relation to this. There's a process being worked through federally, and we are having input into that, and I'm sure that my officials can take you through more of that this afternoon.
Minister, has the member for Port Stephens approached you about this?
In what?
Has she approached you about the Hunter offshore wind zone? Has she had any discussions with you?
MPs talk to me about all of these issues, and yes, of course she's talked to me about it.
Has she raised concerns? Is she supportive of the project?
She's wanting to. Well, I'm not going to verbal her. You'd need to ask her. The point that I would say is that she is a very good local member who's very in tune with her local community. She's aware of the concerns within her community, and she has articulated those to me.
Have any of the Labor MPs in the Illawarra approached you equally about the?
I speak to my local colleagues all the time. Some of them
specifically about this.
Sure, yeah. If you let me finish, I'll answer the question. Yes, MPs have raised this with me. Both, questions, concerns. Some more positive than others. Others just saying, well, how are we managing that?
They haven't asked you or your department to instigate your own separate study?
As I said, we're doing.
Whether you would support or not support. Well, you're indicating you're supporting, but you're supporting the actual.
No, what I've indicated is that offshore wind is an opportunity, and the challenges that we've got with getting to renewable energy and the future impact in New South Wales. It is not something that I want to just rule out of hand. I would make the point that offshore wind has a long way to go.
But on what basis are you going to? When will you make your decision?
I'm just saying.
Minister,
I'm just saying.
There's no studies. You're not undertaking any separate studies.
I think I've just said to you that there has been some submissions that are made, which means that there has been some studies.
From the coalition government.
Yes.
In November
If you let me finish. And I believe that there is other work that's being undertaken, which I'm happy for the Secretary to take you through if you'd like to. I'm not aware of that. Well, that's what I'm saying. So don't say that there's nothing happening. There is something happening. I'm trying to provide information to you in relation to the issues that are being raised.
Make a submission by the 15th of November. Residents have been invited to make submissions by the 15th of November.
I'm getting that information. I'm not aware about where we're up to, but I think the answer is yes.
The department is compiling responses from across the different agencies. The submission has not yet been made, and obviously we'll discuss that with the Minister's office.
It'll be made public, of course, won't it?
That's a decision for the Minister and for the Commonwealth.
Yeah, it's also a decision for the Commonwealth.
I mean, it affects thousands.
Well, I haven't. So okay,
I'm
I'm waiting to see it. I haven't seen it. My general default position is that if we can make these public things, we do. But I would also make the point that some of these matters are matters for the Commonwealth in relation to what they do, and I cannot speak on behalf of the Commonwealth in terms of the way that they wish to treat government submissions.
The New South Wales government will have to play a big role here because obviously,
if it ends up proceeding, yes, of course.
If it proceeds, you'll end up having full carriage of the onshore component.
There's a lot of work that would need to be undertaken. We're a long way from there. We're a long way from there.
You have to undertake your own separate
which, of course, we would do that work. Let's understand anything that then becomes an issue for onshore becomes part of our planning system with a very rigorous EIS process that would need to be worked through. We're a long way from that.
I'm just interested to know, Minister, you're very concerned about the Kosciuszko National Park, okay? You've jumped to
I am concerned about many things.
I don't see the same interest with the marine life and the beautiful pristine coastline of both Illawarra and Port
Well, I'm
Stephens.
sorry that you don't see that. I think my agencies and the MPs would understand that I take all of the roles that I have and all of the hats that I wear extremely seriously.
Minister, you're also the Minister for Heritage.
Yes.
Right. Have you undertaken any interim heritage orders since becoming Minister?
No.
No. But obviously you're cognizant of your powers under Section 24 and 25 of the Act.
I am.
Very good. The City Council moved a motion on the 23rd of October to review 25 statues, and I'll quote, undertake a review of public statues in the City of Sydney, in consultation with local and state historical and cultural institutions, the city's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander public art advisory panels, and the local Metropolitan Aboriginal Land Council to introduce alternate plaques, signage, or other additions. Have you taken an interest in what's been proposed?
I read the media report. That's all I'm aware of. In terms of my responsibility,
have the council approached you as the Minister for Heritage?
I don't believe so. No, but I'll check and confirm.
Can check and confirm.
Can I ask you, would you consider, and should they intend on altering these statutes in any way, that as is being suggested by this motion, which was passed unanimously by that council, will you consider an interim order to protect those statutes? We're talking about James Cook, we're talking about Queen Victoria, significant statues of value for the history of the people of New South Wales and indeed our nation. Sadly, they're all in the City of Sydney Council. But you do have the power under the Act to intervene with an interim order to prevent any alterations.
There's a lot in that question. What I would say is the following. It's a matter for the council in relation to their matters and whether they actually have local listing or not. If they don't have state heritage listing, I do not have power over them, and I'm not sure which of those statues do have, and whether they do. Happy to provide that information. So that would be where I would have a role in relation to that. I don't believe that there's been the City of Sydney has contacted my office.
You can use Section 25.
Yes, in terms of the application,
24.
Yes, that's true. But
Section 25 specifically in relation to councils to make those orders.
Yes, I'm not aware of whether people would be seeking to do that. I also act on advice from the New South Wales Heritage Council. I think that, if there was an application, well, we'd examine them in the normal way. The other point that I'd make, though, the other point.
Their own council,
sorry.
Minister. It seems to me this council's operating separate from your Heritage Advisory Council, so they're working separately.
Yes, there's a range of levels that the Heritage Act operates under.
Some information about what Sydney Council is proposing to do with these 25 statues.
If they're not on the State Heritage Register, these are not things that are mostly in my remit. I accept that I have some role in relation to these. You can take it through with my officials, and Mr. Kidman, I'm sure, could take you through the details this afternoon. But the point that I'd make here is if they're not on the State Heritage Register, and I have no idea whether they are or not, there is different rules in relation to how we would deal with those. I think we're a long way from that. Other than the media report, you've given me a lot of information today.
Well,
other than the media report, that's all I'm aware of.
They've clearly indicated they're going to rewrite history here in the City of Sydney Council,
Thank you.
Minister, so it does require your intervention.
Thank you, Ms Mihalik. We're back to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, Minister. Can I talk about the Local Land Services Review?
Yes.
Recommendation 4.2 of the Local Land Services Review calls for the expansion of incentives to landholders to enhance native vegetation through a nature-positive approach.
Yep.
Do you agree with that recommendation?
Well, as I said to you, these were two reviews that we inherited from the previous government. They were undertaken and started and finished really in June, which was as a result of what was required of the previous government. We are not... we're working through that, and our response is working through in a whole of government way. We're not saying yes or no to the individual recommendations in relation to that. Working through that, and next year we'll have the government response.
All right. Well, given it is a recommendation of the review, I'm interested in why you deferred the nature positive farming program, which would have achieved those outcomes. Why you deferred that for 4 years?
It's for exactly that reason, which is that this had not been undertaken. There were some of the ways that we're looking at how we can manage that. If you go, I don't know whether you were here when I was talking to Ms Higginson before about my desire to really work across land tenures and work very closely with private landholders. Yes, we've deferred that because part of that work will be undertaken as a result of the outcomes of the review that we've got.
While the review is being undertaken and the government formulates a response and then you get time, this work could have been undertaken during that time. If you're not spending the $200 million set aside for that program, where are you spending those funds?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Prior to your decision to delay the $206.2 million nature positive farming program, did the Minister for Agriculture make any representations to you to keep that program?
No, I don't believe so. I think we were, some of those decisions were taken as a result of actually dealing with the budget that we inherited. We have had to make some pretty tough decisions in relation to the budget. I inherited a situation where 85 biodiversity officers were about to lose their jobs in June. We've had a range of issues in dealing with that.
Sure, I might just redirect
as we've
you.
worked through the budget process, we've made some decisions. The deferral of that program is also a result of what we're doing around biodiversity conservation.
But Minister,
laws,
my
and we're
question
working
was
through
quite
that.
specific.
Yep.
Did the Minister for Agriculture make any representations to you to keep that program?
Not that I'm aware of, but I will
Right.
check.
Thank you. Was she consulted on your decision to delay the program?
You've had Minister Moriarty yesterday. Did you ask her these questions herself?
She wasn't yesterday.
I'm
She
asking
was
you.
last
Whenever it was, you've had an
We
opportunity
had no
to ask
answers
her.
from her, so it was a bit hard.
I'm asking you.
Well, don't be
I'm asking
rude
you if
about
she was
that.
consulted.
I don't know. I'd have to take it on notice.
All right, thank you. So the ERC decides. Essentially, the Agriculture Minister doesn't have a say. This is a financial
No,
decision.
this is a like normally. There's grants programs that sit within each portfolios that you have a direct input into. This one sits within mine. The decisions made through the budget process were mine, and I stand by them.
So the Agriculture Minister didn't bother to make a representation on this. She didn't contact you. No one was
I'm going to
concerned
take that
about
on
it.
notice. I'm not aware of that. But I would also just say, and I know this, what did you say and who did you do it? It's all, I've been there. I've sat there. 12 years I sat
No,
there
you
and
have.
asked these kind of questions. But the point that I make is that I speak
No, you didn't do it
to
as
the
well as us.
Minister. I speak to the Minister for Agriculture in regional New South Wales all the time. We have so many areas
I'm
that
sure
we're
you
working
do.
jointly on.
I'm sure you do, thank
and we
you.
have a range of different things. The
And you are
the other thing that I would say is that I also wouldn't make it my practice to reveal conversations that I have had with my colleagues on a range of issues.
But this one is very clear
Sure.
about a program that was cut, that was in place,
It's not
and farmers
cut,
are left out in the cold.
It's not cut. It's been deferred.
Really? Farmers, farmers have an opportunity to avail themselves of this program.
I also say that New
What's
South
the
Wales
difference
farmers had
between
some pretty
deferred and
big
cut? The money's not being
concerns about that
spent.
department. Well, we can argue backwards and forwards in relation to this.
All
I've
right,
answered
thank
the
you.
question. Hasn't been
When
cut,
you
it's
met
been
with New
deferred.
South Wales farmers in May and September of this year with the Minister for Agriculture, did you let them know at that time that you would be delaying this program?
I can't recall that, only because one, and again, I just a couple of ground rules, and if you want to interrogate me about the meetings that I have with stakeholders. First is we talk about a range of matters, some of them very sensitive, and some of them that I'm not planning on putting on the public record through this hearing. The second thing and the message that I've said, I've had a good relationship with New South Wales farmers for a very long time, and I work on the basis of no surprises when we're talking about issues.
So
and
were
I'm
they
very,
surprised?
I'm very open about the decisions that were being made. The
You had
other
a
point,
meeting with
but just
them?
to finalise,
Well,
to
I need
round
to
this
move on.
out, I don't believe I told them about the status of that, and the reason for that is that we were going through an ERC process, which is a cabinet
Thank you.
process with
Okay.
which I'm not able to share.
Thank
that
you. You've
with
answered the
people.
question. I appreciate that. Thank you. So you didn't tell them. So when you
I
introduced
don't believe
the climate,
so.
thank you. When you recently introduced your climate change bill, you took a moment in your second reading speech to specifically acknowledge the impact of climate change on farmers. How do you then reconcile these words with the fact that you are delaying a $200 million program, which would help farmers improve the biodiversity on their land? Isn't this just hypocrisy? You say you care about farmers in your speech, but
That
you're
ain't
cutting programs to help fund them.
Well, I think that if you ask the New South Wales farmers, I think that they would say that
No, I'm
we've
asking
had.
you.
Well, if you let me finish, that would be great. We're doing a lot of work with farmers on a whole range of areas, including through the Biodiversity Conservation Trust and working with landholders. We also invested $59 million into land care, which is something that your government refused to actually sign up
Okay, I'm
to
gonna
prior to the
redirect
election.
you,
No, let's be
Minister.
clear.
No,
We're
I'm gonna
talking about what
redirect you
we're
at this
doing with
point.
farmers. No, I know you don't like it.
No,
But we
you're talking
supported,
about a
we
different
supported the
program
most
now.
successful,
Right.
the most successful land conservation volunteer
But you are
effort
now
through
not
Land
answering
Clear.
the question, so I'm respectfully going to divert you back because I do have limited time and I know you're aware of that.
Sure, but don't verbal me
that
around my
it's a-
relationships with stakeholders, which I take very
you're
seriously.
saying one thing in your second reading speech and you're doing quite another when it comes
Well, I
to the
disagree.
funding for this
disagree.
program. Well, the facts are the facts. They
Well,
don't
they're
reconcile.
not. They're your facts, and they're not.
Well, they don't
if,
go
if you
hand
want
in
to,
hand,
if you
do
want
they?
to cherry pick, if you wish to cherry, look,
All
I've
right.
done it before. I understand what you're trying to do.
I'm not at
We've
all.
got
There's
more than
funding in
400.
place,
Just
you're
to be
taking
clear,
away.
we've got more than $450 million of new money in the environment portfolio as a result of this budget.
Not for farmers.
And if we are working very closely with
Okay.
that. And if you want to pick that and say that, that's fine. But I'm happy to talk about the number of staff that were about to lose their jobs as a result of
We'll
cuts
get to
that have been
that.
built into your budget.
We'll get to yours. Minister, you know that shark nets kill marine life. Why are they still in the waters of New South Wales?
I'm really glad that you've asked me this question. This is very interesting. The shark nets are there for community protection, as they have been for a very long period of time. There's been a significant amount of good work in relation to shark nets, which is looking at all of those other options. We went to the election saying that we would have a look at that technology and we'd look at changes over time. You would also be aware that shark nets are a matter for Minister Moriarty in terms of the program and not me. But the point that I would make is that if we can find alternatives that protect public safety, we are all up for that.
You know that Minister Moriarty posted a cartoon on her social media of an environmentalist being eaten by a shark on her social media. Do you think that was a wise decision?
I'm not aware of it.
Do you think it's wise?
I'm not aware of it and I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No.
Okay.
It was taken down pretty quickly.
Was it?
Yeah. Right, okay. Very quick.
I'm sure it was. All right.
I never thought she was a
Thank
comedian.
you.
If people want to have a look at, my social
I
media at the
have
moment, they might see
limited
some pretty
time.
unpleasant
Thank
things
you very
too.
much. We'll get the note. Minister, can I turn to logging? The member for Bega and the member for South Coast are concerned about native forest logging. Do you have any plans to end native forest logging in New South Wales?
Yeah, good question.
At this point, no. We've been very clear about this. We were asked about this in the lead up to the election.
Thank you.
That is not what we're planning on doing.
So you
no.
have no plans to end native forest logging, not even on the South Coast?
No.
Thank you. So would it be your view as the Environment Minister that native forest logging remains economically and environmentally sustainable in New South Wales?
Well, I think that there's a whole range of things that you can unpack in relation to that. And I know that some of this was traversed with the Treasurer the other day. Where myself and Minister Moriarty are working on the forestry roadmap into the future. We're looking at all of those issues. I think
Sure.
I am aware that there are some subsidies that go to native forest logging, and all of those will be dealt with as we keep talking about this.
Thank you. Minister Paul Taylor from the CFMEU said last week that the union's, quote, next big blue is with the Labor government.
Sorry, could you start that again?
Yep, Paul Taylor from the CFMEU said last week that the union's next, quote, next big blue is with the Labor government and the Environment Minister Penny Sharpe, quote, over native forest logging. Given you've said that you're committed to native forest logging, why is the CFMEU preparing to have a blue with you?
It's a matter for them, I'm not sure. You'd probably understand that over the years I've had pretty robust discussions with all of our Labor unions, which is something that I welcome. It's actually part of the party that I am in, and it's part of our process. I know that Mr Taylor has particular views. You'd be unsurprised to know that there's quite a lot of people who think they're going to have a big blue with me.
I'm
We
sure.
work through those issues. I like to think always that my door is open and that I am respectful and that we can work through differences. We're not always going to agree, but that's politics.
Thank you. Understand. Your diary disclosures show that you've met the AWU and the CFMEU about 6 times since becoming Minister. Have you met with either of those unions any further times in October?
No, I don't believe so. The meetings that I've had have been disclosed.
Okay, and just to confirm, are any of your ministerial staff members of either of those unions?
Sorry, which unions are you asking of?
CFMEU and AWU.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you need to check?
But I also wouldn't necessarily ask them. But having said that, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thank you. In your meetings with the CFMEU and the AWU, did you provide any commitments to
Sorry,
either...
there's a lot of unions. So CFMEU and the AMWU.
AWU.
So the metal workers.
The two that you've met
Manufacturing
with
Workers
in your
Union.
diary disclosures.
There was the ETU as well.
I'm not referring to the ETU.
Okay, I'm just trying to work, there's a lot
So
of unions
I have to
meet
move
with
on.
regularly.
Yep, you've met with them. Did you provide any commitments to either of those unions around native forest logging in return for their support for the Great Koala National Park?
No.
Okay. Do you intend to expand native forest logging?
No, but also that's not an issue. It's not something that I have direct. So no, expand. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Right.
Are you talking about the areas that are available, which would mean I'm not quite sure.
I'll move on.
What you're asking. Okay.
You announced on the 12th of September this year that a number of industry panels would be established to provide input into the creation of the Great Koala National Park. How many representatives from the CFMEU and AWU will sit on those panels, and have you already picked them?
We're working through putting them together at the moment. There is definitely a representative from the CFMEU. There will definitely be a representative from the AWU. Just to be clear, they're the ones that cover the forestry workers, not the AMWU. My understanding is that there's two. There'll probably be a representative from the PSA as well, because they have representatives who work in state forests and national parks. My view around all of the different panels, and this is our real commitment around the Great Koala National Park, is this is a big deal. It's a big commitment to save koalas, but it also is not without impact in the communities that operates within that. And our commitment has always been to bring people around the table, and having workers' representatives is essential to that as well.
But you have a representative who's saying he's going to have a big blue with you over logging. You've got them preparing to have that blue. You're in a tough position, aren't you? You're wedged between these unions on the one hand, the two masters. The unions on one hand and the environmental... It's not a trick question.
No. I just know...
But you are wedged between them, aren't you? You have two ministers. Hang on, can I ask the question?
Yeah,
can I ask the question?
Sure.
Neither of those groups are happy right now, are they?
I've got a lot of people who aren't happy. That's part of the job of being a minister.
Yeah.
And that's totally part of the process. So
You're wedged
being a
between
grown-up
them.
and delivering things like one of the best koala national parks and the only great koala national park in the world is a big deal. And funnily enough, there are people who have different views and will be impacted by that. That's exactly why we're working through the process.
On the native forest logging, do you intend any change? Would you reduce it, increase it, or keep it the same?
Well, I think the process here is the one that we've set out, which is the commitment that we made. So there's already
Is that the
100.
same?
Let me take you through it because...
No, I need to get to the next question.
Well,
so
there's,
is it keep it the same?
there's 140,000 hectares of reserved land in the area already.
Yep.
There's around 170,000 hectares of state forest.
Yep.
The process that we've established is working through which parts of that land would be assessed and would actually go into the national park. There's also going to be an economic assessment that goes with that, and as I said, there's 3 different panels with all of the stakeholders talking us through that issue. I think that's a good process, and I think that's what grown-up government does.
The member for Sydney said his support of any minority government would be on the basis of it ending native forest logging. Have you or the Premier given that commitment to the member for Sydney?
Well, I think that's a matter for the member for Sydney. And my recollection in relation to the election was that the member for Sydney, the member for Wagga Wagga, and the member for...
Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, yes,
Yeah.
Mr Speaker, said that they would support supply and confidence of the government, and that is the arrangement that we have with the independents.
We'll watch and wait. Biodiversity, Minister, since its establishment, how many times has the Nature Positive Advisory Panel met?
I'm not sure. I have to take that on notice.
Okay. Can you inform the committee about what they're currently working on or advising the
I'd
government
have
on?
to take that on notice. Obviously, the point that I make, which I'm pretty excited about, is that New South Wales will be hosting the Nature Positive Summit next year. I think there's a big opportunity for us to have these conversations on the way in the lead up to that. But the details about how that panel, they're working,
If you could let us know what they're working on and when they've met, that would be helpful.
Sure.
In relation to recommendation 4 of Ken Henry's review of the Biodiversity Conservation Act, has any work commenced on the development of a nature positive strategy?
Well, again, I'd go back to the way in which we're dealing with Dr. Henry's report, which is that there is a whole of government response that we will be providing in relation to the individual recommendations. But my aim, again, is about the current laws that were shredded by the previous government in relation to environmental protection are not working. I take that message very seriously. And the government's working carefully through that about how we can turn it around. In terms of the individual recommendations, we will, we will look at those, but I'm not in a position to answer them because it's not the way in which we are responding to the report.
All right, I'm going to go back to the Local Land Services Review, the Local Land Services Act statutory
Which
review.
is Minister Moriarty's, just to be clear.
Have you read that report?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Prior to the election, you said that the land clearing situation in New South Wales was unsustainable and needed to be addressed.
Yes.
Why then did senior officials group that's been tasked with providing the whole of government response to that Ken Henry review and the Local Land Services Review only meet for the first time last week?
Well, Well, I can't answer about why they only met at this time, but the point would be is that we've been working through those issues. Our agencies have been looking at the issues that they then bring. You would understand how interdepartmental committees work. There's a lot of work that goes behind before you actually get to the meeting. My general preference is that you have the meeting after all of the work's been done, so that you're actually talking about something meaty. I couldn't speak for how those committees are going. I think that it's very clear we're taking it seriously. Land clearing is excessive. We said that in the election. We've made an election commitment about getting to the bottom of that. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm glad that that started.
Minister Steve Orr, CEO of the Local Land Services, said last week in estimates that the group was only meeting for the first time on the 26th of October. How can you reconcile and say that these issues about biodiversity and any review are important and a priority for the government when you've had the review since August, no work has been done on them?
Well, I reject the idea that no work's been done. The second point I'd
Well, they
make
haven't
is
met.
the second point is that you've had 12 years
No,
where
it's not
land
about
clearing
us.
got out of
It's not about
control,
us, Minister. No, I'm
where we
gonna
had another
redirect you.
54 threatened
I'm gonna
species added to
redirect
the
you.
list, where we had koala wars and no
Minister.
commitment around any sort of koala national park. So that's fine. If
If
you're
you don't
worried
have an
about when
answer,
they're
just say.
meeting, that's fine. But I just have zero concern about that, because my interest is, and my understanding is, of the work that's being undertaken around how we would respond to these reviews and the input that my agencies will have. And I would expect when they have the meetings, they will bring those forward, which is the way. So any
reports
suggestion?
since August and no meeting yet. And my experience, officials are pretty efficient at meeting and getting together and getting on with these things, but it seems that this is not the priority that perhaps it might have been.
Look, if you're trying to verbal that, can I just say I have zero concern about this, because I know how much work is being undertaken. I understand how hard working they are, and
Sorry, I have
the
1
way
minute.
you
I have 1
pursue
minute.
this.
Thank you. In line with your previous commitments prior to the election, recommendation 3.2 of the Local Land Services Review, when will you begin releasing the native vegetation regulatory review maps?
Oh, well, it would be good if... I thank Ms Sloan for her question. She probably needs to realise that we've just actually released the second
Great.
regulatory map.
Great.
Good to know. And we're working through that. There's been 2 maps that have been released, one very recently, and we intend to do that. They're incredibly important around the way in which we manage land clearing and native vegetation. They're not. They need to be right. They need to be accurate. They need to work carefully with local landholders, which is what they do.
It's also the statutory responsibility to release the map. It's not a favour. It's something that is
just to be
required
clear,
to be done.
just to be clear, your government announced
No,
one
I'm not
map.
interested in that. Everyone's tired of the dog ate my homework. Everyone wants to know what you are doing.
Well, I've
and
done
we want
more
to
than
release
you've
all
done.
the maps.
I've done more than you did in 12 years, so
But
I'm pretty relaxed about that.
But I don't accept that at all. But all of the maps need to be released. There's a
Sure.
statutory responsibility to do
Sure.
so. When will that happen?
I can get the details for you about the way that we've
If you
done.
provide the
I can't tell
specific
you.
timeline, that would be very helpful, given it's a statutory responsibility.
Yeah,
Thank
which
you.
you guys didn't undertake.
No,
Thank
we're
you, Ms.
tired of
Fairman.
the dog
It's
ate our
true.
homework.
Thank you.
They didn't
Yeah.
take it. It's true. Morning.
It's
What are
true.
you
Darling.
doing?
It's
Well,
true.
Minister, you've earned it. It's been a long road.
Okay, Miss, excuse me, we're on Miss Fairman's time. Thank you.
Morning, Minister. Afternoon. Are you aware of what the New South Wales Coalition did to marine parks when they came into office in 2011? Do you know that history?
Yes, they moved
What
them
was
out.
that?
They moved them out of the Environment Department. They then subsequently, in my view, neglected them. They then undermined the sanctuary system, and I think that they allowed very good people on those advisory committees to go to waste.
Yes, that's true. That's exactly what they did. Now that New South Wales Labor is in government, why aren't you reversing what they did? Why aren't we seeing the transfer of marine parks staff back to environment?
Look, obviously you'd be aware that I have joint responsibility with Minister Moriarty in relation to this. The government's made the decision to leave it within that part of government. I don't think that means for a minute, though, that the commitment around fixing the mess that we've been left with is diminished. We are working through that. I understand that people want to see action faster than they have, but we've made that decision. Minister Moriarty and I are working closely together. We hope to restore a lot of those issues and fix those issues when we can.
Did you personally lobby for the marine park staff to come back to environment when you became minister?
No.
So are you not concerned about the fact that the minister responsible for fisheries and resources extraction is also primarily overseeing with marine park staff within that department, is primarily responsible for marine conservation, threatened species in our marine parks? Does that not concern you?
What concerns me is if we can't work together to make sure that marine conservation is serious, it is science-based and it works well. I think that we can do that in the arrangements we have. Obviously, the government has decided to bring together a new department, for which I'm very excited about. But there's a lot of issues that I work with Minister Moriarty on, and I'm confident that we'll be able to do that in a rigorous and serious way.
So at this point, what it really does look like to everybody who is passionate about marine conservation is that the Labor government is continuing the same ideology around marine parks that the coalition had.
The
sanctuary zones. So, for example, you know, you talked about what the coalition did. Mm-hmm. None of that has been reversed. There's still fishing that's able to take place in sanctuary zones. Within Bateman's Bay, for example, there have been other changes that were put in place that allows fishing off the shore in various marine parks that were sanctuary zones. This history of marine park creation, lots of consultation under the former Labor government for sanctuary zones, was essentially dismissed by the coalition. There's been no commitment, no statements, no promises within the 7 months of this government that anything is going to change in terms of those sanctuary zones. Don't you see there's a problem that all of these decisions seem to rest with the Fisheries Minister?
Look, I just disagree on that. If we go back to the beginning of this discussion, I've been very critical of the way in which marine parks have operated. I believe that marine conservation is extremely important, and it is something that I have had a lot to say over many years of, and my passion for the marine environment and the need for good and strong conservation remains. I think we're having a disagreement about where it sits in government and the ability to turn those around. I again accept, 7 months in, there's a lot of people that wish that I've done a lot of things a lot faster than we were able to do them. My point remains that the commitment around marine conservation from me and from the government is strong, and that we will work through those issues.
But there's also, with you not having oversight, if you like, of the marine park staff, there's been a fundamental change in the way in which marine parks are assessed under the coalition government, which, as I understand it, is going to continue under Minister Moriarty, and that's moving away from the assessment of comprehensive, adequate and representative system of marine parks assessment to this threat and risks assessment. Highly critical. Our science around the world is highly critical of this. This is a creation by people within DPI under the coalition. It's now continuing under this government, and I'll say again, it seems like New South Wales Labor is not prioritising marine conservation. It seems as though they're continuing the coalition's ideology around marine parks.
I just disagree with that.
But what are you doing to change that as Environment Minister? Because you've lost control of it.
Well, I just don't. I accept your concern around these issues. I don't accept your diagnosis of what's happening or the way in which we're going to be able to fix the mess that we've left with. All I can say to you is that work is continuing. It is slower than I would like, as is many of the things that, if I could wave a magic wand and fix all of the environmental and energy and climate change and heritage challenges that exist, that have been a long time in the making, over a series of different governments, doesn't matter what stripe, then I would. All I can say to you is that this is something that I take very seriously, that I'm working with Minister Moriarty on, and you'll just have to watch this space. I'm just not going to be able to give you the answer that you want to know.
I mean, the frustrating thing with the wave a magic wand, and I've said this to the Minister myself in my first meeting with her, was that this was something, in terms of the sanctuary zones, restoring them, that kind of was a magic wand. You literally could have done it in a second, and there has been no commitment. So, Minister, you're within the new department then, so you're not transferring marine park staff over. What marine science and marine conservation staff or unit will you have in the new department?
We do definitely have it, and I think Ms Malloy will be here this afternoon. I would really encourage you to take her through. She is the guru. She understands the
So
ins
there'll
and
be a
outs of that.
section.
There is part of it in there, and I'd really I think she's Dr. Sharon Malloy. I will name her because she's going to be sitting before the committee this afternoon. She'd be able to provide you with a lot of information about work that's being done there. This is not there is work being done in my agencies around marine conservation.
So just to be clear, when the New South Wales Labor was asked before the election about its commitment to marine conservation, and what they said was that they'll work with the Commonwealth to achieve 30% marine protected areas by 2030. Is that within your goals, within what you want to achieve this term
It's
of
whole of
Parliament?
government.
Are you working at that?
Well, this is all whole of government. So we will continue, and I would have to work with, obviously, Minister Moriarty, because we have joint responsibility for the marine parks.
And so where's that up to in terms of looking at increasing marine protection in New South Wales, increasing the level of marine protection? Do you foresee then, saying that Labor is as committed as they were, 12 years ago, that we are going to see greater areas of our marine environment protected from fishing this term of Parliament?
I think that the 30% commitment is important. We're obviously working with the federal government in relation to that. Look, some of the detail I'll just take on notice, and I'm happy to tell you what work's being undertaken.
But you don't know if any of that means a commitment to greater protection of our marine environment. I mean,
I think you're asking me to commit to something that the work isn't finalised yet. Like the way in which we end up managing marine parks and the opportunities within that, the way that we work outside of marine parks is also something that we've got to consider. The 30% in terms of what's in and what's out around Commonwealth waters, like all of those matters are ongoing and are being discussed. I can't sort of say to you, there's these 5 things is exactly how we're going to deliver that, because I'm not across the detail of that. I'm happy to get you information around what's progressing, and I'll do that.
What oversight have you had with the issue of shark nets and the extraordinary number of threatened species that are caught and killed in those shark nets? Have you had any interaction or engagement with Minister Moriarty about that?
Yes, it's an ongoing discussion about how we manage that. I'm well on record about being concerned about the bycatch that occurs as a result of the nets and the need for us to see how we can minimise that. My department does have a direct role in relation to that, which I'm happy for them to take you through. But the point would be is, of course, we're talking about it. Our election commitment was very much about looking at the alternatives that exist that make sure that the community is safe, and that we can look at reducing the impact of nets, which I think is very important.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Conn.
Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, do you believe that the practice of waste incineration is compatible with the goals of the New South Wales Government's circular economy policy?
It fits within part of the waste hierarchy. I've got to say that the issue of waste incineration is a very low level in terms of that. We'd much rather have people much higher up the chain, and a lot of the work that we're undertaking is about trying to move in relation to that, whether we just reduce in the first place, whether we've got genuine reuse, whether we've got recycling, and the way in which we're managing that. It is the case that we've inherited the policy of the previous government in relation to energy from waste, and that's something that we will be having a look at. You would be very familiar, I'm sure, with the arrangements where there are 4 locations that could be operating in relation to energy from waste. Look, I've got to be frank with you, I don't love it, and I don't, I would much rather see us working higher up the other end of it. Whether there's a place for it in the future is something that I think is something that we're challenged by when I look at the lack of infrastructure we have around landfills, and the fact that our landfills are getting very close to getting to critical need, and the work that the EPA is doing around waste infrastructure and what we do with the waste levy fits into all of that work.
Thank you. Recent research out of the UK has shown that the average incinerator in the UK produces more than twice as much carbon dioxide per unit of electricity compared to a gas-fired power plant, and some even have a higher carbon intensity than coal plants. How are the proposed waste-to-energy incinerators accounted for under the government's proposed net zero legislation?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I will take it on notice. I'm sure that all of these things are considered, but I'll need to get back to you on the detail.
Thank you. You've already mentioned the previous government's Energy from Waste Infrastructure Plan, which states that assessment of incinerators will consider feedback and submissions from community and stakeholders. As you would be aware, there are a number of regional communities who are very unhappy that these incinerators have been deemed unsafe in the Sydney Basin but are now being proposed in their communities, particularly in the case of the proposed Advanced Energy Recovery Centre in Tarago. I understand that 627 submissions were received, 619 of which objected to the project. How does that community sentiment contribute to the government's consideration of this project?
Well, I mean, this proposal at Tarago is proceeding through the planning system as it is able to do, and they're working through those issues. I understand that there is significant community concern in relation to that, but it's the planning process is being undertaken. My understanding is that's the only actual application for waste. Someone might be able to confirm that. I think that's the only one, but it's in the planning system now, and that's how it's being dealt with in relation to community concern and the way in which that's operating.
In the 6 months that you've been in government, have any of those settings changed from when the previous government introduced their Energy from Waste Infrastructure Plan that would impact the assessment process for that project?
No, because as I said, there was my understanding, and someone can. Maybe I should just take it on notice. I don't want to mislead the committee, and I want to make sure that we give you the right detail. But my understanding is that the policy settings have not changed. That there is an application in relation to Tarago, and that is going through the planning process. The way in which that is being dealt with, I'll have to come back to you because I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Many proponents of waste-to-energy incineration claim that this method of generating electricity is cheaper than current methods of power production in New South Wales. Has the New South Wales government undertaken any modelling to assess the validity of that claim?
We may have, I'm not sure. I'll take it on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll grab this in that chair. Thank you. Minister, when will you, I've got only a short time.
Okay, I'll be short.
I'm looking for really short time answers.
As long as they're not.
When will you follow the expert advice and list Ravensworth on the Heritage Register?
So Ravensworth, very important. There's been a long discussion about this. It hasn't come to I'm expecting to get the recommendation from the Heritage Council in the near future. I haven't received it yet.
Okay, is that something that you will ask for? My understanding
I'm expecting it very soon. I have visited, just to be clear, I've met with Aboriginal groups. I have visited the site. I have met with the mining company as well. But I'm waiting on the final recommendation from the Heritage Council, which then I have to take into account all of that feedback. So I'm not going to indicate to you how I would deal with it. I take that decision very seriously.
Thank you. When will Garnabulla be listed as an area of outstanding biodiversity value?
I'm not sure. I'll have to take it on notice.
Thank you. There's been an application for a long time, and I'd also be interested.
It's a really old one.
It's been on foot for a long time. Yeah. I'd actually also, if you would, Minister, take on notice whether any deeper assessment of the conservation value and the protection status of Garnabulla.
I'm really happy to. I have to say I'm not familiar with that one. Where is it?
That's Orange, so it's otherwise known as Mount Canobolas.
Oh,
but
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
It is Garnabulla.
Fantastic. Let me find out and I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. Minister, had you spoken with the Premier about the existing objectives for emissions reductions that are in the regulation before he said last week that there were no existing targets in regulation?
I don't recall. This was an issue actually in the lead up to the election when Minister Keane announced this regulation. Look, I honestly can't recall. The Premier and I talk about a lot of these issues.
But did you speak about this?
Well, the thing that I'd say is I'm being very upfront. I genuinely don't recall. The point that I would also say is that I'm also not in the business of telling committees like this about the conversations that I have with the Premier. that's probably the best that I can
So
do. I don't think
it's
there's any
the-
trick. I don't think there's any trick here.
I don't think there's any trick either, Minister. I think it's a deep concern that perhaps the Premier was not aware of the current emissions reduction targets of the state that are currently drafted in regulation. So my question really was, had the two of you conversed about those existing targets in the regulation?
I mean, look, we've got a Premier who went to the election on the basis that we're going to legislate emissions reductions targets and we're going to support a net zero commission. Look, what is in the Premier's mind is not something that I would care to speculate on. The only point that I would make is you've got a Premier who's very serious about legislating this, who supports an independent net zero commission, who supports an adaptation objective, who is working hard and has made a government priority the renewable energy roadmap. As opposed to perhaps to the previous Premier who literally said that climate skeptics are okay. So, you know, I can't go to what the Premier thinks. All I can say is I understand his commitment and our responsibility to take action.
I hear you, but I think where the state now is, we've moved on from the election and we are genuinely now looking at whether these targets are the right ones, whether they're fit for purpose, and where we're starting in terms of the Premier's knowledge of where
it's why
things are.
it's actually why it's so exciting that we've got the bill, that we've got the inquiry, that if we actually legislate this will be the toughest legislated targets in the country. This is significant step forward, a significant commitment, not just to now, but to future generations of New South Wales. The Premier is fully behind it. It's an exciting time. We're having the conversation as it goes through the Parliament about what it'll end up looking like. But I just, you know, people always say, oh, you're too understated around these issues. This is a really significant step forward. This is progress.
We'll see where we get. Minister, would you commit, at the moment, there is some noise around looking at the potential carbon value of the public forest estate. I spoke with the Treasurer and the Premier, and there was some clear indication that there's possibly some work happening. I've got that on notice. Are you committed to making sure that the carbon value, if in fact there will be any in the coming years, in the public forest estate, will not be used as a tradable commodity to allow the continuation of emitting industries to continue? And I'm asking you this in your capacity as the Climate Change Minister, the Energy Minister, and the Environment Minister.
No, I totally understand.
The vibe.
I totally understand. The point that, look, the biggest challenge we've got in relation to any of this is that there's currently no method that would actually allow this to occur. Any method that needs to be produced needs to be rigorous and would need to work. The hypothetical that you're asking me is just not something that I have the information in relation to any design of any system or how that would work.
But Minister, it's actually wherever we land, this is actually a genuine vision statement, and it's it's a yes or a no. Are we willing to allow such a valuable public asset of potential carbon to be traded on a market, or will we maintain that in the long term for future generations as carbon stored, never to be traded?
One, I understand the question. Two, I just am not prepared to give a yes or no answer in relation to that, not because I have a strong view, but I don't have an informed enough view with the information about what the options we would have if we were to pursue that. So you're asking me a giant hypothetical. I understand the principles that are at stake here, but I'm just not able to give you a yes or no answer because I don't have enough information, and I would hope that you'd think as a minister I wouldn't just be doing it in these committees without the information that I need.
I think that there is, well, I appreciate that, Minister. I think that's very diplomatic, but I also think that all of our stakeholders around the state, around the country, and those yet to come already have enough information to know that it would be a terribly unwise
and I'm
thing.
sure that will be fed in, and as you know, I would take all of that input very seriously.
Minister, are you talking to the Minister for Agriculture responsible for forests about improving the coastal integrated forestry operations approvals?
When you say improving, what do you mean?
Not
improving for
yeah,
conservation
sorry,
outcomes.
Not directly, but obviously there's a review due of the CIFOAs next year, which I think is going to be a really important thing to work out how they're working, how we take into account the things that were ignored by the previous government in terms of fires, how we're looking at threatened species.
Do you commit
all of
to
that work? So the short answer is not directly, no, not now. Are we going to be talking about that very soon? Yes.
And will you commit to that being a very open process and allowing input, particularly from all of those citizen scientists that have actually been doing the best job of protecting our public forest estate?
I mean, I would assume that's the case. I can check with Mr. Chappell in terms of the review, which you'll be part of, that there would be a public process for that, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today, Minister. I think it's been a worthwhile discussion. Now, I just have a quick question, and I'm going to cede my time to the Honourable Wes Fang, which I'm sure you'll look forward to. But I do have a question. I do have a question about the Brumbies. So yes. I do agree there are no great options, and I sympathise with the decisions you've got to make because I know it's not easy. I also agree that we do have a moral obligation to side with the native animals. But that said, the horses are obviously highly intelligent animals. Yes. And if we want to get the numbers down to 3,000 through, shooting them, we're still going to have 3,000. We know they're prolific breeders. Yes. They're going to keep having foals. So that means we're going to be on there's going to be a constant program of having to shoot a lot of horses on a regular basis. I've had people in my office say that there is a more humane method here, which is darting them with contraceptives. Yep. I've had other people in my office tell me that is unproven technology. I just want to know what your thoughts were on that and whether we can fast track it, because I think everyone would be a lot happier if we could, if they could then die out naturally without all this carnage and with leaving all these rotten carcasses around the place, which is only going to feed feral dogs and feed feral pigs and things.
A couple of things I'd say within that. First of all, I know that this animal welfare is something that you take very seriously, and I really welcome that. I think the more people that care about the way we treat animals, the better in the Parliament. The second thing that I'd say is that, yes, I do think that reproductive control is an option, but it needs to be dealt with, and we need to. It is my intention to get if we can get the numbers down, to look at how we could actually get that to work in practice. It is a little bit untested, but I know that the Honourable Emma Hurst at various points has pointed me to other areas where it works. I think we should be open to that. I don't want to be killing horses. I just don't. I also want to reduce the number that we will have to kill over time. And the challenge here is for us to reduce the numbers as quickly as we can, so fewer horses need to be culled over the long time. It's about managing the horses in the park. It may be the case that we will have to use ground shooting, and don't forget we're also doing rehoming. My understanding is that we're rehoming around 400 to 450 horses a year. We should continue to do all of those things. I want the most humane situation that we have. I want a sustainable park where the native animals and plants are protected. We want to recognise that the horses have a place in the park, that access to the horses for people who horse ride in the park will continue. I think we can do those things. To go to your point around reproductive darts and those things, my understanding and the advice I've got is that is challenging, but it's absolutely something that I expect when we get the numbers down to a manageable level that we're actually able to achieve. In fact, I would love that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to the opposition.
Thank you, Minister. 4 minutes left, race to the end. Very specific question. Given your multiple statements prior to the election that you wanted to see Glenlee purchased, and also your commitment to the Friends of Glenlee and the electorate of Oatley, that if elected, Labor would save Glenlee, could you update us on what funding the government is providing to purchase Glenlee, and when will it be purchased?
I thank the member for Oatley and Mr Coure for submitting this question to the committee. Hi, Mark. Look, the point that I would make here is that Glenlee is extremely important, and Mr Coure knows that, and he knows that we've taken seriously the way that we're working that. In terms of when? It's been on the market. It's currently still on the market. I've had discussions with both the Friends of Glenlee and with the council about how we manage that. There have been challenges in relation to accessing the site as the owners have refused to allow the heritage assessment to be done. My commitment is that we're going to continue to try to work to how we can do that.
Has funding been committed?
Not at this point, no.
Okay.
Minister.
That's a no.
Yeah, it is a no.
Minister, given
Mr.
that
Courage could have got 10 million as well if he
Minister,
would cared
sorry,
so much about
I've got
it.
very little time.
Yeah.
Given that the Parliament has an inquiry underway into the Brumby numbers and I guess the cull, will you commit to not killing a Brumby by aerial culling until that committee has reported?
No, I won't. The point here is that there has been a Senate inquiry that had 865 submissions. The current process that I've just been through, that's been a public process, was very well engaged with over 11,000 submissions that are made. Let me finish. My understanding is that the parliamentary inquiry that you're involved with has got 165 submissions in relation to this. Most of these issues have been well canvassed. The point that I have said from the beginning of this is that the longer we wait, the more horses are going to need to be reduced, are going to need to be killed. I want to minimise that number. We've stood by for 12 years. In fact, we've stood by since my former colleague and someone who I hold in great esteem, the Honourable Bob Debus, put an end to aerial shooting over 20 years ago. We can't, and I won't stand by and wait for that to happen.
Minister,
The short answer is no.
It should be a very quick inquiry. I don't understand why you've got to kill these horses now. My last question to you is that, do you believe that 28 days is enough time for impacted residents to reply to the EIS when it is published for overhead or transmission line?
Which one?
So in relation to transmission lines in general,
which project?
Any of the transmission projects where the EISs are published, there's as short as 28 days for people to respond to
well, if
hundreds of pages.
We just talk about Central West Arana, which is the currently EIS that's in. We've just extended that for over a period of time. So 28 days is the statutory requirement. We do allow extra time so that people can do this. These are complex documents. I want the community to have their input. We understand that this is a challenge. It's a challenge in the planning system, and I'm not going to speak for Minister Scully, and I encourage you to raise these issues with him. But the point that I would say is, of course, community input into all of these programs is really important. Environmental impact statements are the key document in relation to the planning system.
I appreciate that, and given that you have increased this one now, will you commit to increasing further ones into the future? Because renewable energy projects and overhead transmission line projects, or even underground transmission lines, my preference, would be better served by having a longer time to respond, given the EIS is often hundreds and hundreds of pages, and people are trying to do this within the 28-day period because that's initially what's provided to them.
Look, the point that I'd make is this. One is we're operating under the system that your government had for the last 12 years. The second is that 28 days is standard.
You're in government now, Minister. You're in government.
Yeah, no, I'm
yeah,
well
for the next 3
well
years
aware.
anyway.
I hope you're enjoying opposition.
Actually,
the point that I would make.
Actually,
well, are you going to let me answer the question?
Sure.
It's a matter for Minister Scully about the timeframes in relation to that. I've already told you that the one that I'm responsible for, which is the Central West Arana, has been extended, and I welcome that. I suggest when you have Minister Scully, who I think is next week.
He's tomorrow.
He's tomorrow. You've got an opportunity to ask him. But my door's always open. If you want to make representations around those matters, happy to talk to you anytime.
Minister, I'll be wearing a path to your door.
Thank you.
I
Now,
look forward to
over
it.
to the government.
Minister, I was wondering if there's any additional or supplementary information you'd like to provide to the committee.
I feel like we've had a pretty good go. No one has asked me about the budget papers, for which I'm a little bit disappointed. I did have all of the lists of how many bits of legislation that I'm responsible for, which, in case you're wondering, is 59. But look, no, the point that there's a couple of things that I want to say. The first is that as this is a really important process that is about the role of the upper house and holding the executive to account. It's something that I have been involved with in my entire 18 years that I have been in the Parliament. It's extremely important. The thing that I wanted to say is that I welcome the opportunity to be held to account for the decisions that I'm making, but I importantly want to recognise the people along here, and the people behind me, and the people in the department who have worked extremely hard to provide a lot of information. The reality is that we prepare for every eventuality, and pretty much you can ask us anything you like. There's a huge amount of work that goes into budget estimates preparation. There's an incredible amount of professionalism from the public servants that I am very privileged to work with, and I just want to place on record my great appreciation for their efforts. Working with ministers can be a challenge, and I'm very grateful for their efforts. I know how many hours have gone into this, and I just want to put that on the record. The second thing that I just wanted to say, which I am excited about that no one asked me about, is the creation of a standalone environment department is a big step forward in terms of environmental protection in New South Wales. Bringing together climate change, energy, environment and heritage is extremely important. It provides us with the focus that we need as we tackle the challenges across government, and there are many, to really make sure that the twin issues of biodiversity, the two crises, I'm willing to call them crises, the climate change crisis and the biodiversity crisis can be dealt with together, hopefully removing barriers to action that have been there in the past, but importantly driving across government the need for action. So I'm very pleased that the Minns Labor government decided to do this, and I want to thank everyone for their efforts, and I want to thank the committee members for their questions today. I think we actually did pretty well, wasn't too argumentative, and I understand from opposition how much work it is to try and pull that together. So I want to thank the shadow ministers.
I thought you were going back for the next
I want
session.
to thank the shadow ministers, Shadow Minister Sloan and Shadow Minister Griffin, and Shadow Minister Anderson for their efforts. Thanks.
Any further? Thank you, Minister. It is one of the brutal realities, isn't it, of the time with these committees. We don't get to ask you all the things that we support and we're really proud of. We get to that you're doing. We get to interrogate the other parts. So
sorry, I've got these notes that everyone's going to be worried about. Can I quickly just whip through those?
Can.
Sorry.
Yes.
When answering a question from Ms Ward, I said we were only investing an extra $1.8 million in renewables. It's actually $1.8 billion.
You did say
I just want to be clear that we've put that on the record. In relation to the template agreements, the Department of Planning is working on the template agreements.
I can give further information on that one if
this
you like.
afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yeah,
That'd be good.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
draft's coming out. That will be excellent. I'll make sure I haven't misled the committee. Most ambitious targets around 2030, which is the target for the mainland states. Tassie, of course, is higher because they're actually carbon negative because of their scheme, and the ACT, as we know, has got a lot of stretch targets. I don't want to mislead the committee. Thanks very much.
Minister, can I just add, if I may, through the chair, thank you for your attendance today and for being fulsome with the committee. I know it's been a very long road for you to be sitting in the position that you are, and I commend you on your commitment to the Parliament and to transparency in the Parliament and the great work that you've done with everybody here. I think you're perhaps the standard for how to be accountable to the upper house, and we very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hear. So, with all that, thank you, Minister, for attending this hearing. We're now finished with your questioning, and this committee will now break for lunch, and we will return at 2 p.m. Thank you all.
I've got a few other things I need to do.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We have some new witnesses who will be joining us for the afternoon session. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. So for the new witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And if you would, one of you would like to start by coming up. Thank you, in any order you choose. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Louisa Mamouni, Acting Executive Director of the Credit Supply Task Force. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Trish Sharpe, Executive Director of Conservation and Aboriginal Partnerships with the National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Sharon Malloy, Executive Director of Biodiversity and Conservation Division within the Environment Heritage Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Chang, Executive Director, Strategy and Policy at the EPA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Stephen Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Practice and Services at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Beeman.
Mark Westbrook, Chief Project Officer for the Energy Corporation of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
I'm Alison Pepper, Executive Director of Strategy and Implementation in Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability, which is part of New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hi, I'm Liam Ryan. I'm an Advising Executive Director in Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Right, I think that's everyone. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fleming, you were obviously here when the Minister was providing responses this morning around the question of who, I guess, progressed the decision to aerial cull first. The Minister indicated that it was her office that ultimately made the decision, but I didn't quite get a response, well, a clear response, I'll say, in relation to how we reached that decision. Can you provide me some clarity as to how you recall the decision to aerial cull was progressed? Who first made the recommendation that this was the only way forward? What other options were looked at, and how did the Minister come to the decision?
Mr. Fang, do you mind if I just clarify or add to answers that were given in the morning session regarding horses?
My apologies. I was requested if we could do some of the answers to the questions on notice, and it slipped my mind. So,
can we pause the clock?
Yeah, I apologise. Sorry, I got caught up. Mr. Fleming, would you like to do that?
Ask the Secretary to do hers.
Thank
first.
you. Apologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify 3 matters. We were asked a question about the standard landholder agreements. As you know, Ms Ward, these were part of the recommendation in the electricity supply and reliability check-up. The department has been working on the template, which we think will be very useful for landowners thinking about hosting renewable energy development and entering into lease and commercial agreements with industry. The templates have been approved by Minister Scully as the relevant minister, and they will go up on the department's website shortly. I'm hoping tomorrow, but sometimes you can have technical problems, but they have been approved by the minister, and we'll get them onto the website as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ms Fishburn.
On a second matter in relation to offshore wind proposals, we're asked about the Hunter proposal. DPE didn't make a standalone submission. However, we did provide information to ENCO, who provided feedback, so it was a feedback. In relation to the Illawarra proposal, DPE is currently preparing a submission, noting that submissions close on the 15th of November. For Minister Sharpe's portfolio, and hence why she was probably having difficulty answering the question, her areas have provided information into that. However, it is sitting with my office waiting for further information from the planning side of my department. So we will consolidate all of those things before we make that submission, and confirming, as Minister Sharpe said, that the Commonwealth are responsible for whether they become public or not. And just to clarify as well, we had a question about energy from waste proposals that are currently in the planning system. As indicated, the Tarago proposal, or as I would know it by the proponent name Veolia, is currently in the planning system, and the proposal's currently awaiting response to submissions. We do have a proposal from Cleanaway in our system. That proposal will not be able to proceed under various regulations, the Energy from Waste Infrastructure Plan and Regulation, and the Transport and Infrastructure SEP 2021. However, it has not been withdrawn out of the system. And for the fullness of information as well, the Department of Regional New South Wales has shortlisted 2 groups to submit proposals that could potentially deliver an energy from waste facility in the Park's Special Activation Precinct. And this process is still underway, so the proposals are being worked through. So 2 formal applications in the system.
Can I thank you for responding so quickly today? I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I believe, Atticus, you
Yeah,
were next in our list. Yep.
I had 3 things. There was a question about the native veg regulatory map.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, responsibility for making that map rests with the Environment Agency head. So in that capacity, I've published 2 draft stages of that map, if you like, covering 15% of the state. So it's being rolled out in stages. I'll shortly consider the 3rd stage. The second thing I wanted to clarify was one of the issues around horses related to the Victorian survey. And again, I just wanted to clarify, we have made no comment on the Victorian survey methodology other than to say that it applies in a very small area and wasn't applicable to Kosciuszko, which is many, many times larger than the area being surveyed using that technique in Victoria. And the third thing I wanted to clarify was to respond to a couple of the questions around the closure notifications in Kosciuszko National Park. So I think over the next 3 weeks, it's in the order of 20 to 25% of Kosciuszko National Park that will be closed. As members will know, we routinely conduct aerial control operations for a range of feral animal species, deer, pigs, etc. So you can expect that some of those operations will occur during that period. In relation to aerial control of horses, the Minister indicated there will be 2 components to that program, a preliminary component or a preliminary program, and then the ongoing program. I confirm the ongoing program will not commence in that period. I don't make any comment on when the preliminary program will commence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming, for that
And
clarity.
just one more from me. Ms Ward, I believe you asked a question of the Minister about availability of documents related to the electricity supply
Sorry, what was your
and
first
reliability
word, Mr. Lewis?
checkup.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis, could you just repeat the first sentence
So
again?
you asked a question to the Minister about the availability of documents in relation to the electricity supply and reliability checkup.
Yes.
They are still available on our website at energy.newsouthwales.gov.au.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll restate the question, so perhaps we could just restart the time again, if that's all right.
I'm happy to go straight
Okay,
into
yes.
a response. I think the Minister indicated to you she visited Kosciuszko National Park in early April. So part of that visit was to examine the impacts that horses are having on the park. And as you know, those impacts are very severe. Impacts on the park, the catchment, a whole range of threatened species. They become very clear when you are visiting the park. They're well documented in the scientific literature. I think another aspect to that visit was then to update the Minister on progress in implementing the plan. And if you like, I can give you the updated stats, which is 2,517 horses removed in the nearly 2 years since that plan commenced. And in that context, when you look at that figure, it becomes clear that the mechanisms that we have available to us were not going to enable us to meet the target of 3,000 as required by law by 30 June 2027. So I think that visit, and then there's an ongoing discussion, as you would expect departmental officials to have with their minister, around how we were fulfilling our statutory obligation to implement the management plan. So it's been an ongoing dialogue, as you'd expect
And I
departmental
appreciate
officials to have with the minister.
I appreciate that clarity, Mr. Fleming. The bit that I'm trying to drill down on is, so the minister attends Kosciuszko on the 14th of April. I think was the date that was given to me. I believe she met with the Invasive Species Council the next day. How did we then reach the situation that we're now deciding to aerial cull? And it seemed to be, reasonably quick from there. I imagine that the minister came back to you and said, okay, so we've removed, say, 2,500 horses over 2 years. Just before I get to the question, could you provide what you believe the numbers were 2 years ago, horse numbers?
I can go back. There was a 2020 survey and then a 2022 survey.
Yeah.
So the 2022 results, the 95% confidence interval is 14,501 to 23,535.
Okay.
So I think the important thing about that number is you
that's
can
the
argue
2022 number. Is that
that's
correct?
the 2022 number.
And what was the 2020 number?
I'll give that to you a little later. I'd have to look at my notes.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay.
Okay.
Can I just make the other important point, which
Sure.
which was central to your question? The minister then made a public statement where she indicated that she had directed us to prepare an amendment to the management plan, and obviously then we complied with that direction, which was made under the Act.
Understood. So, in relation to the 2020 numbers, do you believe they were lower or higher than the 14.5?
The 2020 numbers were a little bit lower. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but they were in the order of the equivalent to the 814 was around 14,000 something, I think.
Okay.
The
So they were
significance of
fairly
that is that that came at the end of the drought.
Yes.
And after the fires.
Yes.
So we had seen a slight drop from the survey prior to that.
Correct.
And then with good seasons
Yes.
and immigration, we've seen an increase since then.
Okay. So we've got, oh, here we go. It looks like you got the note. Have you got the number for 2020 there, Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, the range was 8798 to 22555. That best estimate.
Sorry,
98 to 22555.
8798. So in 2020 we saw 8798. 2022 we've got a number increasing to 14.5. So there's been a net increase of around about 6,000 horses in the 2 years.
Well,
on the bottom figure. I'm just using with the bottom figures because
using that.
Okay, so you've got an increase of around 6,000 horses on the bottom figure. You've removed 2,500 horses from there. So net increase, you've seen about an 8,500 increase over that 2 years. Given that you've removed 2,500, seen an increase of 6,000.
I don't think you're getting the sequencing quite right.
Okay.
But also, I don't really want to be. I wouldn't.
I'm just
I wouldn't
doing some rough
characterise the
numbers
numbers
in
in
my
the way
head,
that you
so-
are characterising them.
Yeah.
I think what you can say in general terms is, yes, numbers do fluctuate with things like the seasons, with immigration, and so on.
Yep.
But what we do know is if you look at the latest data,
Mhm.
which is November 2022,
Yep.
that number that you're referring to, the bottom of the 95% confidence interval, 14,501.
Yep.
What we can say about that number is that the best available science, like world's best science, says that we can be 95% confident
Yep.
that the number of horses is at
Except
least
we
that
believe
number.
that those there's evidence out there to believe that the methodology, I'll say, is perhaps not correct. But I'll park that to the side because I am going to come back to that later.
I just note I don't accept that proposition.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying that I'll come back to that topic because I believe that there might be some disagreement about the methodology.
Yep.
So, just using the bottom figures, you've had a net increase of around about 6,000 horses, and I know we've discussed the methodology, and you've removed 2,500 in about the same period of time. So net increase is about 8.5.
Well, many of the 2,500 have been removed after the 2022 survey.
Okay, all right.
I'd have to take on notice the precise amount, but yeah.
Understood. Well, let's just say that there's been some horses removed. If you were to get down to 3,000 within about 3 years, and given the rate of increase, and look, I appreciate we're going into probably drought conditions, but that's an awful lot of horses you're going to have to shoot. What's the plan and the strategy for the numbers you're going to shoot, the way that you're going to do it, what time of the season you're going to shoot it? I mean, say you've got, I don't know, an average of 7,000 horses a year that you need to shoot, on numbers. Break that down, given that I doubt you do it over winter. Or maybe you would, I don't know. You might have 6 months of the year that you can do it, 180 days a year. That's an awful lot of horses you've got to shoot in a short period of time, Mr. Fleming.
So I don't want to speculate about numbers, and I won't go into a lot of the
But a lot of these decisions are made on numbers, aren't they, Mr. Fleming?
I'm just saying I won't speculate on the numbers. The next step is, in terms of the numbers, is the results from the 2023 survey, which we expect to have peer-reviewed and published before the end of this year. When we get those updated numbers, obviously that's a critical piece of information that will form the basis for our planning going forward in terms of operations. And the other comment I would make is that the amendment to the management plan adds aerial control as one of the tools, if you like, one of the means by which we can control horses. And I want to also say, as the Minister did, and I've said this in budget estimates, I would say every year for the last 3 or 4 years, no one in National Parks and Wildlife Service enjoys or wants to do feral animal control. If we didn't have any feral animals in our parks, that would be fantastic. Like, no one likes doing it. It is a very challenging thing to have to do.
I can appreciate that.
So this is not a task that... This is a task that we are doing because we are required by law to do it, and because if we don't do it, one of the great national parks in the world is going to be damaged beyond recovery.
I'll come back to this a little bit later, but I'll cede the last 10 minutes to my colleague, and then I'll come back to some other topics a bit later.
Thank you. Dr. Giuliani, if I pronounced that correctly. Thank you. Hi, welcome. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks.
Can I talk about the... can you explain why the funding distribution from the department to the Biodiversity Conservation Trust is being cut by $3.2 million in the 23-24 financial year?
Thank you. I have to look at the budget paper specifically to align those numbers. But
Sorry, we're nerds. We spend our time looking at them. Yeah.
Thank you. I do have them here in my notes. There have been efficiencies that all government agencies have absorbed as a result of expenditure review, and that applies to the BCT as well. There are particular efficiencies that all government agencies will achieve, and the BCT will achieve as well in relation to travel and spending on consultants and advertising and external legal and so on. And there have been some program efficiencies as well applied to the BCT in terms of our program, our Investing in Private Land Conservation program. and I'll have to look at the numbers specifically, but in the operational funding, that's where you'll see that applied.
So you'll see those cuts in those areas specifically. Thank you. So the Biodiversity or BCT's 4-year investment plan, I'm sure you're well familiar with, states between now and mid-2027, the New South Wales Government expects to add more than 200,000 hectares of land to the state's protected areas and 50 unique landscapes to the state's conservation efforts. However, on the BCT's website, it still says that its aim is to secure 200,000 hectares of new conservation areas by 2025. Can you clarify when the BCT intends to meet its 200,000 target?
Sure. So the latter point that you made is in relation to the current business plan. So the 2021 to 2025 business plan has set a target to secure an additional 200,000 hectares of conservation areas, and we are on track to achieve that target, and it will be achieved by 2025. The 4-year plan, obviously, in coming into effect this year, we have set ourselves another 200,000, and so it's effectively moved the target. It hasn't changed that we will achieve that target by 2025. It's effectively adding another 200,000 to be achieved by the end of the 4-year plan. What I will say, though, in relation to that is that we're currently in the middle of our business plan, and at the end of the current business plan cycle, we'll set another 4-year, and so we're effectively anticipating that that business plan target again, it may go up as well, but we're effectively anticipating that we will set ourselves another target for 200,000 hectares.
Okay, so sorry, when you say you're in the middle of your business plan, when do you anticipate finalising that?
Sorry, what I mean is we're in the middle of the business
the
plan
execution
cycle.
of it.
That's right. So the current business plan ends financial year 24-25.
Yep.
And we will achieve that 200,000 hectare target. And we're effectively rolling forward to 2027 now that we have a new conservation management plan implementation plan, which is the 4-year strategy that's been announced.
Okay. I'm not being cute, and I know you probably don't carry the budget papers around with you, but it's page 32 of part 6, so section 6, page 32 if you get a chance.
I have the operating statement, I don't have the full budget paper.
Okay. Yeah, that's where it is. Okay, so if you want to go to that. So the operating statement for the Biodiversity Conservation Trust shows that 9,308 million has been budgeted for grants and subsidies for 2023-24.
Yep.
Compared to the 11,972 million budgeted in 2022-23. Why has it been estimated that the BCT will be spending less on grants and subsidies this financial year?
Thank you. I'll have to take the specific details of why on notice, but that particular line item relates to the landholder payments and payments of our conservation partner program grants. So effectively, when we enter into a conservation agreement...
Did you say it does apply to that, or if it does?
So it's effectively the line item that relates to, in the main, relates to the payment of annual management payments to landholders.
Yeah.
And I'll take on notice why that's been reduced, but that's effectively setting a budget for what we anticipate to pay in the financial year forward.
So it looks like the number's gone down just comparing the line items. I'm just trying to understand why that is. And
I'll take it on notice, but in relation to that specific line item, that's not reflective of an anticipated decline in the number of agreements or anything in that regard. What that is anticipating is that the expense that will be recognised in the operating statement, so the money out the door going to landholders either in the form of a grant or in the form of their annual management payment, which are paid once a landholder submits an annual report to the BCT, that fund, the budget required for that year is $9 million.
Is what, sorry? What was the last one?
Is $9 million. Okay. The 9.3.
Seems to be down.
But it's not anticipating that we're seeing less agreements on foot or something like that. But I'll take the specific details on notice, and if I can get an answer by the end of the session.
You can see why we're trying to reconcile them. Okay. If you wouldn't mind. And then how many grants and partnerships is the BCT planning to enter in 2023-24?
So in terms of how many grants we're anticipating, that would be subject to landholders making applications to us. So I don't have a specific figure. We've set a figure for roughly what we think we need to pay, I can tell you.
You would have to
our
anticipate.
Yeah,
You'd have to pick a
exactly.
number. Yeah.
That's right.
Can
But
you
we
help
could-
the committee with that?
We could tell you what our average grant payments to date is and how many grants that represents. But I'm not anticipating that number, and the budget for grants for the 23-24 financial year is roughly the same as what it was last year.
Okay, so when you say you can tell us, are you able to tell us now, or you'll come back to
I can
let
tell
us
you
know in
how
this
many
session?
grants we have awarded to landholders for conservation partnership for the program, but I can't tell you the breakdown for 22-23. I can tell you overall since 2017.
Okay, but we're looking for how many you're planning for in 23-24. Do
So
you want
you
to
want
maybe
the-
see if you can come back in this session to let
Yep,
us know?
I can do that.
No problem.
I can take on notice the last 12 months of grants paid.
Thank you, that would be very helpful. Mr. Bruce, hello. Sorry, I can't see over the television the screen there. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for your work. Can I ask you about the Ken Henry review, Mr. Bruce? Can you provide further information on how the department's coordinating the whole of government response to Ken Henry's review? We had some questions about that this morning. You were here, long suffering, but can you give us some indication of some further action in that space?
So the whole of government response will be led by the Cabinet Office. They'll lead our whole of government interagency steering committee, which will look at all the recommendations across the LLS Act.
Is that established?
Yes, it is established. Yeah. And they'll look at the recommendations from both the LLS Act review and the BC Act review, and as I said, develop a whole of government response for government consideration.
When you say they will look at it, have they met?
Yes,
Are they
we
looking
met I think it was for the first time last week, but notwithstanding that was the first time that group had met, the departments have been progressing discussion around the recommendations well ahead of that. So we've been progressing those through existing governance arrangements. So there's I chair an interagency biodiversity offset scheme, STERCO, and we've been working through the recommendations in that group. There's also a BOS stakeholder reference group, which Mr. Mike Murdoch chairs. There's some discussion around the recommendations there. So the work is well and truly underway, but the TCO steering group met for the first time, I think, last week.
In my experience, you're particularly efficient, and we appreciate that work, but I note that we're looking for a comprehensive response, and the Minister indicated, I think this morning she said earlier next year. Can we have an indication of when we can expect that comprehensive response?
So I think I'll agree with the Minister. I think next year.
That's good. Always a good move. You able to tell me who's part of the senior officials group that's been tasked with working on this?
So TCO is leading it.
And sorry, is that both reviews? Is it the local
Yes,
land services
both
thing?
reviews.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. So TCO is leading it. The planning side of the department, the environment and heritage side of the department.
Sorry, could you
Sorry.
It might be me getting old and not being able to hear. I'm sure my husband will say that, but if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you very much.
So TCO led.
Yep.
The planning side of the department, the environment and heritage side of the department, transport, local land services. I think that's it.
Mr. Bruce, if I can come in.
Oh, yes,
there
sorry,
is also there is also New South Wales Treasury
Of course.
and the Office of Energy and Climate
Thank
Change.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I turn next to the New South Wales? Thank you for that. That's helpful, and we'll come back to on that. The blue carbon strategy, the New South Wales blue carbon strategy. If that's also both of you. In September last year, the coalition government launched the Blue Carbon Strategy 22-27. What's the status of implementing that strategy?
I may ask Ms Malloy to join us at the table for that one.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
Thank you, Ms Malloy.
No problem. Thanks, Mr. Bruce. Hopefully I can see over the TVs now. I can. So the Blue Carbon Strategy was launched in 2022, and it's for 5 years. So there's 5 priorities outlined in that action plan, and there's a copy of it up on our website.
Yep. What's the status of implementing it?
Yeah,
Sorry, was my question.
Yeah, so we're moving towards trying to implement some of the actions in there, and some of the key things that we're delivering. It was the strategy actually talked about a number of demonstration sites, so blue carbon demonstration sites. So we've got one in collaboration with our National Parks and Wildlife colleagues Everlasting Swamp, which is up on the north coast. And there's also one at Duck Creek, which is a collaboration with our fisheries colleagues up around, I think it's close to Wollongbar. There are very close links with some of the actions in the Blue Carbon Strategy, closely linked to our implementation of the Marine Estate Management Strategy as well. As you might appreciate, there's some close links between the actions that were written in the Blue Carbon Strategy and the Marine Estate Management Strategy.
All right, I might come back to that. I realise I appreciate I'm out of time, but I might come back on the funding for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Ms Mihaly, did you want to...
Just very briefly, Madam Chair. I missed the beginning of the return of budget estimates, and I think I overheard upstairs, I was listening to it, that there was some answers to a couple of the questions that I previously asked the Minister. If I can just get some clarification. That's right, it might have been yourself. It was in relation to the Hunter wind zone, offshore wind zone submission that the Minister was given advice earlier that there was a submission made, and that was clarified. Can I just get some
thank you. I'm
clarification?
happy to provide the clarification again. In relation to the Hunter proposal, DPE did not make a standalone submission. We did provide input to ENCO, who provided feedback. So they provided feedback on behalf of the New South Wales.
They sought information from the department? Is that what happened in that regard?
I'll just ask James. I wasn't in the department at that time.
The Australian Department of Climate
Yes.
Change, Energy and Environment and Water
Yes, I know.
requested
Who
feedback
referring
from the
to?
New South Wales Government,
Yes.
and that was in October 2022.
Yep.
So Energy Co coordinated feedback from Transport, OECC, Port Authority of New South Wales, Department of Regional New South Wales, Department of Primary Industries and Fisheries, Department of Planning and Environment.
Was any of that information made public or not? Or only
It
provided?
hasn't been made public, but
The Commonwealth make the decision. as
They
to
make a
whether-
decision whether that's made public, yeah.
Sure.
So did they provide specific questions that they wanted answers to, or was it a general broad?
it's more that they
inquiry?
put out what they're proposing to do. They're looking at the preliminary boundary of an offshore renewable energy zone, so they sought feedback from the New South Wales Government, which we coordinated between that group.
They didn't
of
ask you to undertake any specific studies or any
it
of
was
those
much,
agencies?
much
I
more
suppose you
feedback
would
on their
know.
proposals.
Okay, and just in relation to the Illawarra offshore wind farm zone, I think you might have made mention that you are in the process of preparing a submission.
DPE is currently preparing a submission. The submissions close on the Wednesday, the 15th of
Yes,
November.
correct. Oh, so you are making a submission.
From the Minister's side of my department, which is why the Minister may not have been able to answer the question, because the Environment and Heritage people have provided their input to my office. I have asked the Planning Department to provide some more fulsome information, so it's currently sitting with my office and we haven't submitted.
And you make that documentation public as well? Or is that a
Again,
decision of
it's
the
not
Minister's?
my decision, it's Commonwealth's decision.
Commonwealth, or the State Minister could make that?
Well, I can't speak for the Minister's decision.
Thank you. I just want to go to some questions about EPA's regulation of forestry, if I could. I just want to draw your specific attention on going back to, it was actually on the 15th of August last year, Mr. Graham made a complaint to the EPA in relation to logging activities in Ellis State Forest. And on the 17th of August, EPA issued a press release about that, or we assume it was about that, because it was about logging operations in Ellis State Forest. And I won't table the press release because it's available on your website, but it says EPA inspection confirms trees in Ellis State Forest lawfully harvested. So it was 2 days after the complaint was made. And then, after that, on the 13th of September, Mr. Graham received a letter from Steve Orr, Director of Regulatory Operations, that basically said, we've really looked at your complaints, no breaches, no breaches. Then on the 15th of December, the EPA wrote to the Forestry Corporation saying that there had been, in fact, a breach. And one of those breaches was specifically one of the complaints that was made by Mr. Graham. it just raises a serious concern. So one is, did the EPA then respond to Mr Graham and say, actually, there was a breach and there was and a substantial breach. It was in relation to a blue gum, a koala tree, and EPA made some significant findings that that tree was damaged in accordance with the very high threshold of tree damage under the IFOA. And that, was Mr Graham ever informed that in fact the letter he'd received was incorrect? And what do we do about telling the public that there was no breach?
Chair, sorry, you said on the 15th of December there was, so you mean last year?
That's right. Sorry, 15th of December 2022. And this will go to the broader and deeper problem about the times. But this specific incident...
Look, I'm happy to take that all on notice and give you a very comprehensive answer. I don't have anything before me around issues, ongoing issues or issues that arose after that complaint was investigated in Ellis Forest, but I'll very happily revert, and I'll try and do that today.
Thank you. And so just on that, if that had happened, assume it has, it looks fairly concrete to me, if that had happened, should the EPA correct the record? Is that something that is important to you?
Yes, absolutely. It's critical that we communicate effectively with stakeholders. We're very conscious that in the forestry space there's very limited standing for parties, and so we take that particularly seriously in the forestry space, and it's a major priority for the current year. It's certainly a major priority for me as the CEO.
Thank you. And even perhaps I would put on the record that given Mr Graham's incredible commitment and engagement, perhaps even, a full explanation of how this may have happened, if in fact it has, and an apology to him about the fact that possibly the EPA got this wrong.
Yeah, look, I'm always very comfortable to admit when the EPA gets things wrong, and we work very hard to get them right, and unfortunately we don't always get them right, but I think that would be entirely appropriate.
Thank you. So just on that, and referring to the Auditor General's report around forestry, and one of the things that she noted was that the EPA conducts inspections in response to forestry complaints, but does not always do so in a timely way. I'm just curious about, has the EPA responded to that? Are there changes in the practice of responding to complaints?
Yes, I mean we've taken a comprehensive and open approach to the findings of that audit report. We've completed, I understand, one of the actions, and all of the others are underway in being comprehensively addressed. We're also putting a major focus into additional training for our people and capability building to enable us to be more responsive. I mean, I should note there'll always be resource constraints, and within our existing resources we take a risk-based approach, and we are confident we deliver an effective risk-based focus, but it doesn't mean we can be everywhere at once.
Sure. I think the Auditor General noted that complaints can take somewhere between 8 and 40 days. Is that a reflection of the resource constraints, or is that a target that you're seeking to improve on? Or
look, yes, it is a target we're seeking to improve on, but it's also, I think, what's missed in that is the nuance of the relative level of risk. So we respond, in hours, if not minutes, to very high risk complaints, and then other issues can take longer if they're assessed as through the triage process as being of less risk.
So just on that, can I ask, is the allegation of unlawful tree removal in threatened species habitat, is that considered a high risk complaint?
Yes, but obviously it also goes to the substance of what's in the complaint or the evidence or the other material, and our existing work or understanding of that particular operation.
What's your test? What is the EPA's test for whether a stop work order should be made?
Well, look, we have a variety of regulatory tools, and when we have issued those in the past, it's generally been where we've seen very clear evidence of a breach that is at risk of being of continuing and causing additional harm. So it's really about the level of harm when considered against the rules of the IFOA. But I should just add that the ultimate focus for us is on the outcome, and sometimes we will go to Forestry Corporation and raise concerns, and they'll voluntarily agree to halt while we work those through, and so then we don't need to get to that point. So it really depends on the circumstances.
And so in terms of EPA as a regulator of many operators, is it a factor for you that the Forestry Corporation does have a recidivism history? It is an operator that has a significant history of breaching rules and prosecutions and penalty infringements?
Yes, in any sector, the seriousness of the offending and the nature of the previous, I guess, behaviours of a particular entity are always relevant.
So in terms of, do your officers have a particular kind of policy discretionary framework that they work to in terms of assessing the gravity of the offence and the allegation of the offence? Is there, or is it sort of left to the discretion on site?
No, we have some consistent metrics. I might invite my colleague Mr. Beeman to speak.
Thank you.
In some more detail to some of that, but I'll just say while he's coming up, we've moved to an operating model where we don't have a team who just do forestry, but we now have hundreds of authorised officers who can be deployed to forestry issues. It obviously means there's a challenge and a process that's been underway in the last few years to operationalise that to full effect, to bring all of those other officers up to the necessary level of skill and understanding. And I'm confident we've made very significant progress in that regard, but I might invite Steve just to talk to it.
And I think, Mr. Bowen, this is very helpful. I think if you could kind of explain who would arrive at a logging operation where there's allegations of significant breach, including, wrong size trees, tree types, threatened species, habitat. What does that officer do? Who are they? How are they qualified? And what tools do they have?
Yeah, I'll start from the sort of the hierarchy and work my way down. Thanks, Chair. So we've got published prosecution guidelines. So they give us guidance about the types of enforcement tools that we need to actually consider when we make our decision-making processes. We've also published what we call the regulatory framework, and so that document gives officers the policy overview about what types of regulatory action, and we have a thing in there that talks about, and it goes to those things that Mr. Chappell talked about the severity of the offence, the nature of the harm, the history of the offender. So it has all those characteristics. And
so, Mr. Bowman, what would happen if I'm arriving on the ground?
Yep.
Have I been, and this is my first time as an EPA officer, how am I going? Am I with somebody? How would you send somebody out, and how does it actually happen? I understand, I've seen the documents, but how do they actually then go about this? And how much training have they had? How long have they been,
Yep. I should probably declare an interest. My first job at the EPA 30 years ago was the first forestry officer. So all our staff operate in pairs, and so for safety reasons, particularly when you're working in forest areas that are quite remote, staff are often there's a buddy system. The way that we operate with newer staff arriving or staff that may not have any expertise in a particular area get buddied up with more experienced staff. Those staff then collect their evidence and information in the field. We have a separate team of technical experts.
Can I just stop you there? When you say collect evidence in the field,
yep.
Is there a pro forma? Is there a methodology? Is that left to the discretion of what's being complained about?
They will have a pro forma depending on what the issue is. And so if they're looking at roading and they're looking at the particular nature of roading activities, or they're looking for particular threatened species, we're moving more and more to using online field tools, so having our, instead of putting it into notebooks, putting it directly into electronic formats.
Have we got more of those iPads now?
We have got more of those iPads.
As well as diameter
Yes,
tapes?
we do.
All right.
There was enough of them. They've all been purchased.
Mhm.
And so those officers will collect that information in the field, bring that back. There's often the opportunity then to discuss with the technical experts in the EPA who are threatened species, people with threatened species expertise background, or people with soil erosion control background if we're looking at a particular eroding issue. Then they'll put that evidence or that information brief together. They'll then talk to their supervisors and managers who have experience in forestry matters, and then that's where the discussion gets had between staff and their team leader or supervisor about what the appropriate course of action is.
And so then all of that, so I'm assuming all of this material, whether it's in document form or through the iPad, then that goes to an assessment officer, or is that yourself? How does that... Because who makes the final decision about whether, in fact, something is a breach or something is not a breach?
That'll be done in consultation with the person's supervisor, and depending on the nature of the breach, then that escalates through the EPA.
And is that something that's done in consultation with the Forestry Corporation on the ground, or is that something that's done at arm's length?
It's absolutely arm's length. We would collect information from that person, any Forestry Corp representatives on the ground, about what they know about the particular breach, but our decision making is completely arm's length.
Thank you. And so then, in terms of that, so if somebody's made a complaint, going back, say, to Mark Graham, for example, that was a very detailed complaint, and I understand EPA receives quite detailed complaints from members of the community or organisations. Do you then report back to those complainants with that level of detail? I.e., if somebody has said, we were in the forest, we took photos, we've got measurements, we've got GPS coordinates, this is the allegation, and then the EPA says, no, that allegation is not made good, do you have the same level of evidence, the photos, the descriptions, the locations? And is that material that you would provide to the complainant to help them understand where the difference is?
The answer is yes. We collect that same level of information, probably even more so. I think the question would remain, was it still an active investigation, which we wouldn't be able to hand that information back out. So whether we were preparing a brief of evidence, either for a on-the-spot fine or taking it to court, we wouldn't be able to pass that evidence out. But as a matter of good practice, we actually need to go back to people who, the public, and as Tony said, there are particular third-party rights that don't exist in the forestry space, and we take that seriously, that we should go back to people who have taken the time and effort to collect that information and give them feedback, absolutely.
And I should just add to that in this and other realms of regulation, it can be very frustrating for community members who make a complaint and then don't understand that there's often quite a complex and sophisticated legal process that's working towards a prosecution that really limits the information we can share back. But it's certainly something we continue to work to improve, how we communicate.
Thank you. And can I just ask how, or perhaps more like why, the regulatory approach why is it better for EPA to get voluntary outcomes from Forestry Corporation as opposed to, if I think what you were saying, Mr. Chappell, earlier about in terms of a stop work order, if you can get a voluntary response, then you would prefer to do that. It sounds, I understand the sense in that, but have we really tested the actual regulatory theory around that? Why is it better?
Well, Chair, I mean, what's better is the outcome. So if we're looking for an outcome of protecting threatened species or protecting the environment from harm, frankly, the environment doesn't mind if it's an enforceable order or a voluntary stop work agreement, that the EPA can always step in and issue a stop work order if that voluntary pause is being withdrawn. So we don't hesitate to do that. And nor do we hesitate to prosecute where there's a strong case to do so in accordance with our prosecution guidelines. I think the only other relevant point here, and it's around regulating government entities, that we also are mindful, because there's a Premier's memorandum about this, that agencies spending taxpayers' money on both sides of a court matter is not an ideal situation to be in. It's obviously necessary sometimes, and we don't hesitate to take action against state-owned corporations where it's warranted, but we are required to consult through that memorandum.
Thank you. Can I just ask in relation to oaks? Forestry Corporation contacted EPA saying they wanted permission under Protocol 5 to undertake roading works. And then EPA responded and said, no, you can't do that. The harm would be really significant, rufous scrubbird habitat, and the logging that you seek to do at the end of this roading really isn't viable. It's steep slopes, it shouldn't happen. And Forestry Corporation then wrote back and said, oh, we went ahead anyway. We decided we didn't need your approval. We've changed the definition of what we're doing, and it's not roadworks, it's just routine maintenance. What do you say to that? I'm across some of that detail and correspondence that you're referencing, and I think since that exchange, the EPA has been on the ground and re-inspected roading operations that were found to have taken the necessary corrective actions and to be compliant. And there's still some outstanding issues which... But Mr Chappell, I understand that. I'm just going to finish on this. What do you say to the fact that permission was sought, it wasn't granted, in fact they were told they couldn't have that permission, they went ahead, did the environmental harm, I've seen it with my own eyes, and now we're just carrying on? I can come back to you on it.
Sure, I'm happy to come back to it. I wouldn't necessarily characterise it quite that way, but let's
Okay,
talk about
thank
that.
you. Over to you. Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you. I think we were dealing with the blue carbon strategy the last instance. I can just come back to that briefly. Thank you. So we were talking about that, and I just asked what funding is allocated towards the strategy in 2023-24.
Yep. So for 23-24, we have secured just over $800,000.
Thank you. The strategy states the department will work with the BCT to accelerate opportunities to protect blue carbon ecosystems on private land. What opportunities have been identified to date?
To date, I mentioned the two demonstration sites, one at Duck Creek and at Everlasting
Got those.
Wetland. One of the actions within the strategy is to try and identify another further 8 sites. So we've got some preliminary work happening in relation to that. So assessing sort of some of the opportunities and also some of the planning pathways. I don't have any further detail with me today on that, but I could certainly provide that at a later date.
All right, thank you. I have some questions for Mr. Chappell.
Yes.
Thank you for your work and for joining us today. Sorry. I just want to go to the protection of the environment policy for sustainable construction. Around that policy, does the department believe, it might be a question for you, Mr. Chappell, or someone else in the department, but I'll defer to you. Does the department believe, as Advent Energy does, that there's a need for offshore gas projects to meet New South Wales energy transition? Might be for Ms. Fishburn, but I'll take it.
Look, in terms of the protection of the environment policy that's currently the subject of consultation, that is regarding infrastructure and the inclusion of recycled material and requirements to lay out the embodied carbon and so on in proponents' proposals for that infrastructure. But I'm sorry, I'm just not clear on the link to offshore gas extraction.
Yeah, I think Advent Energy has said they could be drilling for gas off the coast of New South Wales in 4 to 8 months. I'm just wondering if the department has provided any briefings. I'm sorry, it might be misdirected to you. It could be for the department. Sorry, for another person in the department to address. But has the department provided any briefings to the Minister on Advent Energy's plans?
I'm just looking at my officers. I think we'll have to take that one on notice.
Pluto. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, sorry, there are two PEPs in where we talk use a lot of acronyms.
Yes, I think,
So
I'm sorry,
one is a
I had
protection
dealt with
environment
one
policy,
earlier,
one
and
is
I
a
think I'm
petroleum
confusing them. Yeah, no, I think that's on me
exploration,
squarely.
right, sorry.
Apologies, I'm trying to juggle questions, and quite rightly I've addressed bowled the wrong one up to you, so I withdraw that. Apologies, I'm trying to juggle those two. So just in relation to, so you'll take that on notice.
Yes.
Could I also ask, perhaps if you might also add this, has the Minister directed the department to commence any work on a government bill to amend the legislation in New South Wales to prevent offshore drilling?
Again, I'm looking at my officers in case they have any
Yeah.
information I don't have. To my knowledge, no, but I will take that on notice. I don't want to give you incorrect information.
Thank you. I might come back to you, Mr. Chappell, on the other PEP.
Sure.
Thank you. And just come back to that about the progress made on the consultation around your draft protection of environment policy for sustainable construction policy. Who has the EPA consulted with since February this year on that consultation?
I might invite my colleague, Ms. Chang, who leads this area for us, to give you the detail.
Yep.
It is a really exciting development, actually the first time this instrument's been deployed, which is in our legislation, and really important tool to bring forward demand for recycled material and low carbon material. And Nancy might talk to the consultation.
I'm just interested, thank you, I'm interested in the progress around the consultation for the policy.
Yes, thank you. So the CEO has written to various department heads, in fact to all department heads, in relation to our intention to make our first protection of the environment policy. So we have reached out to our colleagues in the Department of Education, particularly schools infrastructure, to explain to them the scope of this PEP, should it be made. We have also received significant interest and support from our colleagues in New South Wales Transport, as you can imagine, in terms of building of road and other key infrastructure. And of course...
I'm a little tiny bit familiar with that one, thank you. Yeah, in roads.
And of course, we have had full support from our colleagues in Infrastructure New South Wales,
Yep.
and also Department of Planning.
Thank you. And when will that policy be finalised?
So we are currently in the process of consultation. We are currently in talks around the pilot sites that we could potentially trial before we make that PEP.
Okay, all right. You might update us on that. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chappell, just in relation to one of my personal favourites, return and earn.
Ah, yes.
Return and earn's recycled now over 10 billion.
It has.
Cans and bottles in New South Wales, which we, I think, can all agree is a fantastic achievement. The Minister has indicated to us that her and the EPA are already thinking about the next billion collections. Has the Minister asked the EPA to look at expanding the scheme to be able to include other recyclable, for example, wine bottles and milk bottles?
Well, look, the former government commenced a consultation on that proposal, and it's something that's being done concurrently with other states looking to potentially harmonise and broaden the scope of relevant containers, including glass wine bottles, but other juice bottles and other containers that are not currently included. And so we have essentially been engaging on that for the best part of the last 12 months, and we're looking to do some further engagement with the wine industry later this year. So that I think that potential proposal remains very much subject of ongoing engagement.
Okay, thank you. And so has the EPA briefed the Minister on that expansion of the return and earn to include those items, potentially?
I'm not sure that we've delivered a specific briefing, but I'll take that on notice and confirm for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Given the collapse of Red Cycle, how is the EPA working to help local communities when it comes to the recycling of soft plastics?
Well, we are working very hard with our colleagues in other states and the Commonwealth on a national solution for soft plastic packaging, recycling and collection. You may also be aware, Ms Ward, through just on Sunday with the Minister, we were very pleased to release a discussion paper on problematic plastic, both in terms of its litter and environmental impact, and also where it contains harmful chemicals or contributes microplastics to the environment. And we've opened now a 14-week consultation across essentially any product that the community would like to raise. We've highlighted a number of specific examples that we consider are particularly problematic. But so that process is now underway and will conclude in the new year, and we'll look to follow that up with an options paper and potential further action. But I suspect prior to that process finalising, we're hopeful we can reach national agreement on a new program that will reinstate effective collection for soft plastics and recycling, as well as look at recycled content in that material.
Thank you. I'll turn to artificial turf in that respect and just declare as a former sports minister, I'll play my cards on the table, but does the EPA hold a view on whether there should be a moratorium on artificial turf in New South Wales?
Look, we're part of the whole of government response to that Chief Scientist review, which is actually being led by my colleagues in the planning department. EPA's focus is very much on the relevant opportunities to contain and prevent microplastic or other harmful chemicals going into the environment as a result of those facilities. I think we understand in certain contexts those facilities often allow playing fields where they may not be viable with more natural grass alternatives. So we need to work through that. But that, again, will, I imagine, be raised in the consultation I referenced earlier.
Thank you. I'll just quickly finish up on this subject. Does the EPA does it view artificial turf as an environmentally safe product?
I think
on the type?
Our view will be very much informed by the findings of the Chief Scientist in that regard, that I think the harm from that product is more in the leaching of materials into the environment rather than how it's used for playing sport.
It can be quite hot and not good if you skin your knees on
Yes.
it. And can I just ask, has the Minister requested any briefings on the use or risks associated with the use of artificial turf?
I'll have to check that.
Take that on
but
notice.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. I might hand to my colleague.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Energy Co. Just in relation to the New England area, I know we spoke about Central West Arana earlier today, but in relation to the, I guess, the proposed corridors around the Tamworth area, have you mapped any alternate corridors in addition to the proposed corridors that you've got passing through the Dungowan Valley to the east of Tamworth?
We did extensive consideration of options before we went out with the proposed corridor. We've been consulting on that corridor for some time, as you're aware.
Yep.
We're now at the stage where we're still getting feedback and we're still consulting, but we're assimilating that feedback and considering that, and we're planning to come back out early in the new year with the outcomes of that consultation.
Okay, so do you know under the current corridor that's proposed how many landholders are affected and what restrictions it would place on agriculture around that area?
So the corridor that we've been consulting on affects potentially up to 260 landholders. I'd stress that that's a study corridor, so that's not the corridor that would actually be taken, so that covers an area potentially a kilometre wide.
Mm-hmm.
The actual corridor for the final transmission line might be 200 metres.
Yep.
And the construction corridor somewhere in between that.
Yep.
So
and the easement around
depends
the
on how
line?
many lines there are. So with the lines that we're proposing, many activities can continue on and around them.
Yep.
Which is unlike undergrounding.
Right. Wow. Nice shot. We could debate that one, but yes. Will you expect to lose any residences with that corridor, or are you going to work your way around them?
It's too early to say that.
Okay. How would you determine the just terms compensation that might be offered? Just under the Act, or are you looking to...
Under the Act, but you may also be aware, so we follow the Act, and there's components there that are constant across properties in
Yep.
terms of the property valuation, but the effects can be different, so the way that those are assessed is all in accordance with the Act.
Yep.
And it depends on the particular land use and impacts on the landowner. In addition, you will be aware that we have announced the strategic benefits payments, which relate to those parties on which transmission is built.
Yep.
Will get 200,000 per kilometre over 20 years.
Yep.
So that's in addition to the Just Terms Act compensation.
Understood. So why then do you believe that the extra cost of placing the transmission lines underground would be uneconomic if you... Sorry, let me rephrase. What cost do you believe that undergrounding these lines would make it uneconomic, given that ultimately those costs are just passed on to the end consumer? Is it not better to share the cost across everyone instead of imposing these lines on the landholders that are affected by the corridor?
I mean, as we've talked, the landowners do get direct compensation for the impacts on them assessed in accordance with the Just Terms Act.
Yep.
In addition, they get the strategic benefits payment. The costs of undergrounding are so much more significant, and the impacts on the landowner are so much more significant, that we think that is not warranted at this stage.
But isn't that the decision of the landholder?
It sterilises a corridor.
Isn't that the decision of the landholder, though?
It does not.
No. All right. Why do you believe that landholders might be feeling as if they are not receiving sufficient responses from Energy Co in relation to the consultation and the feedback in relation to the corridor, the proposed corridor?
We are constantly engaging with landowners. We seek to follow up every lead and every contact. So if you're aware of those that we're not, I'd be very interested, and we will follow them up.
Okay, I might take you up on that offer. Thank you. If construction goes ahead, what time frame do you believe work will begin, and how many jobs do you believe will be created in the construction?
Construction, one of the things that we'll be working through is possible staging of the work, so it's a little bit hard to be too precise, but in a general sense, we think the first stage will be around about a 4-year construction period.
Okay, so and you believe it could be started in...
Again, what we prefer to do is to do the engagement we're doing right now, do the environmental assessments which are underway, commencing now, plus they'll continue as we go. So I'd rather sort of let that engagement go, and as I say, we're committed to that engagement. And then
but the
we'll
Minister
do some
surely is providing a little bit of pressure to say, I want these lines
Absolutely.
constructed by...
my
a date?
My colleague, Mr. Lewis, might... Sorry?
A date? The Minister must be saying to you, I want these lines in by X date?
And we've indicated dates in our network infrastructure strategy. We think New England is really a project that would be scheduled for commencement in the late part of this decade, probably towards 2030, maybe beyond.
Okay, so commencement around 2030, finished around 2034.
Completion.
Sorry?
Completion of the
completion
first
date.
stage.
Right. Sorry, I thought you said commencement.
Sorry, commencement of power.
Right. Yes. Well, that's a completely different thing. How tall are you proposing the power lines to be at the moment? Are they the 500 kVA system? They're around 75 metres tall, thereabouts?
500 kV towers.
Yep. So 75 metres. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Is there any possibility that once these lines are completed, they might be sold off to foreign companies?
The way that we are looking at procuring these is they will tend to be built, owned, operated by companies. Energy Co is what we call the infrastructure planner. This morning we touched on some of the points about the need to coordinate the investment in generation, transmission and storage. The last time major lines were built, most of those assets, or all of those assets, were owned by the state.
Yep.
So our role, we're not allowed to own and operate these.
No.
We procure parties to build, own and operate.
And so that could be under the current arrangements overseas organisations. Okay, interesting. There's a petition at the moment from residents around the Dungowan Valley to oppose this. Does that make any difference to you? I believe there's over 1,000 residents that have signed it.
We engage with all landowners and communities, and we're very interested in their views, so we take them into account.
Okay, interesting. I'll pass over to my colleague just to finish some more, and then I'll come back to another topic later.
Thank you. Just back to Mr. Chappell, if I may, just on the EPA budget. Thank you. Can I also ask about the budget papers? They're showing that the EPA is only estimated to have expended $39.4 million on grants and subsidies in 2022-23, although it seems to have budgeted for $74.7 million worth of grants and subsidies.
Yes.
I just want to understand why the estimated actual was so low compared to what had been budgeted for.
I might invite my colleague Ms Chang, who leads our finance area, to complement my initial answer, but my understanding is essentially when there's a natural disaster like the floods recently and fires, allocations are made based on estimates, and then grants are deployed based on the actual need as assessed, and so often the amount does vary. Some of those I think are still in train for this year, but I think in this case one of the relevant issues was that the budgeted allocation was substantially larger than what ended up being required for our role, leading the environmental recovery part of post-disaster.
Is that accord with your understanding?
Yes, that is correct. The variance is largely related to bushfire as well as flood recovery.
Okay.
We're happy to give more detail too.
If you're able, that would be
absolutely.
helpful, just to understand it's just a reasonable difference in the two, so it'd be helpful to understand why that is. Thank you. Mr Chappell, could I just turn to the... I will turn to it in the next session.
Thank you. Mr Ruddock has something, and then we'll move to the others.
I have a question for James Hay from the Office of Energy and Climate Change. So, Mr Hay, on the 27th of July this year, Antonio Guterres, who's the UN Secretary-General, he said that we've now moved from the era of climate change to the era of global boiling. Now, he's not a nobody. He's the head of the United Nations, which has sort of led this crusade against carbon dioxide. So he said that we're in this new era of global boiling. I was just wondering, has there been any discussion in your department about rebadging as the Office of Energy and Global Boiling?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm pleased to hear that, but I mean, it does sort of demonstrate, I think that this whole movement has been built on hysteria. And this was an example of the hysteria going too far. And my second question is, we know that throughout history there's been minority positions on science which have been demonised, but with the passage of time have been vindicated. And some of the greatest scientists in history, like Copernicus, Galileo, Charles Darwin, fit into that category. Within the whole bureaucracy we've got here of trying to re-engineer our economy off fossil fuels, is there anybody who is monitoring or keeping an eye on those scientists who are sceptical of the orthodoxy on that a room like this can change the weather outside, or are we just going... Because the Minister did say earlier that it would be fabulous if it was wrong, if the underlying science was wrong. And there are good scientists who say it is wrong, so I think it would be helpful if we could have at least one part of this massive bureaucracy that was thinking, well, we do need to keep a check on how whether the weather really is changing.
I just hasten to add, my part in the bureaucracy is to lead the Energy Corporation of New South Wales, which is the infrastructure planner coordinating the investment and transmission based off the CSIRO advice that firm renewables are the cheapest option to replace existing generation. That isn't inherently linked to climate change or any views of that. My colleague Mr Lewis leads the climate change part of the team. He may wish to comment on that, but in terms of our work, we are looking to pursue the lowest cost forms of generation for the future of New South Wales.
Well, I mean, obviously the lowest cost to produce energy is coal. No, we've overly regulated. But if we had a laissez-faire market, people would be tending to wanting to use coal. But does Mr. Lewis, can he add anything to my question about, is there anybody in the bureaucracy who has is got an open mind on whether this is all a folly, $1 trillion folly?
May I just ask the Chair, that feels like public servants are being asked to speculate. We obviously follow direction from the government's policy.
Thanks, Ms Fishburn. I think Mr Ruddock's time's done and his position stated. I'll move over to Ms Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I just start perhaps with you, Mr Hay, in relation to contractors at Energy Co. Just picking up on a discussion that we started in the Public Accountability and Works Committee hearing in relation to the staffing structure of Energy Co. I understand that you have approximately 98 contractors, 23 contingent labour staff, and then about 74 employees. Does that sound right?
Those are the numbers on which I gave to your committee. They change. It's in that order. Yes.
Okay, excellent. So about half of them are contractors. From the answers to questions on notice to the committee, I now see that on par actually with the Sydney Metro contractor spend, we're looking at an average rate, daily rate paid to contractors of just shy of $2,300. How does that compare with the average employee at Energy Co?
I would have to take that on notice.
Some of the contractors at Energy Co are earning up to, there's one here at $557,280 for their annual salary. What kind of role would that be?
Again, it's hard to be specific, but different roles have different durations. Some are working 2 days a week, some are working 5 more days a week, some are out in the field doing long hours, so it's very hard to sort of be specific about that.
You've got more than 5 contractors who are earning more than $500,000 on an annual salary basis. Can you give us a flavour of what any of those people
Many of those will
doing?
be very specialist infrastructure people, project director at the project director level, or directly in there, or highly specialist engineers and others.
Okay. In total, there's over 15 contractors at over $400,000. That's a significant chunk of your overall workforce. Does it concern you that Energy Co is quite reliant on highly paid contractors?
I don't think concern's the right word. We look to get the right people for the job at the time. Some of the work we do, we need to get going, and then we look to recruit over time, and the process of recruitment is a long one. You want to get the right people in the long term. Some of our jobs, I'd hasten to add also, and this is the nature of the development phase of infrastructure, you need very good people doing specialist jobs for not necessarily a long period of time. So again, there's sort of horses for courses here. We really want to, when we're doing sort of detailed assessment of environmental impacts, we need some very good specialist people. They're very much in demand across the country, not just the state.
Energy Co is a relatively new organisation, and I think we are fortunate to be able to look now at what we've seen, for example, in Sydney Metro, where they have had over, some of their contractors have been sitting with them for 12 years. When they were first hired, you can imagine the arguments about, well, there's not many people with these skills, we want to bring them in, it's for a short period of time, etc. But now that we see the enormous spend on contractors within that organisation, does Energy Co have a plan to ensure that it brings people on board and actually has permanent employees going forward rather than this continued reliance on contractors?
We're very focused on that, and we have to try and work that. We have, in our project side, we have as I said, the development phase, which is that phase of getting planning approvals and working through regulatory approvals, tends to be quite a diverse phase. There's lots of different activities. Once you get to delivery, you've got a contract, you've got much more traditional roles, you know you've got a 4-year construction period, so you know you can employ people for longer. The roles are more defined as well.
Yeah.
Some of our roles in these projects, take the Waratah Super Battery, had to be done very short notice, and it's quite a short duration project. It'll be complete by August next year. So it's on time, on track, and we needed very specialist people to help us with batteries because they're quite new. So it's a classic example of having the right people to do the job at the right time. We also have, in parallel with all of that, we've been working through a brand new regulatory structure under the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act. So we've had to bring in some regulatory specialists and some planning law specialists as well to sort of focus on doing things for the first time. And there's a real blend there that we're trying to hit the sweet spot on, with getting the right specialists in who can really think not just in the national electricity market context, but in this new regulatory context, bring that in and capture the IP and bring on our staff. So you may have seen we've recently got quite a recruitment going on. That's the first stage of that recruitment, to phase in those employees that you're talking about.
I might come back to you later, but I'll definitely be coming back to you in next year's estimates and checking on those figures. I wanted to ask, in the period of time I've got left, my office has received a number of complaints in relation to the list of approved suppliers on the government website for encouraging people to switch from gas to electricity. So if you wanted to, for example, get rid of you, is that you? Sorry, thank you, Mr. Lewis. So if you wanted to replace your hot water system, say, a lot of people out in the regions are saying there's just not approved suppliers in their areas, and also the website is very difficult to use. What is the department doing to try and provide that information and have more approved suppliers outside of Sydney?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. It is an issue that we are aware of, that due to the lower number of whether it be electricians or plumbers that are in regional locations, they have either not been aware of what they can do under the relevant scheme, or have simply not had, say, the time to become accredited through that process. So we are doing things like working with the peak bodies that represent those small businesses or large businesses, to encourage awareness of what is being done with the under the scheme and what the opportunities it does present, because it ultimately does generate more work opportunities for those what are often small businesses in regional locations. So we are taking a number of efforts to try and increase awareness and focus. Ultimately, we are not responsible for choosing or selecting. It is a company and business that needs to go through the relevant accreditation process. And we are also, your comments around the website are also noted, and we do have a current program to try and improve the both the searchability and the information on the website to assist with further promoting the benefits under the program.
Thank you. Has any work been done in terms of developing a program that ensures the gas fitters are basically paired up with electricians in order to swap out gas stoves to electric stoves and things like that? Has that been part of the general work on trying to electrify homes for climate change?
Look, I'm not aware of that work, if any of that work has been necessarily done. I'm happy to make some further inquiries and come back. But what I will say is that certainly there are a number of businesses that offer multiple types of utility services that within their own organisation certainly are capable of organising whether, as in your example, the plumber and the electrician to come out, because ultimately they do work for the same business. And similarly, by promoting this through the peak bodies and local chambers of commerce and that kind of thing, we're hopefully that there's just a natural matching up, that if a plumber is being engaged to disconnect, they don't have the skills, or they don't have a colleague, they will generally know in the local community who potentially is there. And the problem may be, and I'll be honest about this, that the local electrician that they often do this kind of work with may not be accredited under the scheme yet and may not be able to participate. So as I said before, something that we're very conscious of, and we are making efforts to try and improve this, particularly for regional communities, because we do know that just the proportion of providers in those locations is lower than in the metropolitan areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just
Mr.
one-
Hay, yeah, if you
one
would.
very
And then
quick correction. The Waratah Super Battery is August 25, not 24 completion.
Thank you.
My
Thank you.
apologies.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to turn to the koala strategy, particularly in relation to the koala surveying that is part of that koala strategy. I understand that there's the ongoing work, baseline surveys in up to 50 populations and ongoing monitoring at that kind of minimum of 20 sites. I've had some in the community who are wanting to know, with those 20 sites, where are they? Is there a publicly available map? And wondering the progress of that work to date.
So I'll ask Mr. Bruce to expand, but can I just clarify, are you talking about just in the Great Koala National Park area across the state? 'Cause
across
I
the state.
think it's 400 odd areas, isn't it, that you're doing your monitoring?
So 3 different types of monitoring underway. I can give you an update on the baseline survey,
Yep.
if you like. So the baseline survey commenced in October 2022, so using both nocturnal drones and passive song meters. Looking to survey 800 sites across the state by the end of next year. As of October, 401 sites have been surveyed by at least one method, and 179 sites have been fully sampled by both drones and song meters. We expect to deploy song meters at a further 350 sites by the end of this year, and with follow-up drone surveys in the following year.
What's the percentage of song meters versus drones, roughly? Does it sound so? Ideally, drones are. It would be great to have drones surveying as many of those as possible.
Yeah.
But it sounds like song meters are the go-to.
I think the expectation that you'll have both wherever possible, but I'll take on notice the exact breakdown of drones versus song meters.
Okay, so that's the baseline survey. The other part of it was this ongoing monitoring and minimum of 20 sites that was announced. What's that?
That's it. That's the koala monitoring program. So that's a multi-year landscape scale acoustic population monitoring program. You're right, it is targeting 20 sites. In this year, we have established monitoring in 12 of those locations and looking to establish a further 8 locations in spring next year.
Okay, and the monitoring, so that's all publicly available in terms of what those sites are and what the monitoring
I'll take that on
is?
notice. I would expect so, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay, so so to take it on notice, it would be great if the 20 sites could be provided,
Yeah,
as opposed
absolutely.
to just saying yes, they're publicly available.
No, that's
Thank you.
Ms. Fairman, can I just add?
Yes.
There's also a program in the national parks, across our national parks, measuring ecological health. So, for example, in Kosciuszko, we've got 125 sites, and embedded into that program is also song meters for koalas and other things. So there's quite a range of measures being implemented.
Okay. I wanted to also ask about wildlife, the New South Wales Volunteer Wildlife Rehabilitation Sector Strategy, which I understand is coming to an end this year. Is there somebody that can talk
I think Trish Harrop is the
about that?
authority on that.
Hi. Yes, that strategy is due to end in 2023.
Okay, so what engagement has the government had around next steps to support that sector? What is replacing that strategy?
Well, that's current. That will be reviewed this year. We haven't yet developed a forward plan, but we have an ongoing engagement with the sector, and we'll engage with them as we work out the next steps for supporting that sector. It's also, you would be aware, it's been recognised in the Biodiversity Conservation Act review as an area that should be reviewed.
So, so the program has been evaluated, is that correct?
I'll confirm this, but my understanding it is under evaluation. However, it does continue for the rest of this year. So the strategy itself hasn't completed yet.
And obviously,
Can I just check in terms of consultation with the wildlife rehabilitation sector then? What consultation has taken place with that sector around the ceasing of this strategy?
Can I come back to you with an answer on that?
I think we should take it on notice because there are a range of different initiatives that that particular strategy is coming to an end and will be reviewed. But there are a range of other initiatives being rolled out to support groups, and the Minister's obviously not here, but I've heard her say on a number of occasions to stakeholders how important it is for us to take a pretty holistic look at how government can best support volunteers across the state. So you should assume that that will be the way in which we proceed.
So that sounds like that's going to go over and through and beyond this summer period. And I have had conversations with wildlife rescue groups who feel as though the promises and commitments that were made immediately post-fire have kind of fallen in a bit of a heap now. What is the support that is being provided to bolster wildlife rescue organisations coming into this fire season? Because just a number of conversations that I've had is that they don't feel that some of the recommendations, for example, from the bushfire inquiry have really been implemented either.
So I do want to acknowledge those concerns because I've heard the concerns as well. But we have been implementing aspects of the inquiry that relate to care of wildlife. So, for example, and I'll let Naomi Stevens or Trish Harrop elaborate, but there is an additional role that's been created to go into incident management teams, specifically to provide for and plan for a response in terms of wildlife care. And we're looking at standing up expert teams that can then be deployed to firegrounds to ensure that we are dealing with wildlife welfare issues. But Ms Stevens, it's probably one that you can elaborate on.
Sure, I'm happy to talk some more about that. And I should also mention that we're working with the EPA on this as well. So that the EPA and in consultation with Parks, but the EPA are leading on the response plan. We have developed guidelines to assist people working in an incident management situation, looking after wildlife. We've also done role summaries that explain to people the roles and how they should be carried out and where they fit in terms of the structure. We haven't finalised those because the response plan is due to be finalised at the beginning of December, to be adopted at the beginning of December, and we want to ensure that all the work that we've done. But we have a technical advisory wildlife officer that goes into incident management teams and provides technical advice, and they also, where required, a wildlife emergency response team goes into the field.
Can I jump in with one last question in my final 10 seconds on this? I'm curious to know whether, when you're talking about this integrated response, whether that deals with the issue of the fact that wildlife rescue organisations had to wait sometimes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days to enter into a fire ground to rescue animals. That was one of their main concerns. Is that being addressed?
I think having the technical advisory wildlife officer embedded in the incident management
One officer across the
team,
state, is that
they
what you
can
mean?
An incident management team is per fire or per fire complex, and that person can also have somebody else with them, so it can be up to 2 officers. Having them embedded in the incident management team and dealing directly with the incident controller and having responsibility for wildlife, I think you'll find it'll be much more responsive in terms of identifying that there's been an issue and the wildlife need to be responded to, in which case I think you'll find there'll be better communication with the groups and more timely intervention through the incident management team, as all things are in bushfire.
And we can provide some additional content as well at the perhaps on notice or.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chappell, just on that point, we've had direct communication that the wildlife sector is feeling not consulted through your teams in terms of developing that fire response strategy, if you could take that on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Right, I think that we are literally breaking for a short break,
Chair,
and we
if I may
will
just quickly update
yes,
the
of
committee
course.
in relation to the membership of that steering committee. which
Thank
is
you.
looking at
Yes,
both of the reviews.
I felt it was a bit light on.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. So Cabinet Office is leading, the Environment and Heritage Group, Treasury, Aboriginal Affairs,
Yes.
Planning, Crown Lands, Transport, Office of Energy and Climate Change, Infrastructure New South Wales and Local Land Services. So my apologies.
That's
to my
sounding
valued-
much more
my
fulsome.
valued
Thank
colleagues.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. I appreciate you coming back so quickly with that, and that sounds much more.
All right, we'll
like
have a
the
short
normal
break,
way.
and we are returning at 1:45. Thank you. welcome back all. We'll recommence with more questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Can I just direct a further return and earn question to Mr. Chappell?
Yes, of course.
Last one. Very exciting. Mr. Chappell, commencing yesterday, people can get a 10-cent refund on glass wine and pure spirit bottles when they're returned in Queensland to a container refund point. New South Wales once led the way with its return and earn program. Can you elaborate on whether there's any plans for something similar here or whether that's contemplated?
Certainly.
On that?
As I think I alluded in an earlier answer,
Yep.
there's a proposal that has been out for consultation on not quite exactly the same expansion, but very similar. We've been doing some ongoing targeted consultation and expect to go back out to stakeholders later this year.
Yep.
On how we can resolve some of the issues that have been raised by them.
Okay, all right. Any indication of when that might come back?
Well, I think the next stage will be certainly this calendar year to be
Yep.
going back out to the community and industry, and particularly the wine industry. Have raised
Yeah.
various concerns for small wineries and so on
Yeah.
about how to manage any cost implications of introduction. And we're hoping to ideally align that with other states as well, like WA and SA.
Okay, great. We can take our bottles over to Perth.
No, hopefully
no, I'm joking.
we'll be doing it at the same time.
Thank you, that's great. Can I turn to the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy 2014? The New South Wales Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy 2014, published June 2021, tells us that airspace for non-biodegradable waste or non-putrescible waste for Greater Sydney will expire in 2028, and for biodegradable waste in 2036. What plans are there to build more landfill capacity to accommodate that?
Well, I mean, as the Minister alluded, what we're really trying to do is drive resource recovery up what we call the waste hierarchy. So landfill is really an absolute last resort. We have a series of programs underway now around food, organic waste and kitchen scraps and so on, and garden waste to divert that a large amount of that material to landfill. We expect to about 500,000 tonnes per annum that currently goes to landfill, where it's A, the nutrients are wasted, and B, it turns into greenhouse gases, can be diverted into productive compost. So that's progressively rolling out across the state. And in terms of the broader infrastructure piece, I absolutely acknowledge there's a need for a variety of scenarios to be considered and an integrated plan to be developed that maps out the material flows by region and the future infrastructure needs based on different scenarios. So that work has commenced, and we've started engaging with stakeholders to inform that.
Okay, started engaging with stakeholders. What's the sort of timeline and methodology around that?
I might invite my colleague, Ms. Chang, to give you
Sorry,
a bit
Ms.
more,
Chang, we keep getting you up and
more
down.
detail.
Musical chairs, you're welcome to stay if you like.
Thank you, getting my step count up, thank you. So just a few things to point out in the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy. It is a three-pronged approach in terms of firstly removing the organics from the waste stream.
So understand that, just on the timing.
In terms of the timing for the waste infrastructure plan, that is a key pillar of the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy. So consultation has commenced. We certainly expect that by mid next year we will have a waste infrastructure plan.
Okay, and are there plans to provide any more landfill capacity?
So in terms of the waste infrastructure plan, there is a number of things that we need to understand in terms of the waste stream. So firstly, if we remove the FOGO stream, which is the food organics and the garden organics, there needs to be anaerobic digesters, there needs to be composting for that. It's not necessarily a landfill solution. It will be about what is the residual waste once we have driven the beneficial reuse of a lot of that waste material.
Okay, but just on the landfill, have any locations been identified for additional landfill if that's necessary?
So in terms of the forecasting for residual waste, there is a number of things that will inform the infrastructure for that. So we need to firstly determine what is the residual waste, and then there is, as you know, the Energy from Waste Infrastructure Plan, which also is a residual waste solution. And then there is the landfill capacity, and we will be working very closely with councils as well as industry to understand what is the landfill capacity that will then be required once we process the FOGO, which is the putrescible waste. Have a look at how the energy from waste proposals are going, and then we will determine the landfill requirements for New South Wales.
Sure. So understanding that process and that's necessary, have any sites been identified as yet?
No. We are currently in the process of consultation to understand the regional needs, like Mr. Chappell indicated. It is very important to understand that in terms of residual waste, the transport logistics becomes very important. And so understanding the residual waste of different regions will be dictating the needs for landfill capacity.
Turning to not the regions, where, for example, more dense housing is proposed and you've got more people, therefore more waste in a more dense site, what is the consideration around those dynamics?
Oh, no, I think, feel free to correct me, Ms. Chang, but the regional analysis is regional across the state, including urban areas like Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong and so on. And it's really about when we look at the resource recovery opportunities for things like organic waste, for textiles, for other things that mainly go in through the red bin into landfill now, we look at getting contamination out of the yellow bin so we can recycle much more of that, because almost half of people's yellow bins now does go to landfill. And then we look at the residual needs and we need to consider things like social licence and community benefit and other things. I think there are a lot of opportunities to do that in an integrated way that historically perhaps hasn't been done, and that's certainly the direction our ministers pointed us as we work on that with industry. And so I expect this time next year we'd be in a position to share more granularity around those issues.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I just ask about biomass? Just around the draft native forest biomaterial reforms 2021-22, which were detailed in the GIPA EPA 901. In a document entitled Draft Native Forest Biomaterial Reforms, the EPA states, and I quote, present controls may not be sufficient to manage environmental impacts from the use of native forest biomaterial for energy. Does the EPA still hold this concern?
In terms of the biomaterials regulation, we at the EPA absolutely believe the more clarity provided to industry, the better. Certainly, I think if we look at the regulation as it currently stands, it is quite clear that the higher order use of native forestry is not for electricity generation, and that biomaterials should only be used for electricity generation when it is truly defined as waste, including consideration on whether it is better left on the forest floor for carbon sequestration. So this is the clarity that we would seek to provide to the industry, and I would very pleased to update the committee that we have updated our website to provide that clarity.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Can I just go to this South Coast Carbon Project? I'm not sure who I should direct this to. I might initially through you, Ms. Fishburn. You can direct it if you'd like to. But under the previous government, a proposal was developed that would see 87,000 hectares of state forests on the South Coast transferred to national parks to generate carbon credits through an avoided harvesting method. Is that proposal still being looked at by the Minister?
I'll ask Mr. Fleming.
Sorry, Mr. Fleming.
Yes, I think you're referring to the fact that the National Parks and Wildlife Service at some stage last year asked for advice from an independent expert about if a avoided harvesting methodology was developed, how that might apply in a particular scenario on the South Coast. I just refer to the Minister's response earlier this morning, which is in the context of, say, the Great Koala National Park. One of the factors that will be considered is the potential carbon benefits. And that does depend on an avoided harvesting methodology being developed. That is actually a responsibility of the federal government.
Okay. Has the Minister then, I take it the Minister's been briefed on that proposal specifically?
As I said, it's been a factor, and I think it's been referred to by the Premier in estimates as well, the fact that carbon would be something that is considered.
Yep, thank you. And I just had a quick question on machinery of government changes. Madam Secretary, just in relation to the changes to the department arising from the machinery of government changes announced on the 18th of August by the Minister and Premier, noting those changes are due to take place from 1 January 2024, are you able to advise what costs have been incurred to date in creating two departments and what the final estimated cost of these changes will be?
So the machinery of government change to separate out to create two new departments, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, is being led by the Premier's Department because it is a major machinery of government change. To date, no costs have been incurred. We're working through the process of understanding which areas in DeFi, what will become the DeFi area will go to DQ and which will remain as shared services. So it would be impossible to quantify any changes because they haven't been landed on at present.
Do we have any indication of what they might be, though? Or
Not
at
at present. No,
Okay.
we're working through the structure at the moment. Obviously, wanting to keep costs to a bare minimum.
Yeah, okay. And will those changes lead to an increase in the number of senior executives employed in each department in comparison to under current arrangements?
At this point, I couldn't deny or confirm that. There obviously will be a secretary position for the new DQ.
Yeah.
However, the Coordinator General position, which Mr Fleming is currently acting in, will be repurposed as that secretary position. There may well be the need for a few positions underneath that, but at present we haven't landed on the structure, so I can't confirm or deny whether
Do you have
there'll
a
be
timing
any
for that?
further senior executives. We're working through it now with the Premier's Department. Obviously, we need to have certain things in place by the 1st of January, but ultimately to stand up a new department, you need a secretary or an acting secretary, and you need them to have delegations.
Yeah.
You don't need to have the full structure in place. So ideally, we'd like to understand the structure because it gives certainty to the staff, but to get to that 1st of January point, there are administrative orders that need to be done and delegations that need to be done, and the rest can be worked through.
Yep, recruitment process perhaps. Thank you.
I was hoping to discuss some forestry matters. So whoever's appropriately positioned to answer these. Does the department accept the finding of the National Resources Commission from a public report that was concluded in December 2012 titled "The Koala Response to Timber Harvesting in 2019 to 2022" that, quote, select harvesting did not adversely impact koala density nor the nutritional quality of koala habitat?
I can probably take that.
Yes.
Mr. Fang. Certainly the NRC does great work, and I'm very familiar with that report, and I've discussed it specifically with the Executive Director of the NRC. And I think what's important to note, and what the NRC themselves say, is that it's important not to extrapolate those findings beyond the context in which they were concluded, that they were looking at very specific forest type and canopy cover and harvesting operations at three sites. So we absolutely accept it, but I guess my point would be there's a broad range of evidence and scientific work in this space that needs to be considered.
But you accept that the finding is accurate?
I accept that in that
qualifications
context
or no
it's accurate,
qualifications,
but I think the way you're framing it, with respect, Mr. Fang, is extrapolating it beyond what it concluded.
Well, we agree to disagree on that one. Do you accept that selectively harvesting timber in accordance with the rules set out in the Coastal Integrated Forestry Operations Approvals has no threatening impact on koala populations in state forests?
The rules in the IFOA are set to ensure that the timber supply agreements the government has entered into are met with the least possible environmental degradation. They inherently accept a level of degradation that will also impact various species. So I don't think I could concur with the way you framed that.
So you don't believe that the rules under the Coastal IFOA do not threaten impact koala populations?
It's not accurate to portray the IFOA as prioritising the protection of threatened species. The IFOA is designed to meet the timber supply demands and minimise environmental impact in doing so. But its overarching objective is to meet the contracted timber supply volume in what it considers the most sustainable way.
Do you agree that the premise of the Great Koala National Park converts productive state forests into national park, that it will have a negligible benefit to increasing koala populations?
Chair, can I take a
Yeah.
point of order? And I'm reluctant to do so because
Well, then
it's
don't.
actually.
Just thank you. Thank you,
However,
Mr. Primrose.
like everyone else, I'm bound to point out in relation to the procedural fairness resolution, section 10, public officials will not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy. And it's accordingly asking that question itself is out of order.
Okay, well, let me rephrase. Yes.
Thanks, Mr.
Would it be fair to say that the Great Koala National Park that the Minister has proposed will negligible benefit to increasing koala populations? Has there been any modelling around what's proposed?
Can I, Mr. Fang, respond by saying we have a process set up now to meet the government policy, originally an election commitment, now policy in this respect. The Minister, again, referred to this morning. 3 advisory committees have been set up. There's an interagency committee. There is a range of assessments to be undertaken, environmental, cultural heritage is important, as well as economic and social impacts.
Yes.
The one thing I would also just add in this context is the koala is obviously listed as a threatened species, and the expert assessments that contributed to that listing identified a range of factors that were impacting on the koala, one of which is timber harvesting.
I appreciate that, but I'm also trying to delve into the rationale and the scientific benefit of this, as opposed to the emotional benefit.
I will just add
I'm trying
that
to, I guess, determine if there's going to be any loss of jobs for those communities that are on the mid-North Coast and North Coast around this announcement, because ultimately those communities rely on those jobs. We rely on that timber for not only furniture but for for any number of economic and industrial benefits for across the state. There has to be a timber supply in this country, otherwise we have to import it, and we don't know what environmental impacts they have overseas.
So I think
I'm
the
trying to
government-
delve into the actual
Yeah.
issues here to make sure that what we're talking about has benefit.
So the government commitment is quite clear in that there will be a detailed economic and social impact assessment.
Right. So, do you have any modelling around how many timber jobs may or may not be lost with the announcement of the Great Koala National Park?
Well, as I said, there is going to be a detailed economic and social impact assessment which will look at how the proposal can benefit communities,
Okay.
not just on the North Coast but elsewhere.
Do you have any understanding as to how the government is planning to mitigate any financial or job impacts of a Great Koala National Park being implemented on the mid-North Coast, North Coast area? And what timeline do you expect that these things might be rolled out to the communities there?
So I think it's premature to try and, I don't want to preempt what the assessments are. I think the timeline is over the next 12 months we are conducting the assessments that need to be undertaken. And I think if you look at the government commitment here, they are certainly prioritising looking after jobs.
Yep.
So that's quite clear in the
Well, the
government's
unions have
commitments.
told them they have to, so yeah.
But I think I would just also draw your attention to the fact that, referring to one of your earlier questions, that there is ample evidence of the ecological and economic benefits from protected areas. So the assessments are going to be looking at the full range of activities that can benefit the community on the North Coast.
Are you concerned about an increase in illegal protests in state forests as a result of the announcement of a Koala National Park?
I think that's a question best directed to Regional New South Wales or Forestry Court.
Okay, so there's been no modelling done on that. Okay. Do you think that the harassment, stalking and abuse of forest workers and their families and daily illegal protests in our state forests are creating issues for the state and organisations.
Can I-
Yeah, excuse me. Chair, this feels somewhat outside of the
Yeah,
remit.
I was
Just,
I don't, and Mr. Fang, I don't think there's been a forest protest for weeks in New
Good.
South
This
Wales.
is great.
There you go.
Hopefully we don't see any more. But I'm just curious to see if there's any modelling being done.
Modelling.
Modelling?
Just modelling of the impacts. It's how we seem to
Modelling
cover most
projects.
things these days. We talk about modelling. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Modelling
Fang.
process. That's a new one on that.
Could I just ask, on the 15th of September, the Minister advised that the EPA was investigating allegations of destruction of Aboriginal cultural heritage sites in Arimba State Forest. Is it possible to just give a brief update, if you can, on where that's up to?
I think I have to take that one on notice. I'm sorry, Chair.
That's
but
fine.
Very happy to give you an update, provided we're not prejudicing the
Yeah,
investigation.
I understand that. It's just, if it is just something that's ongoing, that would be great if you could take that on notice. Can I ask, please, how the Cumberland Conservation Plan is progressing and if there's any update on where that's up to?
I'll ask Mr.
Mr.
Bruce
Bruce.
to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
So responsibility for actions under the CPCP are actually a matter for the Minister for Planning as the applicant for the CPCP. I can give you an update on some of the initiatives if you like, but responsibility rests with the Minister for Planning.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I also thought that the Environment Minister had indicated that there was something happening around that, potentially some review of it, and that was her responsibility.
Yes, that's correct. The Minister's indicated that she's asked the Department to consider whether there are opportunities to improve the environmental outcomes through the CPCP. So we're working closely with our colleagues in the planning side of the Department to understand what some of those might be, but it will be a matter for the Minister for Planning to then submit any proposals through to the Department and for us to provide advice to the Minister on what those look like.
And have you been asked to provide that advice?
Not as yet, no.
Okay. And from where you have looked, if at all, are there places to improve that?
Some of the things that we've been looking at are there opportunities to fast track some of the existing commitments, but also are there opportunities to add additional commitments. So we're working through those with our planning colleagues at the moment.
And are you aware of any time frame that you've been given around that?
No time frame's been committed to.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fleming, can I just ask you about, I know the Minister took it on notice, but have you got anything in relation to Garnabulla?
No, the only thing I will add is that I think Ken Henry and his panel in their report did refer to the areas of outstanding biodiversity value mechanism, and I think effectively invited the government to consider how that might sit with the no-go map that is also part of his recommendations. So I guess I would just flag that part of the government response to the two reviews, the BC Act and the LLS Act review, will include considering how the no-go map might operate and how the AOBV mechanism might interact with that.
How many AOBV apps have you got, or matters have you got?
I don't know how many have been proposed. I think there are 4 that have been declared, but I'm ready to be corrected if that's incorrect.
I was referring more to how many applications have you received?
I'll ask Mr. Bruce if he can
I
answer
think we'll
that.
have to take that on notice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. When you're feeding into this response, this enormous Ken Henry response, it's sounding bigger and bigger and bigger. Where are you going to look, or where have you already looked in providing advice around his recommendations of nature positive? And what are you looking to understand what he means?
So I think the first starting point is we're working very closely with our Commonwealth colleagues who are also progressing reforms around a nature positive agenda. So we're working closely with them to understand the direction they're heading in and the lessons that they've learnt. But also there was quite a lot of research undertaken to inform the review that Dr. Henry led as well. So those are kind of a couple of the key inputs that we're working to at the moment.
And so what, yeah.
I was just going to say,
Thank you.
I think to an extent your question gets to the point of restoration. And fundamentally, when we're talking about nature positive, or when Ken Henry and the panel are talking about nature positive, I think central to that is we need to protect as much as we can of what's left, but that's not going to be sufficient. So there are certainly some areas of the state where we need to be focused on restoration. Now, the Minister spoke about that this morning, but I think that that concept of restoration, it's picked up in the recent international agreements. The Commonwealth is talking about it, and it feeds into the Ken Henry review as well.
And so are you, in looking at the responding to the review, it's pretty clear that Mr. Henry is talking about nature positive potentially replacing or looking to leverage beyond the concept that we've been working with legally for decades, ecologically sustainable development. What work are you being tasked to feed into looking at how we translate nature positive through a legal lens or a legal test?
So I think the starting point for that will be discussing with our colleagues across government within the confines of that new TCO-led steering committee. There will obviously be views across government around ESD and nature positive. So that's the starting point, is having those discussions across government, and over time we will then have discussions with our external stakeholders as well.
I think it is important to emphasise that it is a very significant review, and as a result, there are implications for a number of government agencies and sectors in the economy. So clearly, we're working very closely to develop a whole of government position that can factor all of those things in. But we all acknowledge that the Ken Henry review does signal that change is needed. So I think that's widely acknowledged. But how we map out how that change occurs in a manner that supports the community, that supports social economic outcomes, as well as obviously the ecological restoration and conservation that we need, that's the challenge.
And so far, when you say you're looking at that, the international work, etc., when we talk about nature positive, are we talking about it at the local scale, the lands, how do we, are you looking at, or is that what you're still doing in terms of looking at that work?
I think that's the definition of what nature positive is part of those discussions across government. So people have very different views around what nature positive is. So that's something that we are tasked with kind of landing and providing some advice to government around what a nature positive agenda could look like and how that could be framed within an amended act.
I think you're asking for answers that
You
will
have
be
to get
developed through this process.
I hope you look broad and wide in the process. It's very exciting work. With the use of drones and koalas, I saw recently the idea that you might be looking at that. With drones and koalas, yes. The question is, I saw some material where you were looking at that possibly with the Great Koala National Park and the ability to understand where koalas are in fact located rather than using mapping alone. There was an opinion or view that drones are not helpful in the warm months. Am I correct in reading it like that?
You probably should be asking someone who's technically equipped to respond to that question.
Which is not me.
Okay. Is there no
I think it's very, very general, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, if it's colder, your thermal gear works better.
That's what I thought. So I'm just wondering, if we are, it would be something. I think I saw that the recommendation is it has to be between April and October if you're drone surveying for koalas. And I'm just curious that if that was the finding for a particular project in relation to forestry, whether that is your position on that in terms of the koala surveys that have been happening.
I think for the Great Koala National Park, I should just emphasise we're at the beginning of the process. There'll be a rigorous ecological assessment which will obviously look at all things koalas. And so there will be a rigorous process. All of those sorts of issues that you're raising will be taken into account.
I think I'm more just curious about, I want to know, and I think the public wants to know, what are the limitations around drone surveying, and what have you learnt as the public agency around drone surveying for animals? And also the question is, can we apply drone surveying and assessment for other threatened species like greater gliders, etc.? My understanding is perhaps that's being deployed in the south. I'm not sure.
Can we take that on notice so that we can talk to people who really know what they're talking about, and then give you an informed answer?
I do have a text saying that drone surveys are better over autumn and winter, but we can take as Mr. Fleming said, take the question on notice around any limitations there might be.
Thank you. And I was the other thing is, in the material I saw, there was a question around the cost of that, and I think it was looking at, I don't know, 1.3 or something mil for surveying the Great Koala National Park area, and I think that was abandoned. And it wasn't clear whether it was the cost or whether it was because of the period of time. Would somebody be able to get back to me and elaborate on why did we not deploy the koala drone survey for working out and informing the Minister in relation to what we could do to better protect koalas in the Great Koala National Park area?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
And come back to you with an answer.
Thank you. Can I just go back to the go back a couple of years to the Natural Resource Commission's recommendations post the 2019-2020 fires, and that it made some clear recommendations about, the Minister referred to it this morning, around not logging certain areas, and Forestry Corporation agreed to some specific requirements, and then it abandoned those. Does the EPA still have concerns around the lack of implementation of those recommendations and the forests that were logged contrary to the NRC's recommendations?
Well, a few points there, Chair. So we've agreed with our colleagues in DPI to commission the NRC to update that advice and analysis, and I think that should be commencing shortly. Of particular, I think, concern to the EPA was the conclusion of the NRC that whilst the IFOA in many respects represents best practice, it was designed without any contemplation of the scale or severity of the bushfire events we saw in the summer of 1920, and therefore it needed to be updated to include, for example, a disaster trigger that when events of that scale occur, it's fit for purpose and can adapt and respond. And we've had discussions regarding those matters, and I'm confident they'll be incorporated in the review of the IFOA next year.
And so do you hold concerns, though, because I know I do from going to the ground of some of those fire areas that have now been, that were subsequently logged that shouldn't have been. The condition of those forests is quite shocking all these years after, and including after the rains that we've had. There are some forest areas that are look like they are in significant ill health. Has the EPA as the regulator and, of forest health or forest regulation, have you formed any views as the regulator along those lines?
Certainly our view would be that the scale and severity of those fire impacts, which I think remain globally unprecedented to date, do potentially require more adaptive, active intervention to enable recovery and ecological recovery, because a lot of the seeds that historically have been fairly resistant to fire in the Australian landscape were also incinerated. So I think there's important work to be done there to improve those settings as we review the IFOA in terms of the impact of that kind of event.
Thank you. I remain gravely concerned from what I've seen. In relation to the broad area surveys that Forestry Corporation is required to undertake. Do you have any concern around do you have any purview over how they're undertaken, and do you have any concerns around those or how they could be improved?
Yes, I think would be the answer to both of those questions. Look, part of the stop work order that has been referred to at Talaganda relates to those issues, that the IFOA is an outcomes-based instrument, but I think our observation is sometimes the way the Forestry Corporation seeks to operationalise those outcomes lacks, in our view, sufficient rigour. It needs to be developed in a competent manner, and that's, I think, at the heart of some of our concerns in Talaganda regarding the way surveys were conducted for den trees and so on. And we've proposed to Forestry Corporation some adjustments to protocols to both install further precautionary measures within the proposed Great Koala National Park area, but also improve how Forestry Corporation identify and protect important threatened species habitat. So we'll be aiming to finalise those in the near term.
Mr. Chappell, do you have the power to amend the protocols?
In the
EPA.
The conditions of the IFOA are set by the two ministers, but the IFOA provides that the EPA can adjust or update protocols to deliver adaptive management to some extent within those conditions that are set. So the conditions can only be adjusted or remade by a process that involves the consent of both ministers, but the EPA is empowered to adjust protocols.
So you can amend protocols.
And that's what we're proposing to do in both of the contexts I just referred to.
Okay, because there is real concern around when we do recommend an improvement in forest practice, that it is done through site-specific operating conditions, and that they are unenforceable. And that, if the EPA has the power to amend protocols and there is the case to do so, then the public interest would dictate that is good regulation, good regulatory approach.
Yes, I think that's fair. I mean, the site-specific conditions where they are implemented are enforceable, but they have to be requested by Forestry Corporation. The protocol changes that have been made in the koala hubs, for example, are enforceable prohibitions on harvesting. I guess the caveat to freedom of action here as the regulator is that we are obligated to consider any impact on timber supply through the IFOA of any adjustment. So that's obviously an important consideration, but we'll make adjustments based on evidence where we assess they're required, and that's a process we're now undertaking.
And you'd be aware that Forestry Corporation's barrister in the Land and Environment Court a few weeks ago stood and said several times, if the EPA wants to change the protocols, they will, they can, they have the power to do so.
I am aware of that, and we've put to Forestry Corporation the form of some potential protocol amendments, and we're obviously engaging with them. We need to do that with the full visibility of any impacts and understanding of that. We'll take that into account. We're also working with our colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries to get any feedback they might want to offer, but ultimately I think there's a strong case for clarifying some of the requirements that the IFOA sets out for various threatened species that have been uplisted or severely impacted by fire since the IFOA was made.
Thank you. Should impacts outside of the harvest plan area that have been caused by harvesting be considered by the EPA in terms of environmental harm? So specifically, for example, Newry State Forest, there is now clear evidence that logging operations have caused the penetration of protected rainforest areas by noxious weeds, including lantana. What do we do? What do we do about that if we are literally watching the degradation of the environment that another operator wouldn't be able to undertake without some form of control? Does the EPA's role expand to that level of harm and requirement on Forestry Corp to take responsibility?
Look, I think that there are a number of matters currently before the court regarding Newry. So I might just take that on notice and...
Okay. And look, maybe Newry wasn't... it doesn't have to be Newry. It could be if there was another area of forest, because this is what we're seeing, Forestry Corporation undertakes its logging operation, a whole bunch of detrimental environmental impacts are caused by that operation outside of the actual harvest area, and then they walk away, and that's the public forest estate. Who's responsible for sorting out and cleaning up this legacy?
Well, I think invasive species are the purview of the Department of Regional New South Wales. In terms of water pollution or other environmental harm or pollution, I think that would fall within the remit of the EPA to take action on. But I'm happy to give you a comprehensive answer because I know the IFOA interacts with some of these other legislative instruments in various ways.
Thank you. And just finally, in my 2 seconds left, why is there such a disparity at the moment between the broad area surveys in the south to the north, say? I hear that you're making improvements within the Great Koala National Park. Are you looking across the whole forest estate?
Yes, the conditions that I referenced earlier, would apply in the IFOA estate as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr Chappell, just turning to the integrated waste tracking solution, how was the decision made to award the contract to KPMG for the delivery of the new integrated waste tracking solution? I believe it's called KPMG Origins.
Yes, so the EPA has been working with the Queensland Department of Environment and Science to develop what we call an integrated waste tracking solution as a key step towards delivering some of the commitments under the National Waste and Policy Action Plan, and to establish for the first time a nationally consistent hazardous waste tracking system, because at the moment each state has their own regime. And obviously a lot of this waste does travel across state boundaries and it's quite complex to then track and make sure the systems speak to each other. So we ran a multi-stage competitive procurement process and through that the panel selected KPMG to develop and operate the integrated waste tracking solution through that KPMG Origins platform that you mentioned. And this will replace the existing waste locator and online waste tracking systems this year. And I might just ask my colleague Ms Chang to elaborate, because I think we're also talking to a number of other states about their interest in participating in this platform.
All right. Just briefly, yep.
Yep. So in terms of that national hazardous waste tracking system that KPMG has developed, we are currently in conversations with a number of jurisdictions across the state where we will be providing a sandbox environment for them to trial before they buy.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to that if necessary. Can I ask you, Mr Chappell, as head of the EPA, have you been happy with how KPMG has been rolling out that system?
Yes, to date I haven't had any concerns raised with me.
Okay, and since the initial procurement, has the EPA had to pay any additional money to KPMG for their delivery of the integrated waste tracking solution?
I think I might ask my colleague.
Thank you, Ms Chang.
Yes, thank you. So the total funding available for this tracking system is $5 million. That was funding that was secured under the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy that was announced by the previous government. This project remains on track and on budget.
So no additional money has been paid to KPMG for the delivery?
Not in addition to the $5 million that has been committed for this project.
And that number is consistent with the initial procurement?
Yes, correct. So we have had a few contract variations, but it does not exceed the $5 million that was initially budgeted for this particular project.
Have the variations resulted in additional costs?
The variations have added to a total of $5 million.
Right, so what was the initial procurement amount then?
I will take that on notice to give you the precise amount, but it was close to $5 million. The recent variations to the contract were to the tune of $30,000 and $110,000.
And what were those variations?
Those variations related to conversations that we had with other jurisdictions and understanding if this is to be a national waste system, what are some of the key features that other jurisdictions might be unique to other jurisdictions because of the way that waste is classified across the various jurisdictions, and some of the features that the Queensland and New South Wales may not need, but other jurisdictions may need. So we made the decision to include some of those features in order to support a national system.
Okay, and we may come back to that, but all right, thank you. And could you just elaborate on which of those, for those two variations, what they related to specifically?
Yeah, so it's certainly related to some of the. I will take that on notice, and I will come back before the end of the session.
Understanding
today.
to fit into the national context and to comply
Correct.
with that, but if you could just elaborate on those two and what they specifically were in relation to.
Yes,
that
I
would be
will
helpful.
get that detail. Come
Thank
back to
you. Has anyone inside the EPA or outside of the EPA raised concerns with you about KPMG's delivery of the project?
We have received some correspondence we have received some correspondence in relation to the delivery of the KPMG project. We have investigated those concerns, and like I said, it's a project that is currently on track and on budget.
What were those concerns?
The concerns raised were relating to delays. They were very generic in terms of the delays. I'm not aware of any delays in terms of the project to date. They also related to the procurement process, and I would just like to put on the record that these complaints came from an unsuccessful tenderer to the process.
Mm-hmm. And were there just the one unsuccessful tenderer that made the complaint, or were there other complainants?
Just this one that I am aware of.
And in relation to delay in delivery and
the procurement process, and why they were unsuccessful.
Mm-hmm. And has the Minister been briefed, Mr Chappell, on the new IWTS, and is she satisfied with KPMG's work?
I think
To
at
the
a
best
high
of your
level
knowledge?
we've shared the project, but let me take on notice the specific briefing that might have been provided.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. So when is KPMG Origins due to take over the tracking of asbestos waste in New South Wales?
I believe that the movement of asbestos waste tracking within New South Wales has commenced, and then we will move to interstate movement.
So it's already commenced?
Within
New South Wales. Yes, it has commenced. It has transitioned.
When was that?
I will come back to you before the end of the session.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And given their work today, can you say that you and the Minister have confidence in KPMG's ability to track the movement of asbestos waste in New South Wales?
I have no evidence to the contrary.
I mean, the tender was very much an outcomes-based tender that required outcomes like that to be demonstrated. KPMG was the superior offering that was proposed, and we haven't got any evidence to suggest that they're doing anything other than meeting those specifications.
Thank you. And there were just the two tenderers?
No, we did receive a number of expressions of interest. There was an expression of interest, and we received a number of proposals from various jurisdictions as well, not just in New South Wales. So we did receive a number of proposals, and KPMG were awarded the contract after a competitive assessment and process.
There are a number of other significant global firms that
Yes.
participated.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn to Mr Bruce? Next, the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital. Mr Bruce, there was no allocation of funding in the budget for the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital, a mobile facility that provides unique and critical services to sick and injured wildlife. You're looking to somebody else.
Mr Fleming may take this one.
I'm sorry, once again.
I will I'll endeavour to answer your
My
question.
apologies, Mr Fleming.
That's okay.
Whoever is appropriate. It's,
Yeah.
I'm following my directions. So obviously a good facility. I understand the Minister has met with the hospital and encouraged them to submit a new proposal for funding. Is that correct?
I can't comment on that. Sorry, it's not within my knowledge. I can take it on notice.
If you don't mind, thank you. Could you also, if you need to take it on notice, fine, but help the committee to understand what work the department is doing on finding funding for this hospital?
What I can say is that there was a process conducted in accordance with the grant guidelines, and I think this is on the public record, that the decision at the end of that was not to make a grant.
All right.
So
given
I
that,
will take on notice is anything that has happened after that decision. Yeah.
So if they have been asked to submit a new proposal, if yes, then
I'm
what
not
work has
aware
been
that
done?
I'm not aware that they have,
Right.
but I it's not within my knowledge, so I'll take it on notice and give you an update.
All right, that would be helpful. And any other steps that have been undertaken to find funding for them, if not the grant process, anything else that might be applicable? And is there any intention of providing funding to the hospital this financial year? I assume that is also going to be subject to...
I'll have to take that on notice.
Sorry.
Sorry?
We have 10 minutes each.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Koala strategy. I don't know if that's... Mr. Bruce is smiling. I've got one right. $10.9 million, Mr. Bruce, has been allocated in infrastructure spending for the koala strategy in 23-24. Can you advise what further agency spending there is on the strategy for the 23-24 financial year?
So for the 23-24 financial year, I'll have to take the annual breakdown on notice. So,
okay, thank you. Well, I guess if you need to take this on notice also, then what will the 10.9 million be spent on?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. That breakdown will be helpful. Has the Minister asked the department to commence any work on updating or making changes to the koala strategy as it currently exists?
Yeah, so work is underway to plan for a koala summit, which the Minister has committed to. And as part of that, the koala summit will inform the refresh of the koala strategy.
When is that anticipated to be held?
No date has been committed for either the summit or the strategy at this stage.
Okay, so we don't have a location date?
Not that I'm aware of. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. So I've just got pictures of everyone turning up to a summit in koala onesies. So, all right, and thank you. Yeah, I know, it'd be fun. When will, it's getting late in the afternoon, clearly. Mr. Bruce, when will the Georges River Koala National Park be completed?
I might take that one. No, that's okay. Can I just go back to your question?
Mr. Fleming, when will the Georges River Koala National Park be completed?
Can I also just say that in relation to your earlier question about $10 million, if that was capital, you may be referring to
10.9, I think.
Funds available for land acquisition for national parks for koalas. So
it's under infrastructure, so it might.
Yeah, that could easily be the case. So that's there, and there have been. There will be acquisitions for koalas this year from that funding, and they'll be announced in due course. In terms of the Georges River Koala National Park, so the government's commitment, the government's policy is to transfer the publicly owned land within 3 years. That's approximately 1,100 hectares of land. That'll be transferred in stages. I think the first stage, by June next year, you should expect to see gazettes of the first areas, and by December 2026, that full 1,100 hectares approximately should be transferred and gazetted.
Thank you. I'll direct all my other questions to you, Mr.
I'm just curious, the new forestry industry roadmap, will it be DPI that's going to lead the work on that, or will EPA and Environment be doing the work?
I think multiple agencies, including those 3 agencies, will be feeding into it.
And who will have primary responsibility?
I think that's a matter that Cabinet's yet to determine.
Okay. When do you expect a decision will be provided to the departments by Cabinet?
In the near term.
What does that mean?
I don't think a public servant can speculate on what time a government decision is going to be made. That's for the government to determine.
But surely the relevant ministers would have provided some throughput as to how they're expecting the departments to be working on this issue. No guidance has been provided as to expected workflow.
There's work occurring at present, but I can't speak to when government would make a decision.
Of the work that's occurring, which department has the lead?
At present, it's allocated between DPE and the Department of Regional New South Wales, so it's a joint piece of work. Obviously, the EPA sits in the cluster, but is an independent agency, and the EPA also has inputs into that as well, as they have some responsibility for the Act. Does that provide clarity for you?
Well, it does, and I just don't understand why that answer wasn't sort of, I guess, provided initially, because I was asking who had the primary carriage of that.
I should have jumped in earlier.
Yes. So the EPA issued an immediate stop work on Forest Corporation after a southern great glider was found outside forest harvesting operations in August. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Issue?
Yes.
What advice have you received from the EPA on the cause of death of that southern great glider?
I understand that's still under investigation. There's an autopsy underway. I think, just to give you a bit more context, Mr. Fang, the EPA inspection identified a number of potentially very serious breaches of IFOA conditions, which led to the issuing of the stop work order, and those matters are still subject to an investigation that may lead to further legal process. So I
Have you
comment
not got
further
any
on it.
preliminary advice on that matter?
I have, but
then can you share that with us?
No, because I don't want to prejudice any legal process that may eventuate here, and the investigation is still very much live.
Yes. However, there's been preliminary advice provided to you, and I'm asking now.
One point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
The witnesses clearly said that they do not wish to prejudice the outcome.
Yes, but I mean,
you persist,
Yeah.
despite you getting a straight answer. So I ask that you call him
Well,
to order.
to the point of order, he can pose the further question about the preliminary advice, and the witness can
Well, he was
potentially
repeating
say
the
the same
question.
thing.
Yeah,
Well,
I can
he's
repeat
entitled to do
it
that.
20 times if I like. But,
We'll do that.
But the point is that, you know, there's preliminary advice. I'm seeking understanding of what is known about the issue. And I understand you don't want to provide that, but, you know, we're still a parliamentary committee and I'm entitled to ask the question. Will you commit to making the information public?
At the relevant point in time, absolutely. And it's not that I don't want to provide the information.
Well, you have it, and you're just not going to give it.
No, I think there's a very important principle that for any public servant, that not to jeopardise proceedings, that legal proceedings or investigations that are underway.
Have you been asked to not provide that?
No, I think it's a standard sort of practice for appearing in front of any committee, that when you're talking about a potential criminal investigation or a serious regulatory matter, that you are very mindful not to in any way act prejudicially to those proceedings. And so I'll take some advice on it, and I'm happy to come back to you on notice
Okay, if you can
with
take
what
it
the
on notice,
appropriate
that'd be great.
information.
Have you been briefed on whether forestry operations were to blame as to the cause of the death of the glider?
Again, I think I'll refer to my previous answer and take some advice on how I answer that.
Okay. Have you been briefed as to who reported the glider to the EPA?
My understanding is that EPA officers identified that particular animal.
If you could take that on notice. And,
Sure,
and-
I'm happy
yeah.
to confirm that.
Okay, and if you're able, if you're not able to provide it now, will you make the information public in the future?
Look, absolutely at some point, whether that's a legal process or some other channel.
Okay. Are you comfortable with the stop work order being extended after 40 days without any update as to the cause of the death of the glider or any link to forestry operations?
Look, I think it's important to understand that the EPA doesn't issue stop work orders lightly. I know there's been a lot of attention around this glider, but there were a number of serious concerns that our officers have and had about compliance with the IFOA obligations by the relevant contractor in that forest. We've been working through those concerns and looking to resolve them with Forestry Corporation, but they go to the rigour of surveys and other matters. And so I think we're looking to resolve those matters, but they're not yet resolved.
Okay. Do you have any other indication as to why that stop work order needed to be extended?
Well, the matters that led to the issuing of the stop work order had not been satisfactorily resolved, and on that basis, the order was extended.
Okay. Can you provide some details as to what they were?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Is there any other indication that the forestry operations in the Talatanja State Forest are occurring outside the prescriptions of the IFOA?
Yes.
Can you provide what they are?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Can you indicate why there's been no provision of information publicly about the investigation so far?
As with any matter that the EPA, or in my understanding other regulators or enforcement agencies, when there's an investigation underway, it's important that it's not prejudiced, and providing commentary on those matters is not helpful.
Not that it's shutting down an industry, but anyway, we'll...
Point of order. Can I... My point of order is simply... Well, you're wasting your own time, friend. My point of order is simply that if these questions are being asked in the House with legal proceedings pending, I mean, they'd be ruled out of order. And that applies equally here.
I have 1 minute
you've
left,
already
I'll move
ruled,
on.
and
I have
the
1 minute
member
left, I'll move on.
The member is...
I'm going to ask...
I'm asking the chair to...
Yeah, stop wasting my time.
Thank you,
Peter.
Mr. Primrose. You're moving on now, aren't
Yes,
you,
I'm
Mr.
moving
Fang?
on.
Thank you.
Have you proposed any changes to the coastal IFOA?
Yes, I answered that question earlier in this session.
Yep, and what are they?
They cover a number of matters, particularly of relevance to the Talaganda forest that you were referring to, would be providing more clarity about what a competent and rigorous survey would be constituted by for various threatened species.
Have you discussed those changes with the relevant ministers, including the Agriculture Minister?
No, those are matters for the EPA to ultimately determine, but we have been engaging with the agencies that report to the Minister for Agriculture. We haven't directly communicated with the Minister for Agriculture, but we are in communication with her department and, of course, Forestry Corporation.
Okay.
Can I just turn to the biodiversity offset system briefly? Is the offset system, are we still accepting and retiring credits at the moment?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have, I understand that some improvements have been made to the system compared to where we were when the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Upper House inquiry delivered its findings in relation to the effectiveness of the offset scheme. As the officers operating this scheme, do you have what degree of confidence do you have that the offsets credits that are being granted can now actually be offset with equivalent biodiversity?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question. We've got a very rigorous process in place, and Mr. Bruce may want to elaborate on this. But we've got a very rigorous system in place to provide assurance that the scheme is operating as well as it possibly can. But you need to consider that in the context of a review that we've just got from Ken Henry in the panel suggesting a second range of reforms.
I understand that. I suppose really where I'm coming from is what's really clear and welcomed is that the Henry review response is going to be a long time. I think we need to be realistic, or it's going to be some time, hopefully not a long time, but some time. In the meantime, we're literally fueling the fire of biodiversity loss, possibly. And my question is going to, I don't think it's clear what we've changed or what we've improved of the biodiversity offset scheme compared to, other than the previous government's response to the parliamentary inquiry. They tabled that some things had happened. But I think it was fair to say there was no commitment yet provided that the credits that we are, the biodiversity that we are losing is not necessarily in the bank to be offset. And that's what I mean when I say, do we have some confidence that there have been improvements?
I can probably add a little further. There is an improvements program that is underway, as you mentioned already, ahead of any consideration of the BC Act review recommendations. Two of the key ones are the establishment of the Credit Supply Task Force and the Biodiversity Credit Supply Fund, which is really about making sure that we have those in-demand credits available to be offset when developments progress. So that's a couple of the key.
And so if that's the reform, what is the effect? So, the Auditor General said that we're granting offsets that just don't exist. have we caught up? Are we still really outstanding in terms of the biodiversity we don't have?
I can maybe ask Dr. Mamooney to provide a
Yeah.
bit of an update on the outcomes from the task force, if that's helpful.
Thank
while,
you.
While Dr. Mamoon is coming, I'm not sure I agree that was an accurate representation of what the Auditor General said. The Auditor General certainly identified a series of issues that needed to be addressed, but there's a series of mechanisms that we've done to improve the integrity of that process around generating the credits.
But I think my point was going to the retirement of those.
Yeah.
I think that we were literally looking at this bulk over here with nowhere to put them because we were, you're nodding your head, Mr. Bruce, because
Well,
that's what I think maybe I hadn't phrased the question properly.
So I think it's really around the creation of the in-demand credits, which is
Yep.
the ability to then offset. So I
Yep.
think Dr. Mamooney's probably best placed to give you an
Thank
update
you.
on how that's progressing.
How are we going?
Thank you. So the new task force was established in July 2022, so it's been in operation since that time. The main role is to increase the supply of biodiversity credits, and we also operate the Biodiversity Credits Supply Fund. To the latest quarter, so the 30th of September 2023, the task force has approved creation of 239,160 credits, and of those, 93% of these are considered in-demand credits. So they are the types of credits that are needed to deliver those offsets. These credits have been entered by, have been created by landholders entering into biodiversity stewardship agreements, and the task force has approved an additional 50 biodiversity stewardship agreements to the 30th of September 2023, and that now covers an additional 27,000 hectares of land. And to put that into context for you, this has more than doubled the area under BSA compared to the first 3 years of the scheme's operation. So it's quite a significant increase in the conservation outcomes through the scheme, but also the supply of credits that are needed for those offsets.
So can I ask, there was, from what we can see, and the visibility is still a bit difficult, but from what we could see, there was a large parcels of land that were subject to stewardship agreements that were retired late last year. Is that something that was, is there an explanation for that, or, is that adequate in terms of the compensation that's taken place?
Yeah, each project, that infrastructural development project in New South Wales, is assessed using the biodiversity assessment method, and then that report prepared by an accredited assessor is submitted to the consent authority to build in to the conditions of approval if that project is approved. It is then up to the developer to seek the credits that they need. They can also establish their own biodiversity stewardship agreement, and we work with a number of developers who are doing it that way. And we also work with developers who are seeking to buy credits on the market through the supply fund as well. And the supply fund has purchased around $30 million of biodiversity credits. We've run three complete reverse auctions, and we are currently completing a fourth reverse auction, and that is to buy and resell credits to developers that need those credits to offset. So we are delivering those conservation outcomes on the ground through those biodiversity stewardship agreements, and working with the landholders who have committed to managing their land for conservation and protecting the threatened species and habitats within their property.
So can I just ask, just as if you were, like as in a snapshot, what are the things that have been most difficult when, in terms of species or ecosystems? Which are the top 4, 5?
I'm happy to take that on notice, but we do have data that we release about, and the information is on our credit registers about the types of credits that are being generated.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask about the BCT's revolving fund? Is that something that is operating and swinging properties and putting covenants on? Is that happening?
Yes, that is still one of our program mechanisms that goes across a number of our different programs. So our conservation management program, which is our funded conservation agreements that go on title, and principally run through tenders and fixed price offer. We can also manage our conservation management program through a revolving fund mechanism, equally with our conservation partners program, which is effectively the scheme that we talked about earlier, which can attract grant funding but doesn't attract an annual management funding. Again, we could revolve a revolving fund could be a mechanism through which we secure hectares in that program, and it also could be used for the offset scheme in terms of our obligations.
I understand.
I
probably understand it a bit too well and disclose a previous interest in it, but I've just got a question. The effectiveness of the revolving fund under the old system before the BCT came into effect, under the old NCT, is the mechanism, the revolving fund mechanism, not as effective? Is it fair to say it's not as an effective under a government-controlled program to a non-government controlled program?
I don't believe so. I would have to look into the details of what the NCT achieved through the time managing the fund, but what I would say is that the revolving fund is an effective mechanism to secure hectares, but I'd have to honestly look at how it worked under the NCT and compare
I'm just
efficiencies
curious.
And performance.
I think
but I don't have any
I think it's a
information
really good question, because there was an independent audit of the revolving fund at the time, and again, it's a bit close to home for me, but that review actually said it was industry best practice, and I'm really curious as to whether it's, from a totally objective perspective, whether it's as successful running as a government system as opposed to a non-government system. I think it's a genuine kind of question to look at, and whether or not in future we would look at setting up another non-government system. So it's just,
thank you. And my understanding is that it does effectively operate very similarly. There have been some additional changes made to the way the policy has operated, but nothing material, and from a performance and efficiency perspective, it remains one of our program mechanisms that we would point to, which is effective for securing conservation hectares, both in our conservation partners and conservation management program. It can also be used to secure credits that are transferred to the BCT, but I don't believe to date we've principally used it for that purpose. Generally, it's the management program that it's targeted towards.
Thank you. Mr. Fleming, the building of the protected area network, what are we looking at? Sorry, if I can help you out, the Minister spoke about it earlier, and she sounded enthusiastic, and I know she is genuinely enthusiastic about it. And she did talk about cross tenure, so I'm
So it is a great question, and the Minister referred to the fact that we're developing an updated establishment plan, say for the public part of the protected area estate for the National Parks and Wildlife Service. That obviously needs to sit with the work that the BCT and others doing on private land, and with some of our other programs. It also needs to speak to the overarching national commitment around 30 by 30. So there's lots of complexities there, but it is, I think it's a process of developing this establishment park, speaking for the National Parks and Wildlife Service component, developing the establishment plan and looking at what all of the priority targets, if you like, are in terms of protection of landscapes and sub-landscapes. You know, we've got 84% of all threatened species represented in the parks estate. Which threatened species are missing, or of those that are represented but not in viable populations, you know, which need to be prioritised. So there's I think it is a really important time to be asking all of those questions. But we do need to try and look at it in the context of how we work across tenures and incorporate restoration. So as you'll know, if you look at places like the coast or the southeast, we've got quite high, relatively high levels of reservation in the parks estate in terms of percentages of bioregions, but there still may be gaps in terms of threatened species and so on. If you go into the centre of the state, we've got very low levels of reservation in the national park estate, high levels of clearing, and so restoration becomes a more significant factor. If you go further west, the level of clearing hasn't been as high. There's still opportunities to add to the park estate and still some significant gaps. So across the state, you need tailored strategies for the different priorities and the different gaps and challenges. And as I said, I think the central part of the state's a good one to look at, because that's where we're really going to need to be looking at, yes, where there are important areas to add parts to the park estate, but how does that speak to the work that the BCT is doing in terms of corridors, connectivity, resilience, all of those things. And then we need to look at the programs that are being implemented, like Saving Our Species, the investment in whether it's threatened species, wetlands or other factors, and integrate that as well. And without wanting to go back to the discussion earlier, all of this within a nature positive framework.
And so with the park establishment plan, are we guided by what sort of climate modelling do we use, and what feeds in from a climate adaptation and resilience perspective?
Well, I think that's one of the factors that you need to build into the planning. I said resilience a moment ago, but climate resilience is a big part of that. So all I can say is that's a key factor that will have to drive how we think about what's needed for the next 50 years in the protected area estate. I think the other lens that is really important is to think a bit about the baseline, because we tend to think about the baseline 10 or 20 years ago, but if you wind the clock back a little further, 100 or 200 years, and look at the accounts of early explorers and listen to what Aboriginal people have to say about what country was like, that gives you a better sense of how much has been lost from our natural environment. You can, as I said, listen to Aboriginal people talk about the way country looked. You can read the accounts of early explorers who saw so many animals in the Australian bush, and for much of the state that's gone. So we're not talking about, in many parts of the state, we're talking about being so far below baseline. We're at that sort of 5 to 3% level of where we were a couple of hundred years ago. So I think that's an important sort of backdrop to how you think about what we need over the next 50 or 100 years.
Absolutely. I mean, the nature positive and the 30 by 30 discourse, there's some fantastic policy literature about half a nature, that our ambition is actually quite low when you have to factor in some of the... I suppose one of the things as well, when we're talking about adaptation and environmental adaptation and resilience, there's been some very interesting discussion in the inquiry into the climate bill of the governments at the moment about how we're factoring in loss and damage as well, and that's something that across whole of government we need to start doing, and whether it's infrastructure, transport, energy, utilities. But I would come back to the most important place to start is our protected area network, and because that's the strength of our landscapes. And I'm sorry, I was so engaged with Mr. Fleming, I forgot where I was. We were about to build the protected area network together to get to half a nature.
It sounds like a lecture to me, but I could be confused.
Can I just say, I mean, cultural heritage is something we didn't talk about a moment ago, but is obviously also a really critical part of both looking at where there might be additional national parks, but I think much more broadly thinking about country and what it should look like.
The cultural heritage reforms obviously is something that we're working very closely with Minister Harris, and it sounds like they're progressing. How are the platypus going in the Royal National Park?
The last I heard they were going well, but that was a few weeks ago, so I don't think there's been any news since then.
In earnest, has there been any detrimental responses, or is everything looking positive? It was a big experiment.
I haven't been told that there's any bad news, any negative news. So I think it's positive, but I will take that on notice as well. And if there's anything different, I'll ensure we inform the committee.
Thank you. So, with all of that, are there any broader plans for platypus introduction in any other parts of the state or the Sydney Basin or anywhere?
I think we would certainly. There's no specific plans, but I think part of what we've just been talking about is the importance of restoration, and people think of that as planting trees, but it's also returning species to areas where they've become extinct, and there's a whole different lot of mechanisms for doing that, but it's probably a good time to just say that this morning at about 7 o'clock, I think, there were 14 regent honeyeaters released in Capitine National Park.
Wow.
So that's a nice indication of what we're trying to achieve, and I just would mention Saving Our Species team, Taronga Zoo and BirdLife International, who were there with National Parks and Wildlife staff doing that release. So a great team effort across the board, but also...
So we may have saved their love song yet. Is that what you're saying?
I hope that we will, yes.
We may have. In terms of the platypus, realistically, the platypus is, if we'd had a koala plan 20 years ago, we would have been in a very different position than what we are now. My understanding from work of WWF and others is we're very much in that position with platypus now. Is that the approach that the agencies understand in terms of that particular species?
I'm afraid I can't probably give you much more detail about plans for the platypus specifically. All I can say is the general approach is obviously we want to protect what's left. We recognise that requires a mix of the species-specific actions and the broader ecosystem approaches.
Thank you.
And it's not just about saving what's left, obviously, it's about trying to restore country and restore species.
Was the idea to get an evaluation of the southern forests and their potential for carbon, was that your idea?
That was a government initiative, yeah.
So you were asked to do it?
It was an initiative of the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but I think there were a range of agencies, there were a range of experts who had been asking questions at the time, and so, like all things, there's never one agency or one entity that is the sort of origin. It's an idea that's born from discussion and dialogue and collaboration.
Thanks for starting it.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. I have a question for you, and if time, a question for Mr. Kidman, but I'll see how we go. Mr. Fleming, just about staffing and staff cuts. When did the Minister first indicate to you that there would have to be staff cuts in the Environment and Heritage Group?
Can I just, I guess, if I can just give you the broader context of the last
very
budget.
briefly, if you don't mind. I've just got 3
very
minutes.
briefly. So there are a number of election commitments and other initiatives that were funded in the budget. So that was new money. There were modest and targeted savings. The net impact of all of that is that there will be more staff over the next 12 months rather than less. So where we have had to make some savings, and I'm referring specifically to staff in the you mentioned the Nature Positive team earlier and the community engagement team. Those staff are really highly valued, and our priority has been to ensure.
I appreciate all of that, but I have
they
3 minutes.
Have jobs. Yep.
So my question was, though, when did the Minister first indicate to you that there would have to be those staff cuts in that group?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank
I can't
you.
recall.
In your email to staff, Mr. Fleming, regarding the staff cuts, did anybody from the Minister's office advise you on the wording of your email?
No.
No? And what was the decision-making process that led to the sacking of at least 7 Indigenous officers?
I don't believe that's an accurate number. I think in the community engagement team, and Mr. Bruce can correct me if I'm wrong, there are, I think, 2 Aboriginal staff who are impacted. And as I was saying a little earlier, our objective is to ensure that everyone who is impacted is able to find another role within EHG.
All right.
So
Can you take it on
I'm
notice
confident that that will be the outcome.
about the number and the decision-making process that led to those changes?
Yep.
Thank you. And would you agree that the decision to sack those Indigenous officers, as a government staff member said, jeopardises the progress being made in building connections with the Indigenous communities?
If we had longer, I could go through all of the initiatives that we have underway to try and build our engagement with Aboriginal communities. All I can say is it's incredibly important. It's embedded in everything we do, and we will continue to strive to do better, but that is just a fundamental part of the way in which we do business.
I think it's important to say that we're still working with those employees to try and identify other opportunities for them.
So
there's
they're
a-
not yet identified, working through that now?
So the impacted staff have been identified, but there's a process of trying to match those staff to other suitable opportunities within the department. That's still ongoing.
Thank you.
So we're hoping that there are
right.
no staff who leave the agency.
Yeah, understand. Thank you. I need to ask. And to Mr. Kidman, just briefly in the time we have, in November last year, the Minister said that we're in a shameful position of having very poor protection for Aboriginal cultural heritage in this state. I know we've touched on this area, and if it's to you or to somebody else, let me know. It's managed under the National Parks and Wildlife Act, which in itself is a shame, and, quote, standalone Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation is long overdue. Has the Minister directed the department to commence any work on an Aboriginal cultural heritage bill? And forgive me if this has been covered already.
This reform process is being led by Minister Harris, who's the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs.
But
so we've had no instruction from the Minister about commencing work on a reform bill.
Okay, within this department.
I'm
But
sorry?
it seems that it is managed under the National Parks and Wildlife Act.
Well, yes, that's right. Currently, Heritage New South Wales administers the provisions of the National Parks and Wildlife Act as they relate to Aboriginal places, repatriation and conservation programs, and the regulation, the issuing of permits under Section 90 of the Act.
So it is administered under this department, but no request has been made for the department to do any work on an Aboriginal cultural heritage bill.
No, that work is being led by Minister Harris.
And will you have input to it?
Oh yes, I would undoubtedly.
Could you come back to the committee of what the structure is and timing and what input you might have?
Well,
on
no,
that?
that's a matter for cabinet. I couldn't comment on that.
Are you able to inform the committee of the timeline or who's involved in
No, that's
that?
not.
I think Minister Harris, in an inquiry earlier in the budget session, said we would expect something in the first part of next year. That's what I think. I'm fairly
That'd be
sure
helpful.
that's what
I was
he
probably
said.
in another inquiry.
You-
So
yeah.
yeah.
We have been running around.
We have.
Thank
Thank you. Could I just also, in the 1 second, thank everybody that's come along,
Yeah,
but also
thank you.
all of those that haven't had a question today. Thank you for your patience and attending. We very much appreciate it.
Can I just ask, I've got a couple of questions left, just one on heritage, and I did ask the Minister earlier about Ravensworth.
Oh, sorry, is this our
Yes.
time?
No, this is my time.
Oh,
now.
sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Ravensworth.
Yes.
Is that imminent? Is there something that's going to happen very soon?
It is. I would anticipate that the recommendation to list or make a decision brief will be with the Minister in early December.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. There's a lot of people waiting. Just on the, can I just ask, in terms of the incentives at the moment in terms of distributed power generation capacity, are we looking at, I know we're talking about the big battery and it's fantastic, are we looking at, do we have streams for other smaller distributed incentives? Is that something that's happening already? Is it underway, or is it something that's in the pipeline?
I'm happy to answer that one, Chair.
Thank you.
The short answer is yes, we are doing work on that. The Minister earlier mentioned the Energy Security Corporation. So whilst the work is currently underway to look at what the Energy Security Corporation will fund and support, distributed energy solutions is certainly one of the streams that we're actively looking at in that space. We are also I might ask Mr. Hay to give some comment in a moment, but there's already been some existing work that EnergyCo has done in the context of the renewable energy zones to identify opportunities, and where there are opportunities associated with the renewable energy zones, there's potential incentives through the LTESA framework and other incentives, including through the Consumer Trustees activities. And we're currently developing a consumer energy response strategy for government's consideration, and the distributed energy and distributed energy options will be a key part of that. That's just some highlights, and there are more.
And what
underway.
about is there a particular focus on community projects as well, or is it mainly sort of private or provened up in the sector?
It's all of the above. Certainly community batteries, community solar is a strong focus of what we're looking at. Where the distribution businesses have been working under the Commonwealth Government's incentive scheme to look at community battery solutions as well, and we will be open to all different solutions that will contribute to our net zero and our transition targets.
And is there a particular capacity for land councils on land council owned land in relation to batteries, distributed energy? Is there a stream happening or something that in the future? If
There's not a dedicated stream that I am currently aware of, but provided those communities are grid connected, there are a number of existing programs that they would be eligible for, and we are certainly keeping that in mind as we look forward. I'm not sure, James, if there's anything that you want to add from a Energy Co perspective?
You may have picked up recently, the Minister announced the commencement of the Community and Employment Benefits Grants Scheme in Central West Orana RES. Each renewable energy zone that has an access regime will have a Community and Employment Benefits Grant Scheme. It's funded through payments from the generators that connect the new network, and that scheme will include looking at ways communities can participate in the energy transition, as well as looking at, so that can be part of the community grant scheme. We've certainly got groups that we're engaging with in Central West Orana and New England around those kind of concepts, particularly working very closely with Essential Energy. So bring together the distribution, the ability to put things on people's property, whether it's Aboriginal Land Council or others, to make sure that there's a local energy solutions, not just the utility energy solutions.
And I can also further add that we're working with the Commonwealth on some First Nations energy initiatives as well. Through our peak demand reduction scheme, there are incentives for home batteries, and where that can be optimised, there are potentially greater benefits available. So they're just a couple of extra examples that we have.
Right, the sigh of relief. Thank you all. That brings
me.
us. Oh, we've got government time.
That
Sorry,
was me. The sigh was me.
absolutely
The
no.
sigh
I
was me.
apologise. I've done that twice today. Government, over to you.
Just very quickly, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you all for attending what's been a very long and arduous day and excellent answers.
Wasn't that arduous? It's all
And of course the Minister this morning also for her excellent answers. Is there anything?
It's their job.
Is there anything you'd like to place on the record or clarify before we leave?
Mr. Chappell.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Just if I may table, I know Ms Boyd was asking the Minister some earlier questions about the Coalish inquiry and progress of those recommendations. I have a comprehensive update on each of those recommendations and the government response that I think would probably be useful to table for the committee, so I'll do that.
Thank you very much.
I can
Mr.
just
Bruce.
respond to 3 questions that were taken on notice. The question in relation to the baseline koala survey can confirm that both song meters and drones will be used on each site.
Yep.
In relation to the question of areas outstanding biodiversity values, I can confirm that we have 1 application with the department. We previously received 4 draft applications. We have requested further information and waiting for those to be resubmitted. And the third question is around the 23-24 koala strategy capital. Breakdown there is $10,498,000 for land acquisition and $500,000 for science data assets.
Sorry,
Science data assets.
Chair, sorry, my colleague Ms Chang has a
Yes.
clarification as well.
Thank you. Just wanted to come back in terms of the contract variations for KPMG. The $30,000 related to phone support and the $100,000 to
related to what support?
phone support for callers to ask for help or any questions in terms of the trial of the hazardous waste tracking system, and also the $100,000 related to the feature so that people could track the consignments on their mobile devices.
Right, thank you.
Can I just then say a huge thank you to all of our teams who aren't here today, because they do an amazing amount of work to prepare us for this, and some of them will be still listening. But there's also an amazing amount of work that happens just day in and day out. And so I just wanted to say a huge thank you to them. But probably a special thank you to Sandra Harris and her team, who are behind. Sandra's behind me, because they have to run the sort of the day for us and all the lead up to it, and it's a massive thing to do.
You should have a code word at the end of the day, and those that can't tell you the code word, they get sacked.
Thank you. I mean, it is absolutely the case, and our role here is all about transparency, accountability, and thank you very much for contributing so much to that. As the Minister said earlier, it's an incredibly important function, and whilst it might feel weary and questionable at times, it is something I think that the public very much appreciates, and that's what we're all here to do and who we're all here to serve. So we're all very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the government officers for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the very near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thank you all very much.
See you in Feb.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.